which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the January 27th, 2014 Board of Commissioners meeting. As always, we will start with public participation. However, before we invite the public to come up and speak, we have a statement from our Township Manager and from our Township Solicitor, and I'd like to invite them to go ahead and make that statement now.
Thank you, Madam President. As the board is aware, over the last year and a half, the Township has been conducting a review of the proposed ordinance regarding the planning and the must ordinance for the PLO zoning district. It's been very clear in those of you who know me in that I have a passion for the economic development for this community and the long-term prosperity of Radnor Township. And I've enjoyed that opportunity to work and be very aggressive in that particular area. And a lot of that is due to, for a township, for us, for keeping taxes low and maintaining them low, economic development is what drives that. And a lot of that is through business development, whether it's from the corporate side, from the business side, from any particular side which generates those revenues that are good for us to be able to maintain the high quality of services that we provide in Radnor Township. During this time, I know that there's been a lot of debate and discussion over this and a lot of valuable input that's been given to us from residents, from businesses, from Brandywine Realty Trust, and from the various neighbors and tenants in and around the proposed development area. It's been quite lively, to say the least. And I know emotions have gone high, and I am one that is very passionate, and for the last 3.5 years, if you know me, I am one that is very passionate, wear my heart on the sleeve for Radnor Township. During some of the past meetings, I know I've made some comments stating that Brandywine was concerned about competition and intimidation within the process. I can say that from my perspective here as the Chief Administrative Officer of this township and the Township Manager, whether it's the actions of myself, our staff, department heads, Public Works, any of the department, and the police officers of this township, whatever those actions are, those lie on me. Those fall back on me. They stop where they say the buck stops here. It stops with me. And I take all those responsibilities for any of those actions that take place, either my own or those of any department member or any staff member. So on behalf of that, I want to apologize to Brandywine Realty Trust for any of those comments that I've made that might have put them in a bad light. They are a very good neighbor here to us in Radnor Township. Since 2010, since I've been here, we've had a very good working relationship. We've partnered together on some business development that's taken place here in town, and we look to continue that relationship on an ongoing basis. I apologize also to the Board of Commissioners as well for comments that I may have made in regards to competition or the intimidation process. Again, those are my words. I live with those. I stand behind those. And I apologize to Brandywine Realty Trust for any of those comments of possibly putting them into that negative light. That also goes to for, I know George Brosman is here. I know I've seen George, as well as Mark Kaplan as well. I know that they represent their clients very well. And again, the heat of the discussion and the passion that I have for Radnor Township has carried over in those. And again, I want to apologize to both of them too as well for some of those comments. Brandywine, again, is one of the largest landowners in Radnor Township. We work very closely with them and also actually received a check today in the amount of $50,000 as a partnership on a traffic signal that we are doing by Radnor Chester, where the high school is at. Again, a partnership in sharing the expense of a traffic signal that will help traffic tremendously in that area. We know that there are some future projects that are coming to work with Brandywine. I look forward to continuing to work with them. Again, any statements that might have been made, again, I apologize to them for. I retract any of those statements to make sure that, again, Radnor Township is what's important here. And to me, is I take responsibility for any actions I have made or any of those or staff members are make. Again, the buck stops here and it stops with me. I apologize to the Board of Commissioners for any undue irritation, I would say, or any undue commentary that's taken place. But again, I'm passionate about the job I do. And I will do whatever I can for our staff members to stand behind them because they do a phenomenal job. And I've been very fortunate to work with a very highly talented staff of department heads and also a highly talented police department that I know does a phenomenal job. And with that, Madam President,
Thank you, Bob.
comments.
Mr. Rice, do you have a statement you'd like to make?
Yes, and it's related to some extent to what Bob just said, and this is more for the residents of Radnor Township regarding the reported incident that was in the newspaper over the last week regarding police involvement in investigating a couple incidents in the township. And just so everyone has the facts are pretty much what was in the newspaper story, but what happened with that incident is there were two heated discussions involving Brandywine's representative and two different township staff, one in September out on site at the Biomed site, and one out in the parking lot here after the November, I think it was the November 4th Planning Commission meeting around 12:30 or 1 a.m. in the morning. As a result of those two incidents, and they were heated discussions and arguments, however you want to characterize it, the administration decided to document it and investigate it. And the police department was asked by the administration to follow up. All of the parties that were involved, some that were at the meetings, were interviewed. I've spoken to everybody that was involved in this, and that was what led the visit to Mark Kaplan's office by the police department. He was initially asked to come in to give a statement because other statements had been received from the other parties. He was busy, he was unavailable, so the police department then visited his office and took the statement that they took. Over the past month or so, and with the holidays, there was a lot of back and forth. I've discussed this extensively with Mr. Kaplan. We discussed it with Brandywine to satisfy their concerns. We met with Brandywine, and I believe to some extent Brandywine feels better than they did when they sent their initial letter at the end of November. We're addressing whatever other concerns Brandywine has with that incident. And as Bob said earlier, Brandywine's been a great property owner and neighbor in Radnor Township. I've worked with them. I've worked with their legal counsel. I've worked with their local representatives, and they've been a positive influence in the community. So I don't anticipate any other issues with this. From my view, this was an overreaction by the township to these two incidents. And I think the Board of Commissioners and Bob would agree. It's something that could have been handled differently and should have been handled differently, quite frankly. So going forward, we're going to continue to have discussions with Brandywine. Anything that has occurred in terms of any of the employees or the staff involved is something that I'm not going to get into in terms of details. Those are the facts. There aren't any other facts involved other than what has been reported in the newspaper and what I've just described.
Thank you, John. All right. We will now go ahead to public participation, and I'd like to remind everyone that this initial public participation at our meetings is offered as a courtesy to those of you who cannot stay to give your comment during the discussion of the issue that you're here to comment about. Your comments are much preferred at the time we are discussing an issue, and frankly, they're much more effective if we receive them when we are discussing the issue and not at the beginning of the meeting. However, if you must leave and cannot stay and wait until your issue is discussed, you are welcome to come up and give your comment now. Additionally, I'd like to also remind everyone of our 5-minute rule. which is a soft 5-minute rule. We would ask everyone to wrap up their comments within 5 minutes. If you reach 5 minutes, you will get a gentle reminder that it's been 5 minutes and a request to wrap it up as a courtesy in respect of everybody else's time. Okay, with that, would anybody like to come up and give public comment at the beginning of the meeting?
Hi, I'm Tom Riley. I live on Belrose Lane in Radnor. I promise to be much, much less than 5 minutes. I appreciate the opportunity to offer a comment. My wife and I recently moved back to Radnor Township after a number of years away. We're very happy to be back in such a tremendous community. The one thing that we have noticed and had come as somewhat of a shock to us is the amount of traffic congestion on King of Prussia Road, particularly around Radnor train station, particularly around rush hour. I know this is a subject that's been talked about a lot over the last few years, but the proposed biomed and other developments there could add much more traffic to a road that clearly is not designed to handle more traffic. We're very concerned that this is going to have foreseeable and potentially unforeseeable consequences for the quality of life in that neighborhood, and we're very hopeful that this development will be slowed down or at least reconsidered in the amount of additional cars that are going to be added to that already overtaxed area. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Is there anyone else?
Good evening. I'm Linda Saul, a Vice President of the League of Women Voters of Radnor, for whom I am speaking this evening. We appreciate this opportunity to provide input. As you may know, the League has a position on land use from which we advocate. First, this evening's agenda includes the Biomed Realty zoning amendment that would establish regulations for a new mixed-use special transportation development use within the planned laboratory office district. We appreciate the time and effort extended by you in reviewing this matter. We also realize that this issue is clearly worthy of considerable time given the need for wide-scale public input and its vast implications. Because of this timing of this matter and the changes that have occurred since its original submission, we respectfully ask that you consider additional opportunities for public review and input. Secondly, the League requests that you as commissioners review this amendment in relation to the implementation of the comprehensive plan. This document represents the work of dedicated stakeholders and provides a shared vision embraced by Radnor residents. It speaks to the unique nature of our township, the importance of both the Wayne Business District and our diverse residential neighborhoods. Even when it was adopted a decade ago, the value of preserving Radnor in the face of development pressure was underscored. Recognizing that each of you has been entrusted with realizing this plan, we encourage you to reflect on the comprehensive plan of the past for direction and guidance today. Will this amendment really make a great community even better? To assist you, we have reviewed the comprehensive land use plan and have selected sections that we believe worthy of consideration. The League supports quality of life issues and believes that zoning is important in meeting a key objective in the general planning goals for the existing land use and land use plan. As stated in the plan on page 25, work carefully to preserve the balance of land uses and ensure adequate buffering in the many critical interfaces between commercial, residential, and other land uses. Of significance tonight to the biomed proposal is a recommendation found on page 26 of the comprehensive land use plan. Specifically, maintain as much open space green area at the intersection of the Blue Route and Lancaster Avenue, particularly between the P&W Railroad Bridge and Radnor-Chester Road, to enhance the sense of gateway, minimize traffic problems, and achieve other planning objectives, including the rigorous implementation of existing commercial zoning specifications, avoid commercial expansion in any way. In closing, we value your work and trust that your recommendations will be consistent with Radnor's existing land use plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Hi, Grace.
Hi, I'm Grace Swedell. I live at 408 Midland Avenue in Wayne. Thank you for serving. I'm late on the MOST ordinance. So anyway, here I plunge in. I did not imagine 15 years ago when we moved to Radnor that I would soon become an advocate for the disabled. But in an instant, when our son George was born on Labor Day 1999, all of that changed for us. I'm here tonight to talk about biomed as an advocate for the disabled. Kids of all needs attend Radnor High School. Some are learning how to get to and from public transportation, such as the SEPTA trains on King of Prussia Road. Some move slower, some can't hear well, some can't walk well, some can't do a lot of things that require a lot of extra guidance and care. The biomed development, if allowed to it's a little stressful to talk as an advocate for the disabled because I don't want people to feel sorry for us, but just here in general, Anyway, if the biomed development is allowed to bypass zoning, it will make it harder for these kids with a variety of delays to access public transportation and other things on that side of the high school. I am also here as an advocate for open space. I have long supported the Radnor Conservancy and am now along with all of the citizens, paying the extra tax for the land acquisition in Drawson. Having said that, I, like many Radnorites, love to run, and I run a lot more on King of Prussia Road, as does the Radnor High School cross-country and track teams, than I will ever run past in Drawson. And so I ask you again to please follow our current zoning codes, as they will make future life on King of Prussia Road for all of us easier, whether we are driving, biking, running, or walking. Lastly, I am here as a good neighbor. I happen to live very close to the Radnor Corporate Center, which Brandywine owns and operates. I am grateful that they took an empty office space that was, sad and really could have gone either way, and they've made it into a thriving business that is good to and good for Radnor Township. My kids walk more days to Radnor High School than they take the bus because they always miss the bus. And they often go right through Brandywine's properties every day. Those properties are occupied, clean, and well-maintained. I am very disheartened that the police were sent to their attorneys' offices after they advocated for Radnor for their rights. I know very much what it's like to advocate for someone's rights in Radnor. It's not always easy, and I don't think sending the police is at all an appropriate response. I can see how that would upset them. I hope that we, again, will do as they are asking and pass and, follow the zoning laws that we have. Perhaps consider apologizing to them for sending the police. And as Drawson is the backyard to many of you, please remember that King of Prussia Road is the backyard to us, and we would like to keep it as it is today, as close as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Are there any other public comment? Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on. I'd like to announce that we had an executive session immediately preceding this Board of Commissioners meeting, at which we discussed personnel matters. Next, we will have a motion to pass our consent agenda. These are matters that are perfunctory in nature and ordinarily do not require any discussion or debate. We will vote on all of them at once without discussion. However, before we do that, we always offer an opportunity for anyone on this board to take something out of the consent agenda if they feel that it should be discussed. And we also offer the public to take an item out if there's an item that you would like to hear discussed or presented. So is there anyone on this board that would like an item removed from the consent agenda?
Yeah, I would like to remove item G, the purchase of vehicles for use by the Radnor Police. I think we should discuss some of the aspects to that under the agenda whenever public safety comes up.
Okay, is there anybody from the public who would like to remove any other item? Okay, can I have a motion to
I'll move
approve?
the approval of the consent agenda with item G being discussed under public safety.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes 7-0. Now let's go to item G, which is Resolution 2014
Why don't we discuss that under public safety so we can move forward?
Okay.
Right, we'll move.
Actually, that's a very good idea. So we will move item G to public safety after all the other items. Next, we will move to the appointments to various boards, commissions, and committees with our head of the Personnel Subcommittee, John Fisher.
Thank you. I'll move to appoint Claire Gerton and Mary Coe to the Parks and Rec Committee, Gus Feudel and Jen McGowan to the Shade Tree Committee, Lane Vine to the Ethics Committee, and Bob Thomason to the Citizen Communications Council.
Second?
Is there any commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. John, would you like to announce the remaining positions that are open?
Oh, yes. You asked me to remember that, and I forgot. We have one vacancy on the CARFAC committee, and we're looking for someone with legal and real estate experience or background, and also one vacancy on the Board of Health. Please send your letter of interest to Bob Zankowski, 301 Ivan Avenue, Wayne, Pennsylvania, 19087.
Okay, now we stay with Commissioner Fisher for the Personnel and Administration
Thank you.
Committee.
We have good news tonight. We have the swearing in of new police officers, and I'll ask Superintendent Colarulo to come up.
Madam President, you hear me? Great. Madam President, with your permission, under the direction of the Township Manager and the approval of the Board of Commissioners, this process started 9 months ago, where we wanted to get the best and the brightest to join the forces of the Radnor Township Police Department. Again, that started 9 months ago. It started with a written exam, a physical agility exam, an oral exam, polygraph, an extensive background, and then the final interview with the Township Manager and myself, which, if you ask the candidates, they'll tell you was the most difficult part. Out of all the people that were interviewed and have gone through this process, only 2, and I'm proud to say, only 2 were good enough to join the standards set forth in the Radnor Township Police Department. So I would ask everyone now, with the Madam President's permission, to please rise for the presentation of the honor guard of the colors, to be followed by the judge and our new candidates. You could be seated. Thank you. Madam President, I'd like to present the Honorable Judge Anna Osborne, who will initiate the swearing in, and the 2 candidates that are going to join the ranks of the Radnor Township Police Department is Nicholas Lafredo, who is closest to the judge, and James Gallagher, who is carrying on a tradition where his father is a recently retired Radnor Township police officer. Your Honor.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank the Board of Commissioners and Superintendent Colarulo for inviting me here this evening. It's always a pleasure to be able to present oaths of office to incoming police officers and incoming public officials. And I'd like to say that these 2 gentlemen are joining a very fine police force here in Radnor Township, who take their duty to protect and to serve very, very seriously, keeping us all safe. So the first oath of office this evening will be administered to Nicholas Lafredo. The Bible will be held by your wife, Christina. So Christina, would you come forward? And anyone else that you'd like to have come forward? Okay. Right. Stand next to your husband. That's right. All right, please place your hand on the Bible and repeat after me. I, Nicholas Lafredo,
Nicholas Lafredo,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I am a citizen of the United States of America,
that I am a citizen of the United States of America,
that I will uphold the Constitution and laws
that I will uphold the Constitution and laws
of the United States of America
of the United States of America
and of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
and that I will faithfully perform
that I will faithfully perform
all the duties of a police officer
all the duties of a police officer
of Radnor Township
of Radnor Township,
and obey all orders from my superior officers
obey all orders from my superior officers
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. And the second oath of office this evening will be administered to James Gallagher, and the Bible will be held by his wife, Kathleen. All right, please place your right hand on the Bible, raise your left hand, and repeat after me. I, James Gallagher,
I, James Gallagher,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I am a citizen of the United States of America,
that I am a citizen of the United States of America,
that I will uphold the Constitution and laws
that I will uphold the Constitution and laws
of the United States of America
of the United States of America
and of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
and of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
that I will faithfully perform
that I will faithfully perform
all the duties of a police officer
all the duties of a police officer
of Radnor Township
of Radnor Township,
and obey all orders from my superior officers
and obey all orders from my superior officers
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You can finish shaking hands this way. You can finish this way. Okay, thanks. Lots of love to you.
Congratulations. Good luck. Well, while we're finishing the handshaking, I'd like to say welcome and congratulations to Officers Lafredo and Officer Gallagher. And thank you to Judge Osborne for administering these oaths. We are very thrilled to have these two gentlemen as part of our force.
We do have light refreshments in my office. The lieutenants will show you. Don't make a mess. And I would ask everyone to please rise. We were going to retire the colors, and the Honorable Osborne and the officers will follow the colors out of the room. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated.
Okay.
We'll give a minute for the room to clear. All right, next we are going to move on to Finance and Audit with Commissioner John Fisher.
This is my last item of the night, I promise. I'll move Resolution 2014-11. This is authorizing the Township Manager to bind the workers' compensation coverage for 2014 in the amount of $433,031.
Second?
Is there any commissioner comment on this item? Any staff comment?
Madam President, just want to thank Bill White and Bob Tate in the Finance Department for their fine work on this. Given some of our track history in the past, to go without a 0% increase in workman's comp is fantastic. So just want to recognize them for their hard work.
Thank you. Is there any other staff comment? Any public comment? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes 7-0. Next, we move on to Public Works and Engineering with Commissioner Jim Higgins.
The first item is final plan approval for the development proposed at 771 to 797 East Lancaster Avenue by Enrico Partners, LP. And I do believe that the applicant is present. Mr. Falcone, please.
Thank you. Dave Falcone here on behalf of Enrico Partners. We are seeking the approval of the board for final plan approval. We received a recommendation from the Planning Commission, and we were before this board not too long ago, and the board asked us for a caucus meeting, and the board asked us to go back and consider some stormwater management changes to the plan. We did that. We've come back and we've met with township staff, and we hope that the plan that we've put forth is satisfactory to the board. We heard your comments, and we believe we've been responsive. So those were laid out in a letter from our engineer to the township's engineer, and we've received comment on that as well.
Thank you. And I do have a question for Mr. Norsini. I appreciate that letter from your engineer, Bowler, explaining exactly what the stormwater calculations are. This is not my field of expertise, so I'm going to ask Mr. Norsini to confirm that your reading of this is what we were hoping for.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. I'm also going to let Roger Phillips opine on this also.
Okay.
But I was satisfied with what was brought forth.
Okay. Roger?
I also concur that this meets the NPDES requirements for the site, and it actually goes over and above that and comes close to fully meeting the current ordinances for the new construction of the building.
Okay, well, I would like to say I appreciate that you have gone above and beyond what was required to put that in. It would have been difficult to swallow this development coming in without any stormwater management, so we do appreciate it. My other question, and really this is just I wanted confirmation, there were some comments in a December letter from our traffic engineer, Ms. Kaminsky, and I had trouble finding whether those were agreed to or accepted.
So there's one comment, one response we have to a comment on traffic, and that deals with the installation of the traffic adaptive system. Mm-hmm. The comment asks that we be open to discussing a contribution towards that system. I've discussed with my client, and we're willing. There are two lights really that are impacted as a result of this application. There's one that's directly in front of our shopping center, which we'll call our light or our development, and the other would be the intersection at 320, which is more off-site. We would be willing to install or make a contribution towards the installation of all the cost for the light directly in front of our site, and would be willing to contribute a third of the cost to the off-site installation system at 320. We're guessing we'd like that not to exceed $15,000 towards 320, but we would incur all the cost for the installation of the traffic light at our site. And we would and I believe our traffic engineers had discussions with Amy, but we would hope that these would go through at the same time. We wouldn't be asked to make improvements to the one light while the other light was put off. So we would escrow the funds so that all the work could be done at one time by the township.
So the delay would be the light at 30 and 320 being done later. So
That's correct.
And it's not actually the signal, it's like some sort of optimization
That's correct.
system?
That's correct. An traffic adaptive system.
Commissioner Schaefer,
Yeah.
our hope is at one point to have this system installed from Radnor Chester to Lowry's Lane. So this,
Okay.
if the applicant were to do as they state and put this money in escrow, if and when that comes about, that will be one of the links in that whole process.
Okay, so the money in escrow would be the entire cost, estimated cost for the system at your light and 1/3 at the 320/30 light. All right,
That's right.
And that's what you've
Not to
agreed to?
exceed 15,000.
Not to
Not to-
exceed
right.
15,000, yes.
Okay. And Ms. Kaminsky, does that satisfy what you were alluding to in your letter?
Yes, my intent was to start being able to piece that together so that we have traffic adaptive system for the whole corridor.
Okay,
So that would be very helpful.
great. All right, do we have any other commissioner comment?
Well, I guess I'll stay on the traffic light. Is this a new traffic light in front of that development, or is it to optimize that light?
It's to optimize. There's an existing signal there, and there's an
Right.
existing signal at 320.
Okay. So my other comment was on the stormwater. I appreciate the opinions of our staff, the professional opinions. I went through some of the calculations, and while, as I recall, when you were here last, I was pretty adamant, at least from my opinion, my position, that we should meet or exceed the existing Radnor Township stormwater management requirements, and we're not doing that. The plan that was approved a few years back is quite different than what you're proposing now. You're proposing to move the building, reorient the whole site, and I think this is an opportunity for us to ask for you to meet our stormwater requirements. I bring this up because this township has just recently passed a fee for stormwater management, and we're expecting those costs over the next couple decades to be in the millions, tens of millions of dollars. And here we are with the first plan in front of us since that day, and we're being asked to waiver on the stormwater requirement.
But you aren't.
Well, hold on. I mean, based on your numbers, you have the township required rate reduction, and you're not meeting those requirements. The township required rate reduction. I understand.
But
you
this
meet-
site does not. Your requirements are not applicable to this site because it's subject to a settlement order and a settlement plan. Now, this application deviates from that, and we're here
And that's the
for that
point.
deviation. However, if this township does not like this plan, does not like our proposal to meet the township essentially more than halfway, we're more than happy to pursue the approved plan, which would require no stormwater management.
I recognize that, but I think we discussed at the last meeting that the approved plan probably doesn't have nearly as much value to your client, and because basically the building would include curb vision sight of the buildings behind. So again, I'm stressing that. So I did some calculations just to put it in context. On the 10 years, stormwater calculations are cubic feet per second. I like to put that into gallons because the public doesn't respond well to cubic feet per second. Engineers love that ratio, but the public's like, oh, what is a cubic feet per second? So if we just look at the 10-year, the difference, the mitigation that you're agreeing to would fall short by 36,720 gallons in an hour on the 10-year storm, 6,750 gallons in an hour on the 25-year storm, and on the 50-year storm, it's 17,000 gallons. So I simply did the math. I did the gallons per second, and I multiplied by 3,600, and then 7.5 gallons per cubic foot, and I come up with the gallons. And the point I'm trying to raise here is that we have been spending an awful lot of time in the last couple of years trying to figure out how to mitigate stormwater. And we have a plan here. I recognize everything you said is absolutely true. You have a right to build the plan that was approved without any stormwater management. But I believe that the plan that you want to build is a much better plan for you and for us. And if there's any way that you can come up in the numbers and try to meet our existing stormwater regulations. It would make it a lot better for us, because otherwise, we're just going to end up feeing the residents later to cover the result of not meeting and exceeding the existing standards.
Well, I'll break that down a little bit. I don't want it to be insinuated that my client is somehow imposing a fee on the public. I believe that was a decision of this board, and I understand it, but that is not a result of my applicant. My applicant was asked to do their best to come back with something better than what is there. This is far and above something. This is in excess of the NPDES permits and very close to what the township would require for a new applicant to this site. Mind you, again, this applicant could proceed with an approved development that would not require any stormwater management. This is an applicant being a good neighbor and going above and beyond what is required simply at the request of the board. There is no hammer that this board has on this applicant other than to say, go back to your other plan. We know you like this one better, and we do, which is why we're here and which is why we said, absolutely, we will be responsive to the request of this board. Our response was vetted by your engineer, and you just heard from your public works officer that this is a significant effort on this applicant's part. I think we've done more than we were asked to do, and I appreciate your concerns, but I think we're comfortable with the application we've put forward.
Well, I want to thank you for what you have done, and as a planner for the township, I think turning the building is a big benefit to the township also for planning. So I'd like to move the approval of Resolution 2014-11 with what you have agreed to so far.
Second.
Is there any other commissioner comment?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I think it was at our meeting in December where you were all ready to go without any compliance with the current ordinance. And 3 of the 7 of us, maybe even 4 of us, all weren't very happy with that position that you were taking on behalf of your client. When I read the materials that are now before us, I was impressed by the fact that I think your client, Mr. Caruso, I think he's in the audience tonight, has come around and done more than what the agreement to develop this property required. I forget when that agreement was, 2007 or 2003. And as I read the memorandum from Mr. Caruso's engineering company, Bowler, and the Gannett Fleming report, this voluntary proposal puts you in compliance with our current ordinance's focus on 1-year storm, 2-year storm, 5-year, 10-year, all in compliance.
Yes.
When you get to the 25-year storm, as I read the memorandum from Bowler, you are going to fall short by 0.25 cubic feet per second. And for the 50-year storm, it's a larger number.
We comply at the 50-year storm. We
I just
go
want to
into
correct you,
compliance
though.
at 50
I think maybe I'm wrong.
We comply in the 50-year storm. The only one we're off is the 25-year storm by 0.25.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, John.
Well, I'm looking at the same table, maybe I'm misreading it, but I'm seeing the 10-year storm is at 10.96 is the township rate reduction, and the post-development would be at 9.6.
So there's 2 pages, that
Yeah, I
first
think that
line.
might be the issue, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
so
why don't we, John, why don't we vote on it since the majority of the board is in favor of it?
Yeah.
Well, this is the way it works, so we debate
No.
things.
Bill, I think there are
So-
votes for this. I just want to make another point. I asked Roger Phillips today to clarify one item that was foreign to me in the memorandum, and I'll quote it. This has to do with sewage discharges and not stormwater. It's in the Phillips memorandum of January 22nd, page 2. Sewage facilities planning must be addressed for the increase in wastewater discharge. The applicant is currently evaluating anticipated flow versus previous flow a planning module exemption form will be completed for any increase in flow. I wanted to know what the exemption was all about, and he explained it. And rather than read his note to me, I'll just ask him now to easily and quickly summarize what that exemption is all about.
It's a form that's filed with the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection if there's an increase in wastewater, and the department will then make a determination as to whether what they would consider the project exempt from wastewater planning, or if it had to move forward in a full-blown planning module for land development, which is a very large document that needs to be filed and takes quite a while to get through DEP. It's a standard form that's filed for every land development that we see that comes through here, and it's done before the recording of the plan. And DEP would provide then a response. We would need the actual numbers of what we feel would be the increase in the sewage flow from the development itself. And as my comment said, the applicant is providing that, and that is based on the tenants that'll be in the building.
And so you're saying that they would be entitled to the exemption from filing the full module?
In my opinion, most likely. It's a pretty high threshold to go to the full land development, or the full planning module for land development.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is there any other commissioner comment?
Just a question. Why would we think that this is going to be exempt from the sewer planning module requirements?
There is a specific criteria that DEP has that any project goes through, and this would meet the criteria for the exemption.
And from the original Planning Commission meeting, were there any other comments that they made, or were there any other comments other than the increased stormwater for this site that they had asked the applicant to consider? I thought there was some other requirements, but I don't recall what they were.
The recommendations really focused on stormwater runoff. They were looking for more green space, potentially to capture more stormwater if we were going to go forward with that existing system. But we've refined that, and now we're doing a much bigger system that wouldn't require. I mean, they were talking about different parking islands, allowing some of that grass to catch some water, rather than expanding the underground system, the actual stormwater management system. At the recommendation of the board, we abandoned those discussions and went to a more full-blown stormwater management system, which is where we are now.
Did they make any comment that they wanted to be considered, they wanted it to be a meadow type of a stormwater, or did they just say increase the stormwater to a certain amount?
I don't recall.
Also, can you explain what the anticipated improvements to the 320, to the light at 320 in Lancaster, you talked about that?
That was from your traffic engineer. She asked us to participate in the cost of an adaptive system that would allow, I believe, the traffic lights to work in conjunction to help regulate traffic. She might be able to answer it more specifically, but we are willing to contribute to that, as well as to handle all of the cost for the light in front of our site.
So can we get what would be the benefits from that light? Is it going to improve things there? And
Yes.
how?
Yes, they do.
Well, I want to direct it to the township manager so that he can I talk it?
The traffic adaptive system you can have 35 to, I believe, 50% improvement in your delays up and down a corridor. And what it does is it's a reactive system. It's what we have out there right now is a static system that has timings that are put in and they alternate by time of day. Whereas with the traffic adaptive system, what you end up having is something that can fluctuate based on the changes that are happening in real time. So it's reacting to traffic as it occurs rather than having static timings placed in there. So we've been having quite a bit of discussion about possibly looking into this for Lancaster Avenue because it would help out improving and reducing the delays.
Okay, is there any other commissioner comment? Any staff comment on this? Any public comment? All right, it's been moved and seconded. I will go ahead and call the vote. This is for a final plan approval of this plan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes 5-2 with Commissioners Booker and Fisher opposing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next,
The next item is a caucus proceeding on an applicant of 115 Strafford Avenue LLC. This is Mr. Bo Erickson, who is the member of the LLC, and he's represented by counsel George Brosman and his engineer as well. And I forget your name.
Good evening. I'm George Brosman, representing 115 Strafford Avenue, LLC. You know Bo Erickson, who is one of the principals. The other principal is John Benson. He's here. And before I go into the plan, John wanted to make some remarks, and then I will pick up.
Good evening. I'll try to keep this to my 5 minutes. I know that's the rule. I've not been...
Can you get closer to my
Sure.
mic?
I've not been involved with the process since this started about a year ago. I thought now that we're the owners of the property, I thought it was important for me to come here myself and explain what I thought of the process and where we are today, because I think there's been a little confusion or we've been a little off guard. So if you can give me 5 minutes, I'd like just to talk about the last 12 months, and then we can talk about where the project is right now. When we started 12 months ago, we came to the township with about 4 or 5 different plans. Some of those plans included some carriage homes with an office building. Some of them consisted of carriage homes with a condominium building. Some of them were a single-family community. Others were a townhouse plan that had multiple different configurations. And all of those sketches, when we came and tried to meet with the township staff, and I think we came in front of you a couple times, the neighbors and the neighborhood group that lived behind us were very much against the property. They didn't like the type of development that we were proposing. They didn't like the single families because of the amount of coverage that single family homes can put. They don't like them because the properties can be 3 feet off property lines for accessory structures, and the building coverage can go up to 30% on individual lots. In working with them and coming in front of you folks, and as well as the zoning hearing board, we were told to try to work with the neighbors. That Radnor Township looks better upon applications that work with the neighbors of Radnor to come up with a better plan. Maybe we won't get everything we were trying to get. Maybe they can't get everything they can't get. But maybe somewhere in the middle, everybody can come up with a compromise. We spent another 2 months going through that process. In the early summer, we came up with an agreement. We came up with a plan that worked for your neighbors, worked for the residential people around us, as well as working for the developer. That's this plan that you have in front of you now. The plan pretty much has not changed a lot since June, all the way through we are right now. Little minor changes for sidewalks, some trees, a little adjustment to the open space, but basically it is the same plan we have right now. We went back in front of we were directed to your zoning hearing board. We went to your zoning hearing board. We were asked to make all the concessions. The zoning hearing board, after multiple meetings, did agree with us, and they granted the variances needed to build this plan. They came through, and this board did not object to the zoning hearing decision. Nobody appealed the decision, and that process moved to the next step. We were then directed to come in front of you and do a conditional use process, which we did. We started at your planning commission. We received a recommendation of approval from your planning commission. We went to your shade tree commission. We received their recommendation for the conditional use. We went to Delaware County Planning Commission. We got their recommendation for approval. We then came in front of you folks and we got your approval, condition. I think there were 6 or 7 conditions we were requested to do. We asked to go back, we took your approval, went back to our plans, and we revised and came up with a preliminary land development plan to address all of your comments, any other comments that were made by the neighbors, any comments made by the zoning hearing board, and any additional recommendations from your township engineer. That's where we are right now with the plan. We've had to go through, I think, 2 or 3 revisions with your township engineer, and I think there's been 3 review letters to date. And we went to your planning commission meeting on December 2nd. We thought that the meeting was probably going to go smooth, but the meeting did not go smooth. The reason the meeting wasn't smooth is at the start of our meeting, at the, I would say, the recommendation of the planning commission's solicitor, they were told they shouldn't vote on the property because we filed an appeal against your conditional use decision because we weren't sure how the wording was on some of them. So just to protect our rights, we filed an appeal. We don't intend to act on that appeal. We intend to withdraw that appeal during any approval that this board grants. But we did it. But the solicitor told the board that they thought it was not prudent for the planning commission to vote on a plan with a pending appeal. Our lawyers, of course, didn't agree with that assertion, And that kind of skewed the meeting a little bit. And we kind of got off track a little bit. And we started talking about trees, and we were taking a couple extra trees down. We started talking about the width of the road, that was this good enough for the fire chief, and a couple of things. And the board asked us, can you give us an extension? We did not agree that extension was needed. We've already given several extensions to this process. They said, well, if we can't get an extension, we're going to have to deny you. We said, okay, well, everybody will have to take their vote because we've done everything we can do and there's nothing more we can do on this property. They voted to deny us because we would not give an extension, not really for any merits on it, just because we would not give the extension. We were then going to come in front of you at your next meeting, but decided against it because you had a lot going on in December and in November, December, and early January between Ardrausian, Villanova, Biomed, your elections, the budget, and we thought it was probably better to wait till the end of here, have 5 or 10 minutes of your time, so we weren't at the 11, 12 o'clock at night where everybody gets a little tired and nobody wants to vote upon it. So we thought it'd be better to revise the preliminary plans, which would address your township engineer's concerns, give him a final plan. I know it's not a final plan, it's a preliminary plan, but actually this is a final plan. There are no engineering answers or open issues that I know about. The only thing that did come up at the last review letter, which was a brand new issue that we were never told about, was the township engineer believes that this road should be classified as an access to a parking structure, or George can get it, and the road should be 25 feet wide instead of 22 feet wide. That was it. That's the only objection that we have in your review letter from the township engineer. That's not an issue for us. If the board thinks that the road shouldn't be 22 feet, we think the road should be 22 because it's an access for multifamily dwellings. It's not an access to a parking structure or a parking lot. But if the board doesn't want to agree with us, then we would ask for a waiver. If the board doesn't want to grant the waiver, then grant us the preliminary subject to that, and we'll revise the road. We just didn't think adding 3 more feet of roadway, adding more impervious, more stormwater runoff were the goals of what the board was trying to produce. We asked your fire chief to please review the plan, review it for access, review it for width, which he has done. He signed off on it. We have a letter. We sent that over to your township staff. We sent the plan back to Delaware County Planning. They gave us a recommendation for preliminary plan approval. They thought this was a good use for redevelopment. I mean, we do all have to remember this is basically a parking lot that has sat vacant for almost 5 to 10 years with a structure that is dilapidated and is now torn down. So basically all we're working with here is an empty parking lot. A parking lot that has no stormwater management controls on it, has no useful use other than a redevelopment use. And I think we were asked by everybody, including the neighborhood group, to go beyond what we were. I heard Commissioner Fisher talk about we want developers to go beyond what the code calls for. We've done that. We said that on day one. We will build a stormwater system that goes well beyond that. And our storm sewer system goes well beyond the regs. I think the runoff, our engineer can report the type of system that we're doing. And we worked with the neighborhood group. We think we've done everything we've asked to do. And we were hoping to come here and get a favorable reaction from the board. But thank you for your time.
Well, thank you
George
for
will
that
speak. You're welcome.
very thorough recap of the last 2 years, or maybe more. Do you have something that you'd like to say before we
John really
discuss it?
covered it extensively, so I won't take a lot more of your time. Just on the plan, as John mentioned, the existing conditions is almost 1 acre of impervious. There's no stormwater controls there now. This plan that we have in front of you, in the density modification provisions, you're allowed to have 45% impervious. We're at about 43%. That went up over what we originally proposed because the Planning Commission asked for additional internal sidewalks and additional parking spaces that were not required by code. We provided those, so that put us up to 43%. We're allowed to go to 45, so we're still under what we could do. We have an extensive stormwater management system here that will help the neighborhood. It will make things better than they are. And of course, we have the large open space area that's shaded in gray. Our calculations don't include this large buffer area that we're also required to have. So in actuality, we have a much larger open space area. We believe the plan complies with all of the code provisions. We have essentially a clean review letter. The only issue that has come up is whether it's this throat of the driveway here, which is 22 feet, which our engineer says is adequate. I think Roger would agree that as a practical matter, it's adequate. I think it's wider than many township roads, and the fire department has said it's okay. The issue that Roger raised in the code is 255-29 A12, I believe it is. It says that for entrances and exits to parking lots, for two-way travel, you should have 25 feet in width. Our position is that this is not an entrance and an exit to a parking lot. It's the required drive for this multifamily dwellings. As you can see, you come in here and the driveway leads to the units. And there's a more specific provision, 255-40E, that says that multifamily dwelling development is required to be served by driveways, and those standards just have general provisions that they should be adequate. As I said, we have adequacy determination from our engineer and from the fire department, but importantly, there's no minimum width. So we want to keep it at 22 feet. We don't want to widen it. We could widen it. We have additional impervious surface to work with, but we think it'll look bad. It will encourage cars to go faster, and it'll water down, in effect, our stormwater management system. So other than that, we don't believe we have any issues. The plan was also recommended for approval by the Shade Tree Commission. Your own arborist reported that almost every tree on here is dead and diseased, and our tree replacement goes way over and above what we're required to do by code. And as John said, we worked very hard with the neighbors. We think we have a very good plan here. It'll be a big asset, and we ask that you be prepared to approve it when we come back in a couple of weeks.
A couple questions just on the egress, the driveway. And I apologize, I don't have the plan in front of me. I probably left it at home. There are parking spaces. Yeah, so there. I guess my concern would be with the width of the driveway. On streets, we have the ability to post no parking and limit parking on one side of the street. This has been a big topic for my ward. 22 feet is not wide enough for a street. 23 feet is not wide enough for a street. We're finding that anything less than 24 feet is very problematic. In fact, our regs generally require 26 feet because it assumes some form of parking on the street. How will you prohibit your residents who live in this development from parking on that access driveway? It's a private lane, right? You're calling it a private.
Yeah.
So how do we make sure that no one parks there? And
When you, excuse me, with only having 11 people living here, HOAs are run very tight. If there's 11 people on the HOA, it's not a subdivision or a community of 200 homes where it gets who's living there, whose car is that, nobody owes onus to it. 11 people, and having three people.
11 people is an odd number. You mean 11 homes?
11 homes.
That's not 11 people.
Okay, well, 11 owners, excuse me. If it's 22 people and it's a husband and a wife, 11 unit owners.
well,
And what my point is that if the way the HOA guidelines can be written, if that's where we were going with this, we can put strict language in there. We can put assessments. We can make that a big point in the HOA documents that the people have to agree to. And if somebody doesn't agree to it, the HOA will manage their own people. But if they don't want a problem either, they can go and find people. They can assess the people's property. They can handle it a lot better in a small site than the police department could over the township. Police departments can't assess after they get into a parking issue.
I mean, that's a good.
We're willing to
so-
change the HOA docs to
Okay,
cover
so
that.
you would be willing, maybe as part of this approval, to enter into a condition that would state that the HOA agreement will, in fact,
Cover that.
cover the parking.
And cover
no parking
penalties.
on the access lane. Now, direction to staff, is that adequate?
That's would have been my concern, is that if there was a fire truck trying to come in and you had vehicles parked on there, you wouldn't be able to get
You're
in.
not going to get access, I'll tell you now.
And it's a private drive, so,
Yeah.
and I believe that they agreed to provide us with a signage plan, so that'll be coming for final plan development. So I would hope that there would be no parking signs on
Well,
that side.
could we take it a step further? What about a painted orange curb, like
Well,
a
we
fire
can't-
fire lane? Well,
To have orange curbs I mean, these are going to be million-dollar homes. Putting orange curbs by the people's homes is too much to ask for.
Do you agree to the sign?
Yeah, of course we do.
Okay. Is
Okay,
that
so-
something that can be ticketed by the police since it's a private drive?
I don't think so.
I don't
Would the
know.
police want to opine on that? I don't think so.
If they requested the
No.
police to enforce it,
I'm
the
getting a
police
no
can
from the
enforce
back
it.
of the room.
Okay, so the police can enforce it if you
As well as
request
we-
us to. So I would support this. I will support this if you agree to this this provision that that the HOA agreement will require that no parking be permitted on that access drive, and that you will post signage to that effect.
We agree.
And label it as a fire lane.
We
If you
agree.
label it as no parking, fire lane, then it is a
Okay.
ticketable offense.
So the signage would state fire lane.
We
Okay.
agree.
Commissioner, if I may, Madam President.
Yes.
Commissioner, this is similar to what's Ironworks Way up behind Land Rover and the VFW Hall. Same situation in which working with them with just what Amy had called out. So it'd be the same situation. So it'd be something we'd make sure we worked with them on to duplicate that.
So
Can I
otherwise,
follow up with that,
thank
just
you.
with the width? Is that the only concern, the 25 versus 22, is fire access, or are there other safety concerns or other concerns?
From a practical matter, that would be the only major concern. The other issue, as stated, and George and I have spoke about this, the 25 feet is by ordinance and would require a waiver by this board. Applying what is 255/40 would not require a waiver because there's no minimum dimensions on that.
Okay. John, did you have?
Okay, so, I would, with this provision, we would agree to the waiver. And the only other comment I want to say is thank you for persevering, because as I recall, when this first came to us, there were a lot of things we didn't like about it, and I want to applaud you for the trees. You're planting a very large number of trees, and you've worked very hard to work with the neighbors and the residents that surround this development and would be impacted. I don't live there, but they do, and they seem to be satisfied that this plan is protecting their interest, and you've done a good job. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I would like to add that, the pushback that you've received from Planning Commission, from this board, has nothing to do with the use that you have here. Everyone is in favor of the redevelopment of this property, and the townhouse use is fine. What that all stemmed from, as you know, was the application of the density modification statute here.
Right.
And we did not agree with that. We took a position against it when it went to zoning. We did not appeal it. You're
Right.
right. When we didn't get our way, we didn't appeal it.
Okay.
But the result of that is that you have more density on this site than you would have had had you not gotten that permission to use density modification.
Agreed.
And that is, the pushback that you have received is on that extra density that many people feel isn't appropriate here because the use of the density modification ordinance here isn't appropriate. Now, that's a settled issue. We don't need to debate it tonight. We've already lost that issue,
Okay.
and you've won that issue. But I don't want you to leave with the sense that people are against this plan per se. It's the pushback you have received has been because of that issue. And having all that density on a small site like this has consequences, the smaller buffers, and the needing to have thinner roads, et cetera. I do have just a few questions that I would like to confirm. And I also want to clarify for everyone, tonight this is just a caucus review, that we're not taking any vote tonight. So we're sort of flushing out some of the final issues before this comes before us as a final vote in 2 weeks. So I wanted to hear from our engineers just some confirmation about the stormwater system being moved to under the driveway as opposed to under the open space, and if there are any issues or concerns about that.
Madam Chairman, from a staff standpoint, I think it prudent that it be under the cartway as opposed to the open space. There's existing trees that, through working with the neighbors, the applicant has kept, and they are planting a multitude of more trees. So should there ever be an issue with this, and someday there will be cleaning or whatever needed, instead of going in the open space and removing mature trees, that'll remain untouched, and it would be worked on off of the pavement.
Okay, all right.
As a general matter, the homeowners that will inherit this development will, in your judgment, will they have an undue burden in servicing and operating and maintaining both the sanitary and stormwater systems?
These systems are common in many subdivisions throughout this township and many of the surrounding townships. It is up to the applicant, when they write up the HOA agreement, to make sure that when they do their fees, that enough money is, placed in the sinking fund for whenever these types of items occur. But it is very common, and the township, based on our stormwater management ordinance, we have the right to go in and inspect. So we can go in there and inspect and then prompt the HOA to do any work that may be needed when the time comes.
What I'm getting at is, in 5 years, if there's a blockage in any part of the system, is maintenance, access, going to be reasonably easy for the homeowners association?
I think having the stormwater management system under the cartway will make that easier for the HOA.
And Commissioner, if I can add to that, we required that they put access hatches at either end of this system so that they could actually get in there and facilitate the cleaning of this.
Okay.
And I just want to, on that point, the benefit here is that we get ground recharge in the open space on the land, as well as ground recharge underneath the macadam.
Okay, do you have a final impervious coverage, with the changes that you've made?
That's the plan. We've submitted that plan to the township, and then we just received the final review letter about late last week.
Okay, and what, do you know off the top of your head?
There
what
weren't
43%?
43%.
Okay.
We're allowed to go to 45.
There has been some pushback from neighbors, and I think from the planning commission I heard during the last meeting about the buffer to the north. And I understand that it's by the letter of the law what density modification would require.
Are you talking about the one neighbor to the north? We don't have any pushback from the neighbors who we have a signed legal agreement with. So I'm not sure who is the pushback.
She's talking about Mr. Fuchs, who's in the audience tonight.
Would you like me to address that?
No, I'd just like to make the comment that a 5-foot buffer, in my opinion, is not in your interest either, because your homeowners, you're never going to have large growth vegetation there with 5 feet to work with.
Right.
So your buyers are going to be looking onto a commercial property.
They're looking, if you notice where we are, we're standing behind, we get to stare at the back end of Enterprise Rent-A-Car, where they wash the cars. We get the back end of Citizens Bank Park. We've got the back end of the farmer's market where all the trucks come into. We know what we purchase, we know where we are, but we're not in a residential, we're in a hard bit commercial district. This whole issue, I think we meet it, because I know Mr. Fuchs is here. I know he's going to stand up after we're done. So I'd rather talk about this one issue, and then we'll be done, and we won't talk any further. Okay. But I think the whole issue, here, you want to point that to it, Bo. The whole issue that we're here to talk about is Mr. Fuchs believes that we should have a 25-foot buffer on our northern property line buffering his parking lot for an office building. Why buffers would be required for a commercial parking lot are beyond me. We gave buffers and we gave setbacks to homeowners and people that live in the neighborhood all around us. Why a person that lives to the northern property line thinks that they deserve a 25-foot buffer that's not in your code, it's not written anywhere, it's not required anywhere, why he thinks that would have to be there, I'm at a loss for. I know he does believe that the reason because the edge of his parking lot is 25 feet off of the property line. The reason his parking lot is 25 feet off because the right-of-way was abandoned. in between the development of that property. That's the 25 feet. His 25 feet is what couldn't have been used when his father developed the properties. If that 25 feet was available at the time of development, I will bet you that we'd have more encroachment right up to the property line. Because you can see the edge of the blacktop right now, and you can see where the old property line used to be. And the blacktop is very, very close to running right up to the property line. Look at his property. Look at the amount of impervious coverage on that parking lot, on that property, on all of them. Building coverage and thing. No one's here complaining about that. We're here doing recharge and everything. There's also another issue that has to be, we've put on our plans to give Mr. Fuchs a right-of-way to tie his stormwater into our property. He has an illegal pipe that crosses the property line and ties into an existing storm pipe. We're not trying to make an issue out of it. To be a good neighbor, we've included a right-of-way. It shows on the plans that the township has, and we're going to give it. But we're giving a lot. We've told Mr. Fuchs, we met with him, we told him we would replant his area. He's got 25-foot green area. We would put more trees in that open space area at our own expense if he would like. We were rebuffed at that. We said we would come in, take down the dead trees that are there. We were rebuffed at that. We're giving the easement in the back. It has to be some sort of two-way cooperation here. If not, Mr. Fuchs has his remedies that he can go through, and we'll fight them at that juncture.
Well, I understand your position. I'm just bringing this up to note that, this is, again, an example of, of why there's a little bit of pushback from Planning Commission and from others in that, the use of density modification here, the spirit of the density modification is to cluster your housing, cluster your buildings, and provide buffer around them. And on this site, that's not really possible.
But you did, Mr. Schaefer, you do remember our first sketch that we came in, we did do that. We put all the units in one building, put them in a U shape, and put them dead smack in the middle of the property. That's how we were designed. That's how I imagined the property to be. Put all the units, find the middle of the property, get buffering around it all. And that was rejected by all the residential people that live there on a day-to-day basis. I mean, the one person that has a problem with it, he doesn't live there. He doesn't live there day-to-day. Maybe he has to drive into a parking lot and park there, but I don't think his concerns outweigh people who live in their homes and play in their backyards as much as
you're really arguing a lot here, and it's a very argumentative approach, and I don't think that's necessary.
No, I'm just speaking where we are. That's
I think one thing we ought to mention here is that, yes, you have complied with setbacks, yes, you have complied with impervious and the other requirements in our code, but the problem for this project from the beginning is massing. You're working with 2.1 acres and you're putting 11 dwelling units on that property. And the problem I've had with it from the beginning is that problem of massing. And also, I didn't think there was adequate attempts to save the villa, the restaurant, but that's all gone. It was torn down today. I guess we can make that point for the record. So when we talk about pushback and not being enamored of this project, it has to do with having 11 units. And I've met with Mr. Erickson. I've had 3 phone conversations with him. He's called me. He wants my support. I said, you'll have my support if you can find this site to accommodate 9 units instead of 11. And you, Mr. Benson, I'm sure, are right with him on this, steadfastly refused to reduce the massing. I don't think the ultimate project, the ultimate product here is going to be good for the township. I think it's too much construction on one site. And I know I'll get a rebuttal that, our impervious is within the code, the height is within the code, the setbacks are within the code, the amount of building areas within the code. Yeah, all that's true. But you still have an aesthetic problem, and that's called massing.
All right, is there any other
I have a
commissioner
couple.
comment?
It has the same number of units as we saw at the conditional use, is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so, and then a question for Roger Phillips. The 22 versus 25, for you, that's mostly a practical matter. If it was 22 feet, you're not uncomfortable with it it's mostly a legal matter, conformance with the code. From a practical perspective, I'm interpreting that either one is suitable for you.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and then for me, I share the massing concerns that Jim has, but unfortunately, our opportunity to address that was at a different point in this process. And Elaine, I believe that you were inaccurate when you said that we opposed the, we did not go to the zoning hearing board. We did not oppose it.
We
So
did and we did and we didn't.
Well, we did. Our solicitor did not represent us with a position counter to what they represented.
We
So-
tried to save the building, the Strafford Inn.
Right. So for
We
better
did
or
not, we did not oppose the variance in front of the zoning hearing board.
yeah. So for better or for worse, we had mechanisms, and we chose to avail ourselves of some and not of others. And the things that you don't like about this are the consequence. I mean, as I see it, the consequence of decisions that we made as a group. So for me, I'm ready for approval. I think you've gone through the steps necessary. None of these are perfect. This one isn't perfect. I don't agree with everything, but I'm ready for approval, and I think that our board should not stand in the way of this. I think it's come along far enough, and it's ready to move on.
Okay, is there any other commissioner that would like to make a comment? All right, I'd like to give an opportunity for public comment. It's not required, but if there's anybody who would like to comment on this before we...
Jim Greenfield on behalf of the Strafford office buildings, and I have here with me tonight John Fuchs, who's a partner in the group that owns and operates the Strafford office buildings. I think Mrs. Schaefer suggested one thing that is important to note, which is that the Planning Commission did not merely reject this application because the applicant declined to give an extension. The Planning Commission voted to recommend rejection based on the merits. And those merits are precisely those that Mr. Higgins brought up a few minutes ago. Massing, urbanization, a lot of concentrated development in an unduly small area. And the interests of the Strafford office buildings have never been considered by this applicant, really. The applicant gave substantial consideration to the residential neighbors to the east, and that was the basis from which that agreement was derived. But that resulted in an unbalanced plan, which provides virtually all the landscaping to the east and absolutely none to the north, where my client's property is. Although my client is a commercial user, he has office buildings, he has a long and very mutually beneficial relationship with the township, which he's going to speak about in a moment. And he has property rights. And certainly he's entitled to an adequate planting strip on his side of the property. And as I think the board recognizes, that would be to the benefit not only of Mr. Fuchs and the Strafford office buildings, but also to the benefit of those people who are ultimately going to live in these units. We think this plan can be improved. It can be made less dense. It's a central feature of the density modification ordinance that landscaping be provided, not just on one side, but every place possible, so that the trade-off works to the benefit of everyone. The applicant gets the increased density, and the neighbors get the benefit of some landscaping so that they don't have to look at it. You'll recall that the last time we were before you, we showed you a single-family development plan. I understand that the board's view may be that the barn door's already closed on that, but certainly it would have been possible to develop this property with much less building coverage, with less impervious, and in a way that would have made the development far less obtrusive to those people who are now going to be in a position to look at it, particularly Mr. Fuchs to the north. So I know Mr. Fuchs has some remarks that he wants to make. John, you want to go ahead?
Hello, I'm John Fuchs, partner at the Strafford office buildings.
with all due respect to Mr. Benson's comments, I have been ignored as a neighbor by this developer, as far as I'm concerned, for more than half a year.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Yep.
Thank you.
I've been ignored by this developer for more than half a year. We did meet at one time. They offered to put essentially a few extra islands in along my property line, sticking with essentially the 5-foot narrow strip of planting area. And then together with that, when I did not think that solved my problem, they brought up the issue of the stormwater connection, which apparently there was never an easement made or recorded. And to me, the clear threat was if I didn't show a little more cooperation, I was going to lose access to that stormwater inlet, which is in the furthest northeast corner of their property. I wanted to show a I have asked, I'm sure you're familiar with the 25-foot planting area along the north. And I just wanted to show with a red outline how things would change on that, in that townhouse development if they were to provide the full 25 feet from my property line to theirs and move that driveway access accordingly. And as you can see on this plan, it would intersect two townhouses pretty significantly, and I think this intersection could probably be dealt with. And that is why we thought that maybe 9 would be acceptable, still appropriate, and provide the 25 feet that we think is important to us. With regard to stormwater, I wanted to talk briefly about a request that Radnor Township made of the Strafford office buildings a little over 10 years ago when Duncan Hubley was the engineer. And it was part of the ongoing process in Radnor to try to make the storm water management in the township better. And they asked if they could use our parking lot to build a stormwater retention system to help keep the stormwater infiltrating the ground and not flowing into the center of Wayne. And so we agreed that they could do, that Radnor could do that, and they used this portion of our parking lot. And I think you're probably already pretty well oriented, but here's Strafford Avenue, and here is the applicant's property. Here's the stormwater pipe that goes over to their property. That stormwater system is about 9/10 of an acre on our property. And last of all, I would simply like to say that even though we are a commercial zoned office building, we are not a complex of glass towers. We are residential looking red brick colonial style office buildings. We've got double hung windows with shutters, sloped roofs with shingles. And I think we also set a pretty good example of maintaining large old growth trees. And we've planted new hardwood trees that hopefully will grow into old large old-growth trees someday. We're not asking this applicant to exceed an example that we've already set ourselves. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Fuchs, could
Thank
you
you.
clarify how the stormwater system that was put in place 10 years ago or so helped the township? What actually was accomplished there?
I don't know that I know exactly what was accomplished, except that they used stone and pipes underground. It's about 4 feet deep. It's quite an engineering development, and basically it allows a lot of the storm water that is in that area to infiltrate into the ground rather than flowing into the stormwater system and into Wayne.
Madam President, if I may,
Yes.
to Mr. Fuchs, was the system actually installed?
Yes.
Because
Of course.
I'm just looking at this from my perspective. In the 3.5 years of being here and seeing the storms and heavy water, that water pours over there. So, and I know talking to Steve, we're not even aware the system exists.
Well,
So we're not sure if
the township
anybody's
paid a
been-
couple $100,000 for it. I voted for the expenditure and it was put in.
I watched them build it.
Yeah.
We're going to have to look into this because we didn't even know this exists, and who's actually maintaining this is another thing, because when we look at how the water flows out of there in heavy storms, if there was some system, it doesn't work. So maybe this is a good opportunity between all three partners to work with the township, and I think this goes back to what the board talked about, these partnerships, to try to help mitigate some of these problems. This may be a good opportunity for us to look at that and
Well, I
work
hope
with
that
both of you.
While we're looking at that and addressing that,
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I'm up here. Were the stormwater calculations for the development, do they include these inflows from this system? Or
Those-
will this system not inflow into your system? It will only inflow to a stormwater pipe?
Chuck Dobbs from Inland Design. Yeah, we were the designers on the project, and the simple answer is no, it does not. The point of discharge from Mr. Fuchs' property is, as he said, at the very end of our property. It's actually the same point of interest. So we basically analyzed our flows going down the same inlet that he's flowing into.
Mr. Fuchs, if I could just ask you, where is Eagle Road on that? Is it down? Eagle Road's not on here. Okay, because I think that's the manager and
Just
our
point,
travels
why
on
don't you point to
storms.
where Eagle Road is?
There's another building here.
Right.
And Eagle Road is here.
South of, that's where we see quite a bit of discharge coming off those lots. There's a stone swale.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we digress with the mystery storm sewer system.
It's not a mystery.
Well, hopefully, when we're talking about that stormwater, perhaps this board could address the issue of whether that stormwater connection is going to remain on the applicant's property.
Thank you, Mr. Fuchs. Did you have another comment you wanted to make?
Well, I'm going to make one more statement, and I think Mr. Erickson and Mr. Benson will be happy. I'm going to vote for this. It's not going to be voted on tonight. It'll be voted on at our next meeting. I don't like it, but not to sound like I'm pontificating, but you've done everything right. You've complied with the law. I respect the law, and we all take oaths to obey the law. Even though I don't like it, I'm going to be on the side of the majority in this.
Okay, so I think we're done with this discussion. Your takeaway, I would imagine, is that the waiver that you are talking about for the 22 versus 25, we would like to see conditioned upon governance in your HOA documents and signage requirements for fire marshal, or for fire lane,
And so that's the consensus that it should stay at 22 feet.
with those conditions. Okay, let's move along.
Next item is another caucus proceeding. It's the minor final approval of 344 King of Prussia Road, which is the Lombardi State Realty Company of Spring Lake, New Jersey. And I think they're present. And they are represented by counsel. Mr. Cornelia.
Yes.
This is a caucus for those who are watching. There will not be a vote tonight. This is a chance to have this presented and work out any final comments, and then this will be before us again in 2 weeks or thereafter for approval. Did you have a presentation to?
Just what we have here, we're on the corner of Glen Mary and King of Prussia. You have an existing house on King of Prussia and Glen Mary on the corner, which had been rehabilitated by the Lombardis. And then next to that house on Glen Mary, there's a lot, and it's that lot that is part of this subdivision, actually. So we're adding one lot and one home.
Okay. Are there any comments or questions from commissioners?
What side of Glen Mary is it? Is it south or north?
It is on the south side.
South side.
No maps, images, things of that sort?
I have a... Yeah. I don't know if you have a bigger plan somewhere?
I can make it bigger. Not on me, I may have one back. He'll make it bigger.
All right. Just, could you zoom in on that?
Sure. Here's King of Prussia Road. Here is Glen Mary. There's actually, the developer owns all three here, this home as well as a home on King of Prussia and Glen Mary. As I said, this lot number 1 that has been rehabbed, that building, and we're talking about a lot here, which is lot 2, which is one single-family dwelling with a detached garage. This is what is being proposed.
Was not this before us 2 or 3 years ago for a subdivision, and didn't we not deny it on technical
No, it
grounds?
wasn't. It never got to your point. I believe it was before the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission denied it, and the applicant withdrew it.
Okay, have the technical grounds changed? I mean, my recollection is that we were told it did not satisfy the technical criteria of
Yeah,
subdivision.
and it has been reviewed by township staff, and it complies with all the technical criteria. It deals with existing, if you look at the subdivision code, when you're dealing with lot area, it talks about existing right-of-way, and you'll see the existing right-of-way right here of 30 feet. And then this lot complies with the lot area requirement.
And what's the significance of the waiver? If the waiver is not granted, does it still comply?
The only question on the waiver was to make it a final plan, since it's a 2-lot subdivision, and the other waiver was for sidewalks, that the sidewalks not be installed. That's the only waivers that are
Is
being
it still
requested.
compliant, though? Is the waiver making it compliant?
No. The waiver is compliant with or without the waiver.
With or without, the project is compliant with or without the waiver?
That's correct.
Very good.
Roger, and there's a proper amount of lot area, setbacks, and whatnot, impervious.
On the current plan, yes.
This is the, lot 1 was the dilapidated house that had a
Yes.
fire or what, right?
There's some trees that fell on the roof. and
Right,
It
right.
was a mess, yeah. No fire, though.
And-
And what's the township's position on the sidewalk in front of these two properties?
Right. I'd like to talk about that. And also, Roger, if you could just briefly outline what the difference is between, and I did ask Roger and some others, and they gave me a lot of information about the setbacks. 3 years ago, we concluded it didn't comply. Now we concluded it does, and I'm still not clear from Nick's explanation.
Well, as I stated, Mr. Booker, I wasn't involved in the plan 3 years ago, and I can't really speak to why it was denied. I did look at the previous plan that was submitted, and there was the intention to dedicate right-of-way to the township along Glen Mary Road. I believe the way that the lots were configured on that last plan with that dedicated right-of-way, it fell below the threshold of 10,000 square feet. But again, I did not officially review that, and I believe that plan was not denied. It was withdrawn.
Okay. Now, just so everyone knows, this is the area right across the street from St. Martin's Church. This is also if you follow down Glen Mary there, it is where Radnor Elementary School is. And so this is a small, small area, actually. Now, if you also note, there is at the left edge of this drawing, there's the entrance to the cul-de-sac that's right there. There's 4 houses in there. And as Nick said, the developer in this case owns the house on either side of the proposed lot to be subdivided. The Planning Commission, I think, rather quickly just dismissed the idea of a sidewalk, and I am generally against sidewalks and will hardly ever and do not want a sidewalk, except the exception that makes a rule, okay? Except right here. The issue here is we have people in our neighborhoods back there. They're not supposed to do it, but the kids walk to school. And they walk down Glen Mary, and they cross over at the corner of Glen Mary and King of Prussia Road to Radnor Elementary School. And you will often see the people, moms and dads with the smaller kids for elementary, and they actually walk in the road right there. Cars queue up right there in busy times, and King of Prussia Road is a very busy road. This is one case where I think that we would like to have the sidewalk that it would be a perfect place to pick it up from the entrance to the cul-de-sac through all 3 of those properties along Glen Mary Road.
Well, Rich, being Mr. Sidewalk, I'll vote for a sidewalk if you'll commit to 2 other projects with sidewalks that you're against, and you'll vote for at a future date. How's that?
That's a plan to be named later?
A plan to be named later.
Yeah, I
I
can't make
can't
it.
tell you how happy I am to hear you say you are in favor of a sidewalk at that location.
This, again, I generally will be against the sidewalk,
You
but in
shouldn't
this
say
particular
that.
case.
You shouldn't say that. You
In
should
this
generally
partic-
be in favor of a sidewalk.
In this particular case, I think that it's appropriate.
Mr.
And I would say we should not waive that requirement.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I support Commissioner Booker's position on this with the sidewalk here. I think it's definitely needed. As Commissioner Booker and I have spoken, that he's very aware of the neighborhood there. So the administration's in support of that, but also maybe one request too. Is it possible that the trailer that sits on your site can be removed at the end of the day on weekends and not sit out there? I know it's an eyesore to the neighbors, wherever it sits. If that would be something, I know that's a big concern of Commissioner Booker's there of trying to see that.
we can do that for you.
That'd be great, thank you.
So,
Right, and they have done, I appreciate that too.
What's your position on the sidewalk? Are you okay with putting sidewalk?
There is no other sidewalks on this street except for the small one next to St. Martin's Church that rounds the corner. And our opinion was that it's kind of a sidewalk to nowhere. It'll go across 2 properties, but
Well,
there's
once you
none
get
on-
2 properties, then maybe we can get a sidewalk on the 3rd property that you own, and then there's a road there, and all those families have access to go to the elementary school.
Yeah.
You got to start somewhere. That's the problem.
Well, we
Yeah,
can do it.
do notice that the crosswalk, though, is on the other side of the street.
There's already one.
The crosswalk to the elementary school is on the other side
No,
of the
I
street.
know, but there's no reason to be on the other side of the street because no one walks on that side. So all the houses are on your side of the street.
the remedy is that we ask him to do the sidewalk on 1 and 2 as part of the plan approval. Well, 3 would be a stretch, but, and my only comment is, I think we should require in this township sidewalks in a 1-mile radius from any school, because we have students that do not qualify for the bus within, I think it's 1 mile, and those students should have the ability to walk on a sidewalk to school.
They bus everybody here.
They bust everybody. But
Well, I don't know about that, but.
So, do you have a problem
It looks like that's the way the board is going, so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Nick, if I can add to that, the plan would then need to be revised with additional right-of-way provided to the township for that sidewalk.
That's fine.
All right, thank you. We'll move on now to public safety.
Yeah, we
Bill,
have-
would you like to
I'm
introduce?
sorry. Did we public comment caucus?
Oh,
do last
we
time.
can, yes, sure. Come on up.
I'll be very brief. My name is Peter Ryan. I live at 686 Glen Mary Road, which is in that cul-de-sac. I wasn't able to go to the Planning Commission meeting where it was approved because I had to pick up my kids and a train broke down, but I did DVR it and I saw it. I still don't quite understand how the plan was approved
at that meeting, but 3 years ago on the same piece of property, it was not approved. But sidewalks were an issue the last time around, and it was part of the problem with the size. But I don't understand what the difference is in the decision, but the concern that I have is the same concern that I raised the last time the previous owner wanted to subdivide the property, and that's a stormwater management issue. The cul-de-sac where we live, the water comes down the hill from Radnor Elementary School. It also comes down the hill from Belrose Avenue. We live basically in the bottom of a funnel. And I know there was some discussion about stormwater management at the Planning Commission meeting, and the upshot was that it wasn't really a problem. Well, it is a serious, serious problem in this cul-de-sac. When we get even a minor rain or a heavy rain, there is water coming from the Renfrew Center, which is all completely paved. There's a business to the right of us, which is all completely paved. The water comes down through. We have a river coming one way and a little lake that hasn't been named yet on the other side of our property. And it's a serious issue. Every basement in that cul-de-sac has flooded before. Ours has flooded just once since we lived there. The previous owner had it happen twice, put in a special basement, and it's still flooded. So stormwater management is a serious issue on this cul-de-sac. And my concern is that basically we're just putting, I'm sure they have a plan to comply with the requirements, but the requirements that have been complied with and all the other development around that area before don't work. So it's a serious issue in that cul-de-sac, and I just would ask that you consider it.
Okay, well, thank you for making us aware of that.
Thanks.
Is there any other comment on the 344 King and Prussia Road?
All right,
All
now
right,
we're going to have a
moving on to-
presentation of the purchase of 40 kiosks. Who's doing the presentation?
Yes, Madam President, with your permission, I'm going to have Lieutenant Flanagan and Bill Gallagher, who's the parking enforcement supervisor. They spent numerous hours on this, and they will be making a presentation.
Good also has parking on and DEVO and Associates to sit up in the front.
Before you start, I want to say thank you for your perseverance and your patience on this. I know that you've been trying to get on the agenda for months, and we appreciate your patience, and we appreciate you giving a presentation tonight and giving the community a chance to hear about it, to understand it, to digest it before we approve it. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners and citizens. We'll get right into our presentation. Just for the commissioners, if you do take a break, the manager requests that we have one of the kiosks on display. It is actually plugged in the hallway for the citizens to review and also your review. We'll get right into the presentation. Parking in Radnor Township today, basically we have meters and we have 4 parking on kiosks, which are providing service to us. We currently have a situation, which we'll go into depth, that we have 677 single or double-headed meters that are in operation. In the center, I won't read it all for time, but as you can see, various ones were purchased throughout the year. Currently, 62% of our meters are outside of their useful life, and next year, 89% of them will be outside of their useful life as well. So we have a situation that we need to evaluate and make decisions upon. The current situation in the North Wayne lot, we chose the North Wayne lot because I think pictures are worth 1,000 words. This is what our citizens, businesses, and visitors of Radnor Township are greeted with when they arrive. We believe the meters are confusing, they're not as customer friendly, they're aging, rusting out, and they are also difficult for Bill and his team to collect on a daily basis. The plan, the superintendent and manager asked us to take a look at some different options. We've planned out for 44 parking on kiosks, which is a solar-powered unit. We currently have 4 kiosks in the township. The picture on the right is in the Bellevue parking lot that is located in the one corner if anybody wants to see them. The kiosks are state-of-the-art, extremely customer-friendly. They will have a pay-by-space feature, meaning that you will go to a spot,
go up to the kiosk, put in the number, and you're on the way. You're not going to have to return to the vehicle, which is our current system now. We're going to upgrade to a more modern and efficient system for better customer satisfaction. The kiosk will accept coin, note, and credit cards, and also will accept our township smart card system, which that program is in place right now. Kiosks will have phone features for load time alerts, messaging, and also remote time addition, meaning that you could potentially add time once that feature is turned on. These kiosks will also have a color advertising feature and a service button programmability. And in short, if we picked a certain feature that we wanted, when we order them, we could put a program button in to do a particular feature, such as a 10-minute free button or some of the things that we talked about in past commissioners' meetings. Kiosks reach goals for businesses, citizens, and visitors. The businesses will enjoy the continuation of the smart card system for the WBOD overlay and remains a tool where our business people are able to buy discount parking, thus putting them into remote lots. Kiosks will allow for special holiday parking days, such as the relaxed holidays or one of our big events where we could send a message to the kiosk that area is closed for a particular event. We did receive, and I don't know if Chris Todd is still here.
Actually, he left about 15 minutes
Okay.
ago to pick somebody up.
I was going to ask Chris Todd just to step up and wave, and we appreciate him sitting in. But we did receive a letter, which will go into commissioners' packets when the final forms come to you. We got a letter from the WBA, which Chris was representing, and also the Wayne Presbyterian Church in support of this. Commissioners, the WBA did have a private meeting, which the township manager allowed, where they had a private presentation where they were able to review that. Any business was welcome to come see that. Citizens and visitors, easy payment options. I already went over the phone text alert. Pay by phone payment options, and shoppers and visitors can take advantage of coupons produced by the kiosk if we decide to go that way. Goals that it reaches for our township, kiosk follows the direction of the Township Comprehensive Plan for parking improvements. The Parking Authority will be more efficient with quick collection times, live time parking updates of current parking violations. Parking revenues can increase up to 10% through efficiency of kiosk operations. And again, I did state the advertising option if we decide to go that route with colored screens for potential future revenue options for the township. Kiosks will eliminate a big problem we have, which is wet money and the bank. We have to sit there and manually dry it, basically with hair dryers. We did give a presentation on that. And it will also improve the internal risk factors in accounting and safeguarding revenue. Administrative staff, Mr. White's finance team, or Bill Gallagher and his team can look at any income coming into the machines 24/7. It will also enhance, in my opinion, the aesthetics of the entire township, as those old meters and poles, once the project's up and running, they would be removed. And we're working with Mr. Norsini on a cleanup plan once we're done, if we get approved for that. Very briefly, kiosks are extremely quick. This is our own director of parking. Walks up, removes both of the collection boxes, seals up the unit, and that collection is over. Instead of having to go to each meter right now, this would greatly reduce their time and allow them to do other functions. The kiosk machines, real quickly, do send out live time text alerts. So if there is a problem, jam, or theft in progress, Bill Gallagher and his team are notified and they respond promptly. And we believe that that will demonstrate a high quality of service to our community. The kiosks will work with our 2013 parking accomplishments that we showed the township previously. That's one of our digital ticket writing machines. The kiosk, the parking on kiosk, and this machine will interact. It will also go along with our web-based ticket system. Right now, if you get a ticket, our Jetpack immediately transmits the ticket, and a citizen on their cell phone or home computer could pay the citation and be done with that without using the mail and getting it all handled. The kiosk will link together with our current system and keep us up and running, and that was a big goal we had last year. Parking revenue and cost summary. 2013 total parking and enforcement revenue was $897. We anticipate, or 2013 kiosk meter revenue was $450,000. And that means the meters in the kiosk produce approximately $450,000 of revenue just themselves. There are other factors that go into the total parking revenue. The projected increase for kiosks a year is 8 to 10%. So we're hoping to realize $36,000 to $45,000 in additional revenue, and that's without even touching on the possible advertising capability. The replacement cost funding, the Board of Commissioners set aside $450,000 out of the $8 million settlement in 2013 for this program. Our next steps will be to bring this up at our next commissioners meeting with legislation. We're going to ask you to support this. We have one thing that we're working on with Mr. Norsini, just to tie up the mounting or placing the kiosks in the respective zones in the township. And I hope that it was clear that the entire township will benefit from this, not just Wayne, but our customers and visitors and businesses in Bryn Mawr, and also our Matson's Ford Road lot will get a kiosk. So everybody will have the feature of credit cards, pay by phone. We think that's going to be a huge asset to the community.
Okay, I have a bunch of questions, but they're easy ones. So the spots are going to be numbered, and that's how you would know when you go to the kiosk, you'll pay for a certain number?
That is
That's
correct.
how it works? Okay. And the kiosks that we have now that don't work like that, they work where you have to get the tag and go put it back in your car. Will those be replaced as well, or are we keeping those?
No, we're going to keep them. However, they will also be the pay-by-space.
Okay.
The biggest complaint I have gotten about the kiosks in general is you pull in, and we'll take the South Wayne lot, for instance.
Right.
You pull in, you can't stop at the kiosk, grab the ticket.
Right.
You can't stop. So rainy day, snowy day, you have to literally park your car, go to the kiosk, and go back.
To your car. So
Now, this
those
way,
kiosks
you
will be
just go
retrofit.
park, get your space number, and then you're done.
Okay. How many kiosks, for instance, in the North Wayne parking lot behind the church, like how many spots per kiosk? How far are you going to have to walk to go to one of these kiosks?
We're shooting for no more than 5 to 10 parking spaces that you would have to walk. I'm sorry, 8 to 10 parking spaces that you would have to walk in between a kiosk.
So like 10 surrounding each kiosk. Okay.
So, and again, the nice thing about the kiosk is, depending where you're going, so if you went in the North Wayne lot and you were going to go to Ame, you may choose the other parking meter just
It's on
because
your
it's
way.
more convenient. I should say kiosk, but it's more convenient. So any kiosk will take the number of your parking space and allow it to work.
So how does the enforcement work?
The jetpack that we showed you, that
Yeah.
digital handheld, this is pretty exciting. The kiosk will communicate with them with what spots. So we have a phone modem hooked to it to transmit the citations in. The kiosk will transmit information to that particular section that they're at and say that spaces, it'll give a number, let's just say 122 is not paid, and then that officer will have to take a look and see if there's a vehicle there, and then we would be able to issue a
So
citation.
you could walk down the line and look at his little pack. Is this one paid for? Is this one paid for? Okay. All right. Now this is just a little pet peeve I have about these that we might be able to address. In Philadelphia, often they malfunction, and you're expected to go find another one. You don't get a freebie for a malfunctioning. So it's happened to me before that the one near my car is malfunctioning. It's freezing cold out. I find another one, it's malfunctioning. I end up walking a city block, find one that's functioning, come all the way back. Can we adopt some sort of policy that there is some sort of leniency when they're for that half a day or day that they're malfunctioning? Because they will. There will be times that some of these are out of paper or whatnot, and some sort of leniency if someone gets a ticket because there wasn't one nearby that was working.
The answer is absolutely. One of the nice things cell phones do for us is Bill Gallagher gets a lot of people who come in with pictures. Every now and then there is a problem with a meter, a battery or function, and they show us, and we provide appropriate leniency in those cases. Also, if you didn't know in the presentation, the machine will text us the minute a paper is jammed, or let's say it ran out of paper, it will alert him. So we hope to not have many of those situations.
One of the biggest problems that we have, especially now because it's so cold, and it's the pay and display, is when the ticket comes out, somebody has a glove on and they try to grab the ticket and they push it back up.
and then nothing can come out. But I do get a text, and we've normally on that like right away. So.
Okay.
And Madam President, if we do get that text warning, Bill will just let his people know for that time frame where they're malfunctioning.
Right.
We won't issue any tickets in that
Okay.
specific area.
Okay. All right, I don't have any more questions. Anybody else?
I have three. Did I read one of your slides to say that the person that uses the kiosk, who then leaves, goes shopping, will get a warning when they are overdue?
We can program that with a phone system that will link up with a company that if in particular the commissioners decide this is one of the features we're hoping to employ, that if you voluntarily enter your phone number in, it will transmit a warning to you prior to it expiring.
And then you come back to the car and you put more money in?
Where else you could do it on your phone?
I don't think you're supposed to do that. I think our ordinances say you may not.
Depending on what lot. If
You-
you're on the 2
you may-
hours,
You may not feed the meter when you're violation.
Correct.
You have to get in the car and move it to another spot. Am I right?
That is correct. The 2-hour parking zone in what our primary districts are would remain 2 hours unless we get direction from you or the manager or the chief to change it. So those particular spots we would keep in as 2 hours only. What we're trying to do is pull people out of the hot zone or the priority parking, get them to park in the remote lots, and then give them a reward of convenience to pay for parking. No additional cost, but they would be able to up their time in one of the remote lots.
Well, what if somebody puts, is it a 30-minute spot, location? What happens when they're at minute 29?
that would be a 30-minute spot. And it's the same with the 2 hours. We're not, right now at least, we're not looking to change any of that. A big
Is that person
question that
allowed
we're
to-
getting right now is people go to the movies and they park in front of the movies. Okay, so you go to the movie theater, you park on West Lancaster Avenue, and you're there, the movie's 2 hours and 20 minutes, and you only can park for 2 hours. I get calls every single day with people saying, I got a ticket because
My
I went to
question
the movie.
is that, at minute 29, is the person allowed to come back and put more money in? Or
No, that would be meter feeding, just like you said, as we are right now today.
The other question is, operations or maintenance and guarantees. What kind of reliability record do we have of this company that makes these? And are they also the installation company, or are there two different organizations involved?
And I can let them speak to their warranty, so you hear directly from the manufacturer, but they would be installing the kiosks. Steve Norsini and his team would do basically the concrete work or manipulate the sidewalk depending, and then part of the quote is that company would physically mount the unit itself.
What kind of history of reliability do we have with this company?
Go ahead and give
Do
them-
they stand behind their products?
Yes. Let me stand up to the parking.
Let Dave. This is Dave Bourgis from DEVO and Associates, who works with Park
First
Hill.
of all, I'd like you to say what your experience has been with the meters today.
Again, the only problems I have had with the meters is in the winter when somebody sticks a gloved hand up there and jams the tickets. That is the biggest problem. I, myself, just operating and working with them, I've had basically no problems. I'll give you, for instance, the Ame lot, the Waynwood lot. When I had meters in there, it took me an hour to collect. I pull in now, and I can collect it in 45 seconds. It's done.
And let me ask this. With the new mode, we won't be printing those tickets, the numbered receipts. If someone pays for a location, the kiosk keeps track of that. There's no need for a printout unless they want a receipt, I would imagine.
A receipt, or if you get into the other things with the coupons and stuff,
Okay.
looking forward.
But the printing, the instance of printing will go down with the new mode, with numbered spaces and...
Receipts serve two purposes. One is validation that you paid, and the other is if there is a dispute.
no system is flawless. I mean, I would be the last person to stand here and tell you that our system is flawless. Everybody has issues. And usually at the court, that's the one thing you have that says, I did indeed pay, and this is the time that I paid. Those records will be kept in the back room also. So you're always able to compare the document or the ticket with what the backroom system is telling you. So there's always dual audits or verification going on. As far as reliability, we based our reputation as a company. We're the distributors for parking out in the area. If you talk to anybody that works with us, they'll all tell you the same thing. As far as service and reliability, our systems are by far recognized as one of the best in the industry.
What's your written guarantee?
The company gives you a 12-month warranty. We add 3 months to that as a distributor. So we actually give you a 15-month warranty. We personally add the 3 months because we feel that confident that the system is that reliable.
So after month 16, then, if there's a problem with the unit, we have to pay for repairs? Or?
Yes, I will tell you what I tell every customer that we meet with, because they always ask me if we have service contracts. The answer to that question is yes, and we discourage anybody from buying them, because the level of service that you'll experience on the machine will be less than your cost to maintain a service contract.
And what is the lifespan of one of these machines?
We have machines in the field, it's hard to answer because we have machines in the field that are 15 years old and still functioning, right? If I were to give you a number, I would say 8 to 10 years is a good number to work with as far as the longevity. If they're well taken care of, again, we have machines that are 15, 16 years old still out there functioning today.
What is the lifespan of the old-fashioned ones we have? How old are those?
Would like to, can we go back to that slide?
The lovely rusty ones, yes. Right, the meters.
Well, out of all of them, 246 of them were purchased in 1997. So we got 74 meters that we have now that were purchased after 2005. And if you go by the 8 to 10 years, you can see where we're at. We haven't done, obviously, we haven't done anything in a while.
Okay. All right, are there any other questions?
I had a couple. So the budgetary cost is something on the order of $450,000?
Yes, that is what they've reserved. We're between $450,000 and $500,000. We have to meet with Mr. White with the final just to review all the numbers.
Will this put this type of ticketing for every meter in the township, or will there still be parts of the township that have the old-fashioned posts that you put money in?
No, our goal is to remove everything because the kiosk is programmable, so the 15-minute spots will have 15-minute time increments.
So all over the township, all street parking, all lots, anywhere where there was a meter, there will now be a kiosk?
Yes, there's going to be some streets that we remove meters and won't put a kiosk. We'll go to a 2-hour zone on a few limited streets just to avoid the cost. They turn a very, very low revenue, and we believe that we'll be more efficiently operating with allowing people parking time in those spots, which hopefully also in the big parking areas will pull them to those remote spots for the visits, thus getting that quick turnover, which is a goal in the center of town that we're shooting for.
Any other questions?
Does the cost include the numbering of all the spaces? Because I think that's an additional
That's
cost.
what I did have to work with Mr. Norsini and his crew. The township is currently purchasing a painting machine or a line machine that, as I understand, can do the numbering. So the township will pick up some of that cost, through our own sources. And we have a walkthrough schedule with Steve Norsini. We're actually going to go to each spot. Some of the kiosks actually just mount with lag bolts. I won't go into depth. So on some of the great sidewalks and streets, they'll mount. But in other ones, we'll have to do a little bit of work. So we're going to walk through every spot, determine it, mark it, and make sure that there's no hidden issues there. And then one of the things that Steve brought up is removing all the poles, and some of that stuff is going to be labor intensive. So we'll take a little bit of time to work on that phase as well.
I think I've been in places where they take the meter heads off and they put placards on with the numbering. Is that an option that we're looking at, or has that already been looked at?
That is an option. I kind of feel that the direction I was given is to remove them, but obviously since they're standing there, we clearly can evaluate that if that is a request.
I think it would be worth looking at, just to see what the cost would be. It might save us all the removal costs.
I think it would be ugly.
Well, and part of the problem in North Wayne is that you can never tell which meter is for which spot anyway. And so if you just put a number on it, that's not going to help the situation at all.
But
have a parking lot with all these numbers is
Right.
ugly.
Yeah, all up, I agree.
All right, any other commissioner question or comment? All right, is there any staff question or comment? And is there anyone from the public who would like to ask any questions or make any comments on this presentation?
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for doing this, and we look forward to the legislation.
I'd like to go back to the consent agenda, and I'll move Resolution 2014-09, approving the purchase of 7 2014 vehicles for use by the Radnor Township Police Department.
Second.
Well, I'm the one that moved this off the, or asked that it be moved off the consent agenda. I am a little bit concerned as to whether purchasing these particular vehicles is consistent with the township's Buy Green and Act Green program and policy. As I see it here, we've got vehicles that are very low miles per gallon ratings, and have we done enough to find vehicles that are more economical that still can accommodate the dogs?
These are not the dog ones.
Oh, the dogs are the
These
next
are
one.
7.
Yeah.
Why don't you explain exactly what 7 vehicles these are?
Sure. Madam President, I'll just start out by saying, and then I'll turn it over to Lieutenant Flanagan, because he does actually run a vehicle committee where the officers participate and they go to different vendors to see what the best type of vehicle is for our usage. The one thing I can tell you before I turn it over to Chris, none of our vehicles are V8s that we're purchasing. And the green vehicles, and I understand Commissioner Higgins' concern, but they're really not available in the state bid because the demand we have for the electronics to go with these vehicles really cannot accommodate a green type of vehicle. But I'll let Lieutenant Flanagan elaborate a little bit on that.
And I'm not being rude, Commissioners. I brought up just the Ford Fleet website just to go over gas mileage. The superintendent and manager directed us to purchase all-wheel drive vehicles whenever possible. The Ford vehicles...
What vehicles?
All-wheel drive.
All-wheel.
I mean, sort of like a 4x4, but a little different technology. We purchased Ford vehicles which have roughly 4 to 8 miles per gallon. I think it's more, but according to the website, 4 to 8 miles per gallon better than what we previously had. We've also moved away. We'll be getting rid of one more patrol full-size Ford Expedition, which gas mileage runs 10 to 13 miles a gallon, and we're buying the Explorer, which is a much more efficient, smaller vehicle using a high-efficiency V6 engine. According to Fleet.com, it's 18 miles to the gallon city, which I would consider here. In other words, kind of harder driving miles. They do get up to 24 miles to the gallon on the highway, but we don't really do much highway driving. On occasion we do. So we've greatly reduced our carbon footprint by buying more efficient vehicles. Mr. Norsini and I have been on several conference calls with the Green Team discussing some options for the police department, and the electrical systems that the hybrids provide cause us some issues with we have MDTs, which is a mobile computer, radio systems, and of course, as you know, the red lights. And those cars don't seem to be able to produce enough. Right now, there's only one state bid vehicle available. Just came available in 2014, and it's about $8,000 to $10,000 more than the vehicles that we're purchasing now. We did, under the manager's direction, there's a little bit of a struggle, but I lost a bit for the Ford pickup. We're getting a Ford Focus SE, which has one of the best gas mileage ratings for our utility, Bill Gallagher's team, the Parking Authority. So we're trying to buy the most low mileage vehicles, small as possible, to get the job done, but save money and gas.
So you did consult with our green team?
I believe his name is Sloan. Is that correct?
Walker.
Sloan Walker from our EAC, Lieutenant Flanagan and myself, Mrs. Cohen, and some other folks, we had phone conference calls regularly on these items as we were going through the public works fleet and the police fleet to see where green vehicles could be used and where they applied. And there was less applicable to the lieutenant's situation versus perhaps some other part of the fleet where there are not high-speed pursuit all-wheel drive vehicles, and along with all the electrical equipment that they go on.
So it sounds like we have a ways to go before the
I think it's getting
manufacturers-
closer than ever, and actually you may see us shortly. Green diesel is a big push from the manufacturers, and we may be coming to you sooner than later with a diesel request
All right.
for a police car, believe it or not.
Okay.
All right, thank
Is there
you.
any other commissioner comment or question? Any staff?
We go through the state of Pennsylvania procurement system on this. It's CoStars, and that dictates what dealer we're going to end up with. Is that right?
Well, there's many dealers in the state that sell cars under the CoStars. So it's New Holland Ford who the lieutenant's dealing with, but we get advertisements from many others that do it also. There's the Westmoreland COG, the Westmoreland Council of Governments, that you could join that. So there's several purchasing cooperatives that you can use to buy vehicles.
And we only have one dealer in the township now, don't we? It's Land Rover on Lancaster Avenue.
Correct,
And they're-
physical dealer.
And they're
yes.
not any way qualified. to
They are
do
not,
this.
that I'm aware of, a CoStars provider.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, is there any staff comment or any public comment on this? All right, we have one comment.
Could I just, are these replacement vehicles or are these additions to the fleet?
They are replacement, I believe, but do we have, yes, replacement.
They're replacement vehicles, Commissioners, and all the older vehicles will be sold at auction and returned to the general fund.
Okay. All right, it's been moved and seconded, and I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes 7-0.
Madam President, if I may,
Yes.
just want to thank Lieutenant Flanagan. He's done a phenomenal job working with these vehicles and outfitting them and updating them very cost effectively, but also making them very safe for the officers that drive them. And I know the question came up with all-wheel drives. Knowing the weather we get here in town, from hurricanes to snowstorms to ice storms, to have those vehicles be able to navigate through these roads, especially when we get tremendous tree drop, either branches or leaves, where actually we've had Public Works actually have to bring the plow blades out to scrape leaves off it. To be able to get these emergency vehicles through the township, it's important to have those, and they've done a tremendous job in putting these vehicles together.
Thank you.
I'll move the approval of Resolution 2014-08, revising the 2014
Oh, wait, no.
consolidation fee schedule, which changes the permit fee for those over 65 from $25 to $10.
Second.
Okay, is there any commissioner comment? Can we get the genesis of this?
Logic of this,
Yeah.
or what?
Yeah.
Madam President, with your permission, what we did was we increased the permit parking fees to $25. But I have to acknowledge Sarah Pilling from Garrett Hill, who was in the audience. She sent me an email about a month ago talking about the financial burden that this places on people 65 and over. And then at the last commissioners' meeting, I believe Commissioner Higgins had a similar concern from another neighbor. Based on Ms. Pillings and Commissioner Higgins' neighbor, I went to the township manager and asked his permission if we could revisit this and see if we can make an accommodation. And the township manager agreed, and that's why we're putting it before you, to have a reduced fee for those 65 and over, so it's only $10 a year for a parking permit.
And do we have any sort of ballpark estimate about how many people would qualify for that and what kind of a difference it would make? Okay.
Can't speak for the audience.
Do you have any idea?
I would say roughly ballpark figure, I'd say it's maybe 15 to 20% of the people would benefit from this.
And do you know what revenue we get from this permit, these permits?
I don't have those stats in front of me, ma'am.
I mean, total. Okay. All right, are there any other comments?
I just
or-
want to know if any of the Board of Commissioners are exempt from this discount. Just joking. No, I'm very glad to see this, this discount. While we needed to raise the fees on the parking permits to better control the parking in certain areas, we didn't want to penalize the seniors. They've been paying for a long time in this township. I think this is a good way to thank them.
All right, any other commissioner comment or staff comment? Any?
I would recommend that we reduce the fees for everyone. I think, lower fees are going to be better for everyone in town.
Would you like to make that motion, or
So moved.
is there a second? Okay, I'm sorry, it fails for lack of a second. Is there any public comment on this? Okay, I will go ahead and call a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes 7-0.
I'd like to approve Resolution 2014-05, approving the purchase of 2 complete police car emergency light packages and 2 K-9 cages from J-Tech Emergency Lighting to be used by the Radnor Police Department K-9 program.
Second.
Perhaps Superintendent Colarulo, would you mind taking all 3 of these at once and going through what we're approving and where the program is right now?
I know the board may be getting sick of hearing from him tonight, but Lieutenant Flanagan has been really on top of this K-9 program. I'll let him speak about it.
Is he
in full.
paid enough?
Not quite.
So Lieutenant Flanagan, would you mind taking items H through J for time's management's sake and speaking about all 3 of them at once?
Yes, the fundraising committee led by Dr. Donato and Bob Archibald approached the township manager in reference to our program. And we have raised, and I have a spreadsheet for you, approximately $46,000. We have 2 more events scheduled upcoming. However, the K-9 team, which we're very happy to report, is doing well. We had 1 minor sickness with one of the dogs, but they're doing fine. And they're in their 5th, 6th week of training. We lost a couple days because of snow. But as you look on our chart here, the current, and I'll make it bigger for everybody, I apologize. Currently have raised at $46,068.67. They approached the township manager and asked if he would be willing to provide the emergency lighting package, sort of what we just talked about for the other police cars. As you know, the LED type of lights and equipment can be transferred from vehicle to vehicle. So in 2 years, let's just say, I know we won't, but if we were going to dismantle the program, those lights could be immediately put into use or sold. They have an extensive life. But we are asking, based on our current situation, to have the township pay for the emergency lighting package, which is a standard and matches basically all the other vehicles. In reference to the K-9 cage and the purchase of the dogs, that is all going to be paid for per your direction by donations raised through the fundraising committee. So that is the difference that we are requesting. We definitely need to order the cages and get the money allotted for the vehicle so that we can retrofit it, because believe it or not, the officers are actually going to remote locations right now with the K-9s in training. So they're in transit at this time on a daily basis.
Okay, and the cars themselves?
As of right now, because we've only raised enough money, Land Rover, the Main Line, which we are very thankful for their efforts. The manager and the chief will be acknowledging them at one of the meetings. It's nice enough. We're only utilizing 1 vehicle because that's all the money we have to pay for right now. So again, the $20,000 will come out of that $46,000 raise to pay for the 1 Land Rover. We'll get it retrofitted with the stickers, the paint, and if the township's able to provide the emergency lighting, we'll also pay for the cage out of the fundraising and get our primary K-9 vehicle up and running.
And Madam President, if I could just add also, we're asking for the approval for the light package for 2 vehicles, but in reality, it may be less if we only go with the 1.
Okay.
And how about you're asking for approval for 2 Land Rovers?
So, and what we did is we just talked it out that we wanted to have all the businesses tended to, make sure that transparency was what the commissioners knew. If everything works out and we continue to raise money, we would like to have 2 Land Rovers, 1 as a backup or rotate between the units. So that is the goal. But as of right now, we only have enough to supplement 1 Land Rover at $20,000 purchase price. And then obviously the lights and the cage are 2 different items that go along with it.
Tonight, you're asking for the $23,397.82, correct?
That is correct.
That is correct, Commissioner. And just for the edification and knowledge of the residents, all the other monies for everything else is coming from the donations. That's the only money that we're asking for as far as the lights and the cage. That's the only thing we're asking for from the board.
I'm sorry. We're approving 2 cages, but you're only buying 1?
That is correct. We will only purchase, we will never go past the money that's listed, but at this point in time.
So we're approving 2 cages and 2 Land Rovers, but you're only going to go to the second one on each if you raise the money,
That is correct, sir.
even though we're approving them.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask, if 5 years from now, this program doesn't pan out and we decide to discontinue it, those cars and those retrofits, are they suitable for regular patrol work? I mean, we could still keep them and use them for regular
Yes, they
patrol
could be
work.
used, or we could sell them. The Land Rover will be ours, and it'll be at the township's disposal. If we decide to keep it or sell it, that will be up to us.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Madam
Right.
President, if
Is the money, you have the line item for the Land Rovers is 40,000. Two at 20.
Each one at 20.
Are those donated by the dealer, or are they
No.
being paid for by these contributions?
The 20,000 for the discounted Land Rover is being paid for out of the 46,000.
Okay.
So how much is the discount? You can't buy, is it a new Land Rover?
It's brand new, 2014.
Yeah, it's tough to get for 20 grand for most of us.
That was the partnership. The chief and Mr. Zinkowski were at the meeting, and I would say the vehicle's value is $65,000 to $70,000 because of some of the rugged items that it has on it. So they definitely stepped up to the plate in a partnership with Radnor Township and provided us at this discount. And just so everybody knows, we could not purchase a Ford SUV at this price. We're still saving, even if we bought the car on our own, roughly $7,000 to $8,000 is under what we could even buy a Ford at.
Well, it sounds like it's about $50,000
Yeah.
donation.
And that's from the dealer right here on Lancaster Avenue.
Yes, it's been a great partnership,
Great.
and we're very thankful, and we'll have them before the board to thank them as well in the future.
Okay, is there any other comment or questioning from the commissioners, from the staff?
Yeah, I just have one item, if I could. It was touched on with the money coming out of the police capital for 2014 for the lights and cages. Just wanted to clarify that that will come out of monies that were already appropriated for the department in 2014. So it's not an additional expense. One of the items they included in their capital program for 14 will be put on hold till a future year to free up the funds for this. So it's want to make sure that folks understand that we're not spending more than what was budgeted. It's just a reallocation.
Okay. Is there any public comment on any H, I, or J, any of the aspects of our proposed K-9 program? Sure. Okay, let's go ahead and call, there's been a motion and a second on H, which is Resolution 2014-05. I'd like to call the vote on that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That
Nay.
That passes 6-1 with Commissioner Booker opposing.
Move Resolution 2014-12, approve the purchase of two K-9 German Shepherds from Orchard Knoll Kennels Incorporated.
Second.
All right, is there, well, I'll just go ahead and call the vote.
Well, just so you know, I'm going to vote against both of these. I don't think that we need this expenditure in the township. I think this is more than what the township needs. I'm uncomfortable taking $50,000 vehicles from dealerships, and I'm worried about once we pay, even if we pay for this with donations, that we won't have the ongoing donations coming in for a period of time, and this will end up on the public rolls.
Okay, thank you. All right, all those in favor of resolution?
Comment?
Well, I offered
yeah,
public,
okay, all right.
is there any public comment at this point?
Matt Marshall, 228 Walnut Avenue. I just voiced the same concern that Mr. Booker has. If there is going to be these purchases, do we also have some type of contingency insurance if there's any type of liability from these dogs? It's already in.
Yeah, it's in our liability policy
Okay.
now.
And we do know what the policy is for using the dogs.
Yes, I mean, we've had a pretty extended
Okay.
public conversation about this when we committed to the program
Okay.
4 or
And
5
then-
months ago.
And then I think just, clearly the $50,000 donation of a Land Rover, when most of the taxpayers can't afford to buy Land Rovers, it's not sending a good message to the taxpayer. Just for what it's worth. Thanks.
Thank you, Matt. Is there any other public comment?
Madam
Alderman
President, I
Clark.
just want to remind everybody that this is a 2-year pilot program. If it doesn't work, and we're going to make sure there's no expenditures by the taxpayers.
Okay, thank you.
Madam President, if I
Yes.
may, just a question is, I guess the recommendation is that the township should pay 70,000 for the vehicle, or? I'm not sure.
We're all right.
All right, I think we're
We're
fine.
good.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? This passes 6-1 with Commissioner Booker opposing.
I'll move Resolution 2014-13, approving the purchase of up to 2 2014 Land Rovers LR-4 K-9 vehicles from Main Line Land Rover.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, any commissioner comment or staff comment? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it passes 6-1 with Commissioner Booker opposing.
Sure. Madam President?
Yes.
Just a brief message to commend the police department for taking this program on. I know this is one that the commissioners had a number of questions on. And typically, and no offense to the police department, usually the police department comes with, here's a program, fund it to the community. But to come here and say, we're willing to get these donations together, to have Dr. Donato and Mr. Archibald from the community step forward to work on this and to help fundraise this is commendable to the community. And just want to thank Lieutenant Flanagan, the superintendent, and the staff there of really working hard on this. And as part of this, which I know I brought to the board previously, is some of the donors or potential donors are asking, where's the township's investment in this? And as what Bill had mentioned, this is coming from their capital equipment dollars, which they have to pull back on. But again, it's something that most police departments don't do, to step forward with the program and say, we'll fund it for that 2-year pilot program.
Can I just add to this? I did attend the fundraiser, and one thing that really struck me is that there were a lot of officers in attendance, and a lot of officers donated money to this out of their own pockets. So this really is a nice communal effort by them and on behalf of the township. So thank you to all the officers who contributed.
Okay, we will move along now to community development. Do you want to introduce the Commissioner
Well,
Curley?
somebody want to make a motion for it?
Well, we're moving on to the must ordinance at this point. First of all, I want to say thank you to the many people in the audience who I assume are here to hear this discussion and to participate. So thank you for waiting 2 hours to do that. Before we get into the substantive discussion, I want to lay out kind of practically and logistically how we're going to handle this and where we are right now. We have before us an ordinance that has been introduced, and that was introduced in December. It is up for adoption tonight. It went to Planning Commission pursuant to our normal procedures. Planning Commission voted to recommend approval. However, they recommended 9 specific suggested changes before we approve it. So what we are going to do tonight is we are going to go through one by one those 9 recommendations from the Planning Commission. For each one, we're going to discuss it, debate it, have public comment on that particular suggestion, and take a vote on whether to amend the ordinance that's in front of us
So
with that change.
Are there, I mean, is that's the sense of the board? The board wants to do that? I mean, I'm not in support of moving forward. I don't know if but is it the sense of the board that we want to act on the
Well, by
9
definition, moving forward in this case is a reintroduction, isn't
Right.
it?
So what will happen, if I may finish, is at the end, if there are suggestions that are taken and there are amendments to be made, then we will be reintroducing the ordinance, with whatever amendments that there were 4 votes for. If that happens, it will be reintroduced with those amendments.
Excuse me, point of order, Elaine. You're telling everyone what's going to happen. The whole point of this is for us to decide what is going to happen. So what you just outlined is as if everyone is ready for this to happen, but some of us have concerns that are more general than the 9 concerns of the Planning Commission. So I think we have to decide, before we decide what you want, or just do what you've identified, I think we have to decide if this is ready for us to take that step in the
Well,
specifics
at the end
you've
of our
identified.
discussion, we will be voting on the underlying ordinance, whether as amended or directly, to move it forward. And for those who are not in support of that, that would be the opportunity to vote it down.
All right, but before we have a debate on 9 items, we want to make sure that we...
Well, you can go ahead and start out with a motion whether to reject it as a whole right now.
I don't think we need a motion. We just need to know if is that the sense of the board? Does this board want to take those 9 items and be that specific, or do we still have more general concerns? My concerns are much more general than the 9 expressed by the Planning Commission. So what I don't want to do is have an hour-and-a-half debate over 9 specific things, only to find that we don't have the broad support to continue this. So mine isn't a statement. Mine's a question to the board about how they want to proceed.
Don, I would recommend that if you have specific,
No, not right now.
we're just trying to give us a sense to get the process. So Don, if you have specific amendments you would like to see that would put you in a place to support this ordinance, then maybe you should go first, and then we can then go further into the other 9.
Of course, if there are amendments, I myself have an amendment that I'd like to put forward that aren't part of these 9. We'll have an opportunity to make any amendment you'd like and put it out there and discuss it and have a vote on it.
Yes, my sense is to not support it. If it's going to pass, then I do have amendments that I believe will make it stronger, that will improve it. But before we have that debate, we want to make sure that it's the opinion of the board that it should go forward. So
I think that's difficult to do when we haven't gone through the suggested changes, because it could be a very different animal at the end of our discussion with all of these changes.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Until we know where we fall on all of these, who knows who's going to support the end product? I think it would be very difficult to take a global vote up front when we haven't gone through the specifics.
Okay, fair enough, but one of the problems that I've had with this whole process is that we didn't move from general to particular. We started out in particulars, and then we had very wide debate about lots of different particulars, and I'm not sure what the consensus of the board is. I don't know whether this is something that we're going to support. We're about to have a very long debate over very detail-oriented things, and I don't know if there's even general support for it at this point. So,
Can I just procedurally, you had enough support when you introduced this
Right.
version of the ordinance. So
Right.
once it was introduced, that puts it in play. It's been advertised per the MPC tonight for enactment, or if you make changes to it, you're going to have to start the re-advertisement over again and bring it back within 30 days. So if you make virtually any changes at all tonight after you discuss, it's going to have to be re-advertised. But there was 4 votes, and I don't remember who the 4 were, but when it was introduced, I was authorized to advertise it for tonight. And I think at the time, as my recollection was, there was at least some acknowledgement that on the 27th of January, after the Planning Commission looked at it, the Planning Commission had significant changes, it wasn't going to be enacted tonight. So, but it has been advertised. It's not just an agenda item. It's up for a public hearing, and you can change it. You can, however you want to move it forward, you can move it forward. So.
Okay. So
Just one more, and a point of correction. This was actually before the board January 6th. That's the night that the four voted to have this for final approval tonight, the 27th. And that was before the Planning Commission had ever reviewed this document. The document that we're voting on, that the 4 who voted for it, was something that was drafted substantially and principally by the Director of Community Development, Mr. Kachansky, and was approved for this board prior to any Planning Commission having looked at it.
okay, so to sum
Can I
up.
do this then, in support of what your way of proceeding, add my amendment to make it the 10th item to this?
And we'll have an opportunity to make 10th, 11th, 12th. If there's once we get through the Planning Commission's suggested amendments, we'll have an opportunity to make our own amendments after that. So yes, the answer to that is yes. So to finish the roadmap here, we will go through these amendments, potential amendments. We will instruct our solicitor to add them if there are 4 votes for an amendment. If that happens, we will be reintroducing tonight, and it will go back to Planning Commission. It will go back to Delaware County, and then as amended, it would be it will be advertised and in front of us again for adoption at some later point. Okay, so with that,
Excuse me, may I just ask a question?
we're actually not going to take public comment right now.
It's not comment, it's just a question about your procedure. This
Yeah,
is-
I really would prefer that we go ahead with the
Well,
procedure that we've come up with, okay? Thank you. All right, so we're going to start with the memo from our council that outlines the suggested changes from our planning commission. And the very first one is was actually a 3-3 split on the issue of whether to include right-of-way in the definition of total site area for the ordinance. So if there's anybody who would like to make a motion or take a position, if not, I can go ahead and get started.
Well, point of order, it was actually voted 9-0 to exclude right-of-way from the calculation of floor area ratio by the Planning Commission on January 7th. Subsequent to that, on January 14th, in the afternoon, at 2 or 3 in the afternoon, after a couple hours of debate, the Planning Commission decided for some reason to raise that point again, and at that time, there was only 6 Planning Commission members, and it was 3-3 at that point. So my view is that the original vote of the Planning Commission should be the one that governs 9-0 to exclude right-of-way from the calculation of floor area ratio.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to move that we exclude right-of-way from the calculations. I think it's inappropriate. And I had a lot of problems with the same concept when we were doing Alderburgers.
Second.
Okay.
You need to be
Kevin
specific.
Stefanski is-
All right-of-way or right-of-way just concerning Route 476?
I think your motion was all right.
All right-of-way.
Kevin, can
Well-
you just explain that to us and tell us which one is more consistent with our general ordinances?
The way the ordinance is currently written, keeping the right-of-way in would be consistent with the way the ordinance is currently written. Doesn't necessarily mean that's the way it should be done, but your question was consistency. The right-of-way, including the right-of-way in the calculations, would be consistent with our current code.
And it's my intention, once we finish up with this one, to go back and look at our other zoning ordinances and change them likewise.
We don't even have to be consistent here, right?
No.
Because this is a discretionary item for
Correct.
us. So
Right.
if we felt,
Well, I feel we should be consistent. There's property rights here, and I think that the right-of-way should be included, like it is on every other piece of zoning we do. And I don't have a problem with that.
I have gone back and forth on this and spent a great deal of time thinking about this issue. And I agree that we should be consistent in the application and interpretation of our codes as a rule. However, I am going to support the motion to exclude it from this ordinance. It's not, in general, I just don't feel it's logical or good policy to include right-of-way that is not developable when computing how much density a landowner is allowed to develop. And in this particular case, it sort of is a perverse illustration of why you shouldn't do that, why it doesn't make logical sense. And I honestly, one of the factors that really, in the end, tipped the scales for me on this was that when this landowner submitted land development plans a few years ago to redevelop this property under our current PLO zoning, those plans were dealt with 19 acres, not 27. And really a tacit, acknowledgement that 8 of those acres are undevelopable. And when I learned that, I can't find a logical underpinning for including right-of-way. I don't think it makes sense in this case. I don't think it makes sense in any case. I would support future legislation that would preclude us from doing that in every case. But in this case in particular, where we have the discretion to include it or not, because we are drafting this new zoning ordinance, I feel pretty strongly that we should exclude it. Any other comment?
Yeah, I would,
No. I don't know how I'm going to vote on this. I would like to hear from our Director of Community Development on what actually this means to this project. And to help you, I have a color photo here that was supplied by Brandywine Realty, that it might aid in people's understanding of what we're talking about here when we say don't include or do include the right-of-way in making this calculation for this project. So Kevin, could you come up?
Sure. Well, I can have Jim, because I have an aerial of the site on my laptop, and if Jim pulls up the overhead, I can explain it so that everybody can see it. There are, in essence, are going to be two different areas of right-of-way that we're talking about. We're talking about the right-of-way that is along King of Prussia Road, that every parcel in the township has right-of-way part of. The title line to most of the properties goes out to the center line of the road. And depending on the classification of the road, that right-of-way width can vary from 25-foot half width all the way out to a 40 or 50-foot half width. What has been of significant contention on this property is the right-of-way that is in essence bounded in this general area in here, which is often been referred to as the PennDOT right-of-way. This is the additional 8 acres that separates the 27 acres from the 19 that Madam President mentioned from the previous land development plans. Now, as far as impact to the specific project, that would be up to any specific property owner. Obviously, there's 3 properties that this ordinance is applicable to. 145 King of Prussia Road, 175 King of Prussia Road, and 201. This is Brandywine's property, this is Radnor Racket, and this is the biomed site. Whether or not an individual property owner would choose to develop under this new set of regulations, the density calculations would need to be redone. My initial gut is that the density then that would be allowed under this with the floor area ratios and limitations on the use under the base must ordinance would be less than what they could develop by right. So my initial gut reaction is that if you were to adopt it with just the change of the right-of-way without looking at modifying the floor area ratios upwards, that a property owner would achieve less density and they would not, in essence, invoke this ordinance. So my recommendation would be to have staff go back and take a look at some of those to make sure that there are incentives and incentivize that if we are going to look at mixed uses and increases in density, that it's done reasonably based off of consistent land area minus the right-of-way at a point where we're not permitting less density than what would be done by right.
And what we're, the reason we've spent all this time on this must ordinance is because what they can do under current zoning is a lot more intense, and that's why we went to the mixed use.
Correct.
And if they decide not to do this, if we change it so much, and they go back to just developing the way they want, which the township doesn't want, would be worse than anything here, what we're doing is improvement, then they can count all the right-of-way and just go ahead and proceed. Come in and get a building permit and proceed. Is that not correct?
Correct. They could, the particular applicant on this site could achieve approximately 475,000 square feet of office with limited approvals from the township and have 0 obligations from off-site improvements. Even on-site improvements would be severely limited to what we could ask for because they already have approvals or uses are already permitted within that district. What the must ordinance did was allow additional densities, but then also required off-site improvements. So while traffic is a concern in the area now, it's a concern with a site that is a third occupied. If that site was fully occupied, whether under the current mix of uses or under a full office, would be significantly worse, and we would not have any opportunity to require the developer to mitigate that, which is the concern that staff has had from the beginning.
Kevin, can you reiterate, have the calculations been done on the permitted construction? with and without the right-of-way?
Yes, I did take a look at those today. Now, I did not exclude the right-of-way along King of Prussia Road, just the PennDOT right-of-way. The base ordinance, just a 50% without the density bonuses. Without the density bonuses, you don't get the offsite improvements, is less square footage than what is currently existing on the site today.
But what's currently existing on the site today and what was part of this approval, this earlier approval, is about 50% lab.
Correct.
And 50% office. And as I understand it, at the time of that approval, that the say this right, the PennDOT right-of-way was not included in the calculations?
On that specific set of plans, the problem historically with the township has been that area of right-of-way. The question of right-of-way has been treated differently on the same project, on different plan sets for different submissions, depending on what the submission was for. So
I understand, but for this particular plan, at this
Correct.
particular site, this particular calculation did not include the right-of-way.
correct, but we're
Okay.
incorporating.
And I just, one more follow-up question to that. So the existing approval under PLO recognized that under PLO, half of the space was laboratory space, and that is in fact a less intense use than an office space. And it's evidenced by the parking requirements of laboratory spaces versus office space. Laboratory space is 1 space per 1,000 square feet of laboratory, and office, I believe, is 1 in 250. Is that correct?
Their office changes based off of square footage. So the first 50,000, there's one requirement, and then it goes beyond that. Office is a permitted use, as is laboratory in this district. All the applicant would need to do is convert and add parking on the site to achieve the additional parking spaces required for the office if the lab space was converted. That can be done. The applicant has shown that they can do that and meet the zoning code, and that would not require land development, the construction of parking. So those are things where they have the ability to convert the lab space to office space with, again, limited approvals from the township, where we wouldn't have any opportunity to get the traffic issues addressed as we would under the MUST.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify something. So going back to this issue of whether we have proper incentives to get landowners to actually use this or not if we take away the right-of-way. As I understand it, the base level, if you take away the right-of-way on this particular site, the base density of the new ordinance would not be compelling and would probably not incentivize because they can develop by right a lot more. However, using the bonus structure that's set up in the ordinance, a landowner in this situation would, if they did all of the, if they use the alternatives available to them to get to the highest bonus level, 0.8, they would have significantly more, the ability to have significantly more, I think, to around 600 or 700,000 square feet. Now, granted, that's not office, and that only 45% of that can be office. But there still is incentive built into this, even without that right-of-way acreage. It's just a question of, is that incentive at a lower level going to be enough to incentivize? And I don't know that we're going to know the answer to that tonight.
Correct.
But
If, with all the density bonuses, if you were to go up to the 80% floor area ratio, it's about 190,000 additional square feet, which would then be divided up between 3 different uses. Looking at the maximum from an office use standpoint, under full build-out, the 80% floor area ratio for just office use would be down to just under 300,000. And again, looking at the difference between 300,000 without the right-of-way versus what they currently could have in office at 475 is a significant drop-off
Right.
from that standpoint.
okay, I think we get that. All right, is there any other commissioner comment on this issue?
Well, yeah, I think that you'll hear from others as well, but there's a misperception. There's never been an approval of 470,000 square feet of office for this location. As John pointed out, it's 220,000 square feet of lab and 260,000 square feet of office. That's all that's been approved. They would not, there has never been a plan for 470 of office brought before the board, and my suspicion is that that would not be something that they would get through approval. They would be something less. That's my opinion, but it's a fallacy to say that there is an approval for 470,000 square feet of office. That's just not the case.
Is there any other comment on this right-of-way issue?
Well, I'd like to hear what the applicant has to say. If this is deleted from the proposal, where does that leave the applicant with this project? Is it dead?
Evening. Just some numbers have been thrown out, and we did do some calculations based on if you took out all the right-of-way. Based on the base density, there's no denying currently on this site there's 425,000 square feet. There's absolutely no denying that at all. And all this discussion about additional 475,000 is based on the fact that there's an approved plan that adds up to 475,000 square feet of office space. There was, at that time, a plan to use laboratory. Lab is kind of a mixed lab office type use, and there was a less of a parking requirement. But office is permitted in the zoning district. That has to be clear. So all one would have to do to convert that lab to office is provide sufficient parking. And that's the plan that Mr. Kachansky reviewed and said that based on that plan, by providing that additional office, they can achieve 475,000 square feet of office. Now, if you take out the right-of-way, based on the base density, they were permitted 398,000 square feet of office, which is much less than what is there now, or excuse me, 398,000 square feet of building area, square footage, which would be mixed uses. Obviously, only a portion of that would be office, of which only 250,000 would be office. I don't think it takes a whole lot of intellect to know that the developer's just not going to develop, under that.
What about at one of the bonus densities?
If you go to the bonus density, you have 558,000 square feet. So you're talking about an additional 75,000 square feet. Now, and again, the office would only be 220, or the office based on that would be, the office based on that would be 250. Actually, based on the lower density, it's even less than that. It's 100. It's not even 200,000 square feet. Now, will a developer scrape the site for 75,000 additional square feet? Scrape the site and spend the money that they're going to spend, and spend the money on road improvements and everything else that could be required to bring you up to the next density level for 75,000 square feet of additional gross square footage? It's not going to happen. To go to the next point, which is 80%, which is almost unachievable right now under the ordinance anyway, under the must ordinance if you were taking it, you would have 637,000 square feet total. Remember, that's compared to 475. And again, as to the office, you would take, under the current density requirements, you would take 45% of that, and that would be your office component, which is, again, much less than what is currently there. So the fact of the matter is that for Biomed just would not develop under this must. They would develop under the current ordinance. When you talk, again, throughout the Radnor Township zoning code, it states that everything is based on total site area. That is clear. Every zoning district, your building area is based on total site area. It is true that back in 2009, for whatever reason, it was listed at 19 acres. That was incorrect. Biomed owns 26 acres. Obviously, at that time, they weren't looking to expand on the development much more, and you all know the history that's developed since then. The tenant is gone and things of that nature, and that's why this was brought before the board. You have traffic testimony based on the gross lot area, based on the percentages under this code, and both SEPTA, the township staff, the township traffic engineer, the presentations that you heard says the ordinance works.
Okay, Nick, we don't need to get into the
Okay.
global aspects of the ordinance. We're just talking about the right-of-way. But I'm curious about one statement you just made. You said that getting to .8 FAR was almost unachievable, and I'm curious as to why you would say that.
Because you, right now, I believe you have in the code, is it 16 bonuses? To achieve, we would need all 4 of them. We would need all 16 in order to get to .8.
Right, well,
And it's not, it's just some of those items we have already looked at, and we're just not going to be able to do it.
okay. Well, thank you. We appreciate your
Can I,
input.
can I just point of clarity, Nick, on the, as far as the right-of-way, did you give us the number for the right-of-way, including and not including King of Prussia Road?
I just excluded, if the number was including, the number that I gave you, John, was excluding all right-of-way. The number I would give you if you just took, if you included King of Prussia Road, it would be, the base density would be 422,000, 423,000 under the base density, of which you're talking about 266,000 of office. And again, to go up to the .7, you're at 592, and you would take 45% of that. And then to go up to the 80% would be 676, and you take 45% of that for office.
What was it, the .8?
The .8 was 676, and you would take 45% of that, actually, for office use. See,
Nick, I had numbers that were less than that based off of the 19.6, so I'm not quite sure where your
right.
numbers are coming from, but
They're
looking
pretty
at the
close.
approved land development plans,
And
my
the-
numbers were less than that.
Just, maybe this will help me. What ratio do you think you can reach based on the?
Yeah, we would have to adjust those percentages for office use and multifamily use in order to reach anything that would be developable in the applicant size.
As far as the ratio, .7 versus .8, you indicate that you would never be able to reach .8 far.
We're hoping that we would be able to reach .7.
.7, okay, so that's your goal.
We're hoping. Our goal was to reach .8, but we just don't think we're going to do it. We think
I
we're only gonna be
understand.
able to
I'm
get
not
0.7.
saying you,
Yeah.
no, I mean, if you're trying to do.
I think our goal would be, we would need to adjust both the max of one use, if this happened, if this occurred, and we would also have to raise the base densities and the incentives. We set these numbers and our investment to fix some of the town's problems based on the density and the 27 acres that we bought in 2004 and is on our deed, okay? Like Nick said, Elaine, to answer your question, there was a mistake on the 2009 plan that didn't show our 26.96 acres, okay? And it should have, because the way the underlying ordinance is written, the calculation would have helped us. So shame on us in 2009. However, your codes, the majority of your codes, and the underlying PLL code allows you to use the right-of-way to define your site area. And that's, would be another solution. Just go back to the original PLO definition that allows us to use the land that we paid a significant price for. And that's all we are asking, is allow us to use the land that we bought in Radnor Township, all of it.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate it. All right, do we have any other commissioner comment?
Well, I want to comment on the right-of-way, since we're talking about that right now. So I agree that we should try to be consistent in our application of right-of-way, but we have a very interesting dilemma here. We have an interstate highway that happens to run right alongside this property. And when we think about right-of-way is generally the land that is fronted on township-owned roads. And as a consequence, this board and this township administration has some impact on what happens to that right-of-way. Meaning this board can vote to use part of that right-of-way to either widen a road or put sidewalks in, whatever we want to do in that right-of-way. But in this case, a very large amount of this right-of-way is immediately adjacent and part of an interstate highway. And everyone in this room knows and recognizes that we virtually have no say in what happens to that right away. So if PennDOT decides to widen the Blue Route, then that right away is their right away. We're not going to have much say in that. This board does not go and meet in Harrisburg. We don't have a say in that. So I'm not going to support the inclusion of the PennDOT-owned right-of-way on 476. In some way, I think it is fair to support the inclusion of the right-of-way that fronts on King of Prussia Road, because I believe that is a township-owned road. Correct me if I'm wrong, if anyone knows, but it is. That's a township-owned road. So we have a right to dictate the terms of that right-of-way, whereas on the state we don't. And while I appreciate the applicant stating that this was a mistake, that it wasn't included, I don't think anyone makes a mistake like that. I think at the time, I wasn't at the meeting, but the zoning hearing board, opined on this original plan. They made a really good point to not include that right-of-way. So I'm going to support not including the 476
Okay, so
right-of-way.
let me ask you, would you like to make a motion to that effect?
My motion is to exclude the Route 476 right-of-way area.
John
From the-
Nagel make that motion?
Yeah, no, he
No,
did
his
not.
was all right-of-way, all right-of-way.
And John Nagel, would you be interested in withdrawing your name?
Yeah, I'd be either modify to clarify that it's really only 476 right away, that I'm interested in excluding.
Okay, so let's go with that. It's cleaner. You're modifying your motion to, in the definition of total site area,
Does
would
not
include
include PennDOT
PennDOT right-of-way,
476.
but would include
King of Prussia
King of
and-
Prussia Road and other,
Yeah, well,
King of Prussia is
it's
the
the
only one.
district, so we have to include the street that Lloyd's on, and
All right,
Okay.
Just so we understand what we're doing here, all right? We spent all this time on this because the township.
I'll second that motion.
We, the township, decided that it would be a disastrous to just develop all this into office. So we spent all this time going to mixed use, get as much benefit out of the development of this property, which is going to be developed. They have a right to develop this property. There's going to be development here. It's not vacant land. They can come in here and put their office space in. They can, put the maximum in. It's not laboratory. They just have office spaces. They can make it all offices. There's no prohibition under our current zoning. And the reason we spent all this time going through this is because we know we got a bad situation. So we spent all this time trying to get a mixed use to the benefit of the public, to reduce the amount of traffic here, to get off-traffic improvements, to trying to get them to use mass transportation. And by making this one motion tonight, then this ordinance is going away. They'll just come in and develop it the way it is, and we'll have defeated everything we tried to do over the last year and a half, and all the time we spent trying to get the best development for this property that's going to be developed for the residents of Radnor Township. The people are here tonight because, we're going to get this development, we're going to traffic. You're going to get development anyway. And you're going to get maximum development, and you're going to get maximum traffic. And this development, we're still going to get the traffic, but excuse me, I'm speaking. I'm not asking for
Okay.
comments from the public.
Bill, okay, we
That's
hear you,
where we're
Bill.
at.
We got you, we hear you. I think I respectfully disagree on a small element of that, in that with this change, there still is incentive. This landowner could still build 676,000 square feet of new development in a mixed use, which is far more than they have the right to do right now. So anyway, let's continue this conversation. Is there any other comment from this board on this one issue? Is there any comment?
Yes.
Okay.
What I would point out, the current PLO requires that the 45% green space is exclusive of those areas within the public right-of-way. It doesn't differentiate. And that's the analogous provision that we should use in calculating the floor area ratio. Also, I would point to the 2008 plan where the applicant clearly denoted the right-of-way space in the composite site and on the cover of the drawing. They didn't make a mistake. They knew what they were calculating, and they were using the 19 acres, which is appropriate. And I think that if they were that was the development that they were going for, that you wouldn't see a lot of community opposition to it. But it's incumbent on us to make the right calls based on how we see it. And I think that this is the right thing to do. To exclude all right-of-ways, just the same as we would for the green space requirement.
Okay, thank you, Rich. Is there any other comment?
Yeah, I don't see the wisdom of the motion. I don't see the point of excluding 9 acres from the proposal and forcing the developer to come back in and build without mixed use and build a project by right. If the developer does that, then they can count the right-of-way, as Bill Spinkle just said. They can count the right-of-way in their calculations, and they have they won't have to abide by all the benefits or all the offerings that they're making in the amendment that's before us. So I'm not at a point where I can support that motion.
Okay. Is there any other comment before we go to public comment?
So Jim, just so I understand, your position is that it should be as it's written now, correct? For that particular
You mean the whole ordinance?
No, that
just
particular
the
item,
right-of-way.
for the right-of-way.
Yeah, to include the right-of-way,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and invite public comment. Before we do so, I'd like to just have the, once again, gentle reminder that we have a 5-minute rule. And when you've reached 5 minutes, I will gently remind you and ask you to wrap it up. If you're feeling very loquacious and have trouble wrapping it up, I will continue to remind you to wrap it up. And if you cannot control your loquaciousness, I do have a button. So I just wanted to remind everyone. So why don't we go ahead and come on up, introduce yourself, and give your comment. And if you could just, at this point, limit your comments to the right-of-way issue, we'd really appreciate it.
I'll call you Madam Chair. Is that okay?
Wonderful.
That's okay. And to the board. Al Murphy, 627 Glen Murray Road. I'm glad we're having some public comment right after this amendment because, in my view, this amendment is a substantial issue. It's a substantial issue, I know, because in the 10 years I spent on the Planning Commission, 6 either vice chair or chair, we debated endlessly the concept of having right-of-way in the calculation of developable land area, mostly designed toward focusing on residential. So my comments go specifically to intent and consistency. And the way that we developed it, as I recall, is to remove the right-of-way from the calculation of developable land for residential property. And the specific reason was that the houses that were being built on in Radnor Township in the 90s and 2000s, even late 80s, were so large relative to the properties that they needed to find a way to control scale and density. That is precisely the issue that we have here tonight. The issue is not, do we want development? We're not against development. What we are against is scale and density. And if you take the area of land that actually is not usable by the developer, is really just transportation area, what you will get is a usable, developable slot property that will turn out to be within the scale and consistency of what we've already done on the residential side. So I highly encourage this board to remove any right-of-way from the calculation. And I don't believe for a minute the developer is just going to walk away from this. You can develop a terrific site for 6, maybe 700,000 square feet, get a terrific space, still increase density, and I think it'll be acceptable to everybody. But we need to remember that this was a huge debate 15, 20 years ago as it relates to residential, and I encourage you to maintain that consistency. 5
Thank
minutes
you.
is up.
John Williams. I'm in the 5th Ward. I used to live in the 2nd Ward, but I moved from there because the traffic was so dreadful. I want to concur with what Mr. Murphy said. It's very clear to me from the developer here that they are absolutely intent on getting this right of way. But I would agree from what he said back there. The whole concept of development, it seems to me, should make sense. It should be based on the fact that this is actually usable land. It's clear that you can't develop the highway, and if they expand the highway, as the commissioner pointed out,
where would that leave things? So I would like to encourage as well that the right-of-way not be included in this whole thing, not be approved. It's an absolutely intolerable area. The second ward has been really been the lackey for the township. We're spending $10 million on our Drosen, and here we are with the second ward just taking another smack in the head.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Stephen O'Black, 223 Radnor Street Road. Just one point of clarification. If the board decides not to move forward with this one item, is then this whole issue revisited at another point, or will it still move forward? Will final approval be move forward tonight if you decide not to move forward with this first agenda item?
No, the only way final approval would happen tonight is if we decided not to make a single change to this ordinance.
Okay.
And we wanted to adopt it as it was introduced in December.
Great, that's very helpful. And then secondly, I would say, since it seems like the majority of the people are here for this issue, if it's at all possible, I think a recommendation, if you could announce a start time when there's a big issue like this, I think it would be helpful. Having everyone wait around for 2.5 hours before this starts is, I think it really goes against public comment and people wanting to participate in their community. So for whatever it's worth, that's my recommendation. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Is there any other comment on this issue?
Sure.
Hi, I'm Diane Edbrell. I live at 205 Spruce Tree Road in the 2nd Ward. I think that there's sort of a fallacy in the assumption here that if the developer doesn't get what the developer wants, then it's going to go ahead and build to the max that it's currently allowed under the current zoning ordinance. Because the fact is, if that's what was going to make sense for the developer, we wouldn't be here trying to get, our heads around this crazy ordinance. I mean, they don't want to do it. That's why they want something more from us. So I don't think we should be afraid to say to these developers, no, we're not going to give you what you want. Do what you want with the property or sell it. That's the way we all have to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diane.
I've put together a binder with all types of information, and some of the information that's in this binder addresses the issues that have been raised. So I would just like to give everybody a copy of this binder, and then I will limit my comments in this regard to what I've just heard.
Why don't you give them to me and I will pass them down?
Sure.
Thank you.
So I'm going to address what you've just been talking about and some of the comments that have been made.
Who is this person?
Would you introduce
I'm Mark
yourself,
Kaplan,
please?
and I represent Brandywine. And I would just like to say that while Biomed was the applicant, Biomed's ordinance was rejected. The ordinance that's before you also affects our property, 201 King of Prussia Road. We would like that just acknowledged in this proceeding. So the first thing that I'd like to say is that we have...
Are there any more copies of that binder, Mark, over here? Any more copies?
John, I'll be glad to give you one. I would like to show you some things that you may or may not have seen. But if you go to my tab 13, which is a drawing, it's a PennDOT drawing. It is an official PennDOT drawing. Who said that? Well, I have, yeah. I don't think you're going to be able to pick it up. Go ahead. Go ahead. So if you go to this
drawing, and if you give me a little bit more on the side, you'll see that this is a PennDOT drawing, and it relates, and it shows the area that's hatched that was condemned. And I want to emphasize that word, it was condemned by PennDOT. I believe the implication of that is that the owner of the property at the time of the condemnation was paid for the property. So when Mr. Devine says they paid for this property, I would take some issue with that. There is another drawing in here. It's a little bit harder to see because it's small. But this
What tab is that?
The next one, 14. This is from the township, I'm sorry, this is from, and there's information below that. Okay. I believe that this is from the tax maps, and the tax maps show that the biomed site is 19.924 acres. If you go...
That's 18.924.
I apologize, 18.924 acres. If you go on the county assessments records, and somebody had it on their, she had it, Ms. Morgan had it on her iPhone, you will see that the other 7 or 8 acres is listed as tax exempt. So just to add to the what you've all been saying, I believe that Biomed or the chemical company or whichever one owned it at the time of the condemnation for the Blue Route was paid for it. And there's no taxes being paid on it. So just so we get those facts out for you. Mr. Spingler, I want to address directly what you said very emphatically. You said, and I've heard it said by other members of this board, that 475,000 square feet of office can be developed on this site. That's simply not correct. As Nick said, there's 420,000 square feet that's developed on this site now. And the plans that Mr. Higgins had and other people have, if you look at that approved plan, and I'll show it to you.
Mark, we're approaching 5 minutes, and I want to just point out that we all understand that there's a disagreement about that, and we understand your position.
No, I'm not sure.
I want to yield time to him because this is new information to me about the condemnation of that land. I was not aware of it.
Right, John, I've already said it. I showed this plan to the Planning Commission a couple of weeks ago. I was on to a little different issue only because it's part of this whole discussion. There's 420,000 square feet of space on there. I was at the Planning Commission's meeting at the site when Mr. McDevitt walked us around the site and told us the building absolutely had to come down, that there's nothing savable there. So what can you build? Where's the 475 come from? In 2008, I believe, they went to the zoning hearing board to get variances to tear down some of the space and build additional lab and office. And they got variances, and the zoning hearing board's decision is about a building that's partially lab and partially office. Now, what happened here, and that's the 475 that has not...
Point of order, though. Aren't we now talking about something that isn't the...
Can you wrap this up? And we're just dealing with right-of-way.
We're trying to get through 9 amendments.
I'll make it very quickly.
I mean, that's a point to make at another...
And the only reason I made it is that the whole premise of this discussion is the 475.
Mark, do you have anything else on the right-of-way issue?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it was relevant to what has been said
All
up
right.
until this.
So,
Thank you.
would anybody else like to get up and speak to the right-of-way issue?
Yes, Jim Schneller, St. David's. Just because this may be the fulcrum point, deciding point, I wanted to put in a quick comment on the reduction. Apparently has gotten past all the reviewing bodies of the 150-foot rear setback to 50-foot rear setback along transportation, such as the SEPTA 100 line. I object to that strenuously. I believe that there's possibility that public land across the trolley tracks could someday be used for a park, and you're talking about upwards of 80 or more feet height. If we have a public park on that site, you need a large setback from transportation.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to comment on the right-of-way issue?
Just to clarify some of the comments, I have here the deed that Biomed acquired, and in that deed it states it includes all 26 acres. It does not limit it. There was a statement that this was condemned. I've seen no evidence it was condemned. I have a deed here. If it was condemned, it wouldn't be in the deed. I have a deed here dated 2001, which indicates that this property includes all 26 acres. Nothing about any condemnation or any property owned by PennDOT. Secondly,
Actually, when was that deed recorded? What year?
2001. So it's certainly after the Blue Route was in existence.
Well, it'd probably only be condemned if they didn't sell it to them freely. So they probably sold it to them freely.
Well, as I said, it's in the deed. It's in the deed. I mean, it's
Well,
in the current deed that includes that Blue Route
Wouldn't there
right-of-way.
be a, something put in the folio? It wouldn't be attached to the deed necessarily, it would be put in the folio. So you're saying the deed,
The deed itself.
a new deed would not necessarily be drawn up with that change. It would
Are
be
you
an
saying
addendum.
PennDOT does not have that right away?
PennDOT has a right-of-way.
Yeah, that's
They
right.
don't own the land.
They purchased it right away.
They purchased a right-of-way.
Okay, the
We know
issue
that.
of
We know that.
whether it's owned or not is sort of irrelevant because most of us have based our thinking on whether it's right of way that they could develop anyway, not whether they own it or not.
Right.
So-
And the only other thing that I would point out to the board, if you do pass the motion, that the numbers should be adjusted when you're talking about the particular uses such as office use and residential use as well. As I mentioned to you before, that you want to give this some incentive for a developer to develop, and without adjusting the other numbers as well,
You
there's
mean
going
like
to be no incentive.
55 office, 45?
Well, it would actually have to be more than that when you look at the numbers.
Why don't we get
But
to that as
All
we
right,
get
okay.
through?
I'm just wanting to point that out.
Thank you.
Any other comment on the right-of-way issue?
This isn't specifically on that, but it's part of the item.
John, you
John
have to-
Scott, 83 Woodstone, Villanova. The big elephant in the room here is the Radnor Tunnel. Now, I go through that tunnel several times a week, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. I cross my fingers every time I do. I try to stay on the right side of the road, whatever it is, and I've never hit anybody yet, and I never rubbed the edge. But that is the choke point. Now, if somebody want to come up here and develop something, I don't care what they do there. If they want to go to the Pennsylvania Railroad and say, hey, we'll throw in a new bridge there or a new tunnel to make this thing right. Because without that, it's a dead duck putting any more cars through there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hi, Leslie Morgan, 12 Farm Road. Yeah, I have my smartphone here. And I guess one of my questions on this acreage dispute, deed or not deed, because the township may be very interested in this as well as Delaware County. If Delaware County's public access thinks that they only own 18.92 and the assessment, which has been actually downgraded, I think, twice since they purchased it, they've gotten tax relief twice, then would they owe more property taxes if they had more acreage than what they've been paying and what the assessed value is on? I do have a question about that because it clearly states in Delaware County's public access, you can go on it as we're speaking, that it's 18.92 acres. So was there missing tax money? I don't know. I mean, if they own it in a deed, and that would be put into Delaware County. I mean, they don't typically make those kind of mistakes because it lines up with another piece of ground right below it on the same page. And that says you guys are in charge of that, and there's no tax assessment on it. So I'm a little bewildered, but I am against counting the right-of-ways. I don't think there's any consistency. I think that it would be inconsistent if you did include it
That's what I think.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to comment on the right-of-way issue? Okay, so we have had discussion on this. We've had a motion and a second to that motion.
One practical thing, it seems like there are 2 that want to exclude all the right-of-way, 2 that do not want to exclude it, and 3 that want to exclude a portion of it. Do you think I've summarized it accurately? So it seems like in order to get it excluded, there has to be a compromise among those that want to have it excluded. So either Rich and I have to vote for what John presented, or John and Elaine have to vote for what Rich and I are presenting. So any thoughts on?
What the motion
Yeah, but
fails.
if it fails, the default scenario is the position that Jim and Bill take. So.
Well, I mean, well, you could put another motion, but let me just say that in my mind, what Commissioner Fisher put forth as sort of a logical delineation is the notion that the right-of-way from the 476 right-of-way is completely out of our control. And thereby, I mean, that could be built on without us having anything to do with it. So it's a complete fallacy to think that that's buildable. Density should come from that. It's not buildable. Whereas the right-of-way on King of Prussia Road, we do control, we do have a say, and the homeowner does have a lot more control about what they do with that land. So I feel very comfortable supporting, even though I didn't start there, I feel very comfortable supporting John Fisher's, well, I guess John Nagel's motion. Can you come around to that position?
Yeah, I'm going to, that's.
Okay, all right.
I think that's the way it's going to go.
All right, well, then I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. The motion on the table is to amend the definition of total site area in Section 280-63.1, subsection D, to exclude the 476 PennDOT right-of-way. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
And it passes 5-2 with commission.
I'm opposed. I'm opposed because I think we should exclude all right-of-way.
Okay, it passes 4-3 with Commissioners Booker, Spingler, and Higgins opposing. All right. Before we move on to the next, I just want to ask a housekeeping question. There is a reference later in this ordinance in Section F to maximum of 420 in office space or in any one use. We will need to take that out.
Yes,
So-
there's several references.
So are
The
those
maximum square
housekeeping
footage.
issues that we can take out without jeopardizing the reintroduction?
We're going to have to reintroduce anyway.
Well, that would
I
be
mean,
done as part
reintroduction
of.
after tonight, if we don't introduce it with those changes tonight. John Rice? John?
I'm looking for what you were
Okay,
referencing.
okay.
Go ahead.
So the question is, there are a few subsequent sections that were dependent on the higher density.
Right.
Do we have to go find those all tonight for the reintroduction, or are those housekeeping issues that will get taken out? And,
Well, I mean, part of your motion would be to correct
okay,
editorially all those references.
okay.
But you're basically just, you're adding a definition, an exclusion from the total site
Right.
area. So,
It changes some of the numbers later in the ordinance.
right.
Okay, so do we need another motion to say that we're making that
I would-
corresponding editorial changes?
We have
Yeah,
the
I would
number
make-
in mind?
I would make that motion.
Okay. I'd like to move that we also make all of the corresponding editorial changes that are demanded if we, pursuant to the amendment we just made. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Commissioner comment or staff comment, public comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay. So, okay, 7-0. Got it.
I voted no.
That passes 7-0. What?
I voted no.
6-1 with Spingler, Commissioner Spingler opposing. All right, moving on. The next suggestion that Planning Commission was to remove the use of the outpatient surgical center. Their concerns were centered on traffic The Delaware County also suggested removal, although Delaware County's concerns were centered on parking rather than traffic. I would like to go ahead and request from our staff a little information about this. This is a use that was included, and I am not aware of and don't recall hearing a lot of data about the traffic that this particular use would generate. And given that it's a use in conjunction with office, I think I would need to hear that use has less traffic at rush hour, and that it would merit a 35% of the property alongside office.
I believe that Mr. Witchner has some information that he could possibly share with you,
Okay.
and I do have some additional information after he's given his presentation that I would like to discuss.
Great. Then if it's all right with my colleagues, I'd like to invite him up to give us a little information about this particular use and specifically the traffic, as opposed to, for me, I'd like to hear about the traffic and the hours of the traffic.
Oh, yeah, I don't want those signs up top.
Yes, I will get that.
I know, it's a whole wall of big LED display.
Good evening, John Witchner with McMahon Associates. I have about 38 slides, but you only get one of them on this particular topic here with regards to the ambulatory use. Let the presentation catch up here. The challenge with this ambulatory use is the typical procedure in going into, in determining traffic impacts and amount of trips generated by a use is to go into the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual and taking a look at 4,000 different studies that were done on various land uses. Unfortunately, the land use of an ambulatory use contemplated on this particular property does not fall in terms of the definitions or the types of uses that have been studied by the ITE. You take a look at hospitals, you take a look at clinics, you take a look at medical office buildings. None of those really truly define what an ambulatory use is. For an ambulatory use, it really is that surgical center, outpatient program or outpatient center where someone goes in at 6 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning for a surgery that may last a couple hours. They recover from anesthesia, and they either most likely do not drive off on their own. They are typically either picked up by a loved one, or the loved one who had dropped them off stayed during the course of the surgery. This is not a medical or dental office building with 15 different doctors and 4 people waiting in the waiting room for the same 15-minute appointment with the same doctor. These are really scheduled outpatient surgery appointments that typically last 2 to 4 hours. So therefore, what we did was we took a look at 2 different sites in the Southeast PA area, and one was associated with Reading Hospital. The other one is associated with CHOP. Now, the one with Reading Hospital, it's about a 67,000 square foot building, and it generated approximately 1.4 trips per 1,000 square feet in both the AM and the PM peak hour. The site for CHOP is up in Chalfont, Pennsylvania, and again, just as I can describe, Children's Hospital, where the majority, or if not most of the patients are under the age of 21. So therefore, they're not being dropped off. If my child had a surgery at that location, I'm certainly staying with my child there. And so therefore, that count was actually a little more conservative in terms of what we saw for the ambulatory use. Now, what we do is we took a weighted average of those 2 particular sites, and we saw that the ambulatory use with 2 existing sites, very specific to a use that Biomed is contemplating, generates approximately 1.54 trips per 1,000 square feet in the morning,
1.41 trips per 1,000 square feet in the afternoon. Now, as you can see, I also have the office use, where we're kind of talking about the office use being the most intense traffic generator as far as the four uses that are being contemplated, four major uses being contemplated: office, retail, residential, and hotel. So what we can see is this is less than the office use that was also being contemplated on this particular site. It's not Penn Medicine. It's not what we see in the area here as well with parking issues and things of that nature. It's not 15-minute appointments where where a doctor kind of overloads themselves. These are planned, scheduled, long-term surgery appointments on an outpatient basis with no visitors. So I did want to present this information here, where what we're talking about is a use that calculated as a less intense use than office, based upon the studies that we've done.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, so I'll motion that we not accept the Planning Commission recommendation and that we keep the ambulatory use.
Second.
Amy, do you have anything to add?
Actually, no, I wasn't aware that he was going to go so thoroughly through it, so.
Okay. All right, is there any commissioner comment on this?
Well, yeah. Planning Commission removed it. There's plenty of uses that are here, and we have Main Line Health with a huge building of 100,000 square feet, just right on Radnor Chester Road and King of Prussia Road. Now, I know I heard, well, that's different. I don't see the need for this use in this must.
Rich, is that Main Line Health or Penn Medicine?
It's Penn Medicine.
What is it?
There's one, right?
It's a 100,000 square foot building that used to be TV Guide over there, right? It's got a parking structure, and these same people are also, they are also before us right now, and this is the 240 to 252 Radnor Chester Road expansion. They also want 700 car parking deck and an expansion and a new building for that medical building right there. Again, this in conjunction with the development of the Must, with Villanova around the corner, and with Mr. Falcone's project, it's too much for the second ward. We are getting smacked in the head in the second ward.
Yeah, I just don't think the use is any different than all the other uses that we have in the township as far as generating traffic, and it's something that people want to use in the township. So to me, it doesn't make sense to remove it.
Can I ask, is outpatient surgical center a term of art? I mean, if that is the language we have in our statute, that this use is outpatient surgical center, does that preclude, that does not include medical offices like Main Line Health and Penn Medicine? Because those are not outpatients, or are they? Is it a term of art?
Of course.
Maybe I can let Nick to speak to that.
Yeah, in Radnor, offices include medical offices,
Okay,
all right?
so this is distinct.
This is distinct.
Right, no, we want it to be
Yeah,
distinct.
so I'll support the motion and Don's point.
But my
I think
worry
this is
is
actually a less intense use than just regular
Right,
office
it
in many
is.
ways.
My worry is, in years from now, is it clear from this use that it is not medical office space, where they might do surgeries? See what I'm saying?
But I think the point here is that the other office space can legally now, regardless of the zoning, be used as medical office space.
Right.
And which you could not do outpatient surgery in the medical office space.
Oh, you can't?
You cannot.
Okay.
That's
all right.
how, at least that
All right,
was
all right.
from
Got it.
years ago, 20 years ago.
By allowing
when
this,
Penn
it's a
Medicine-
less intense use of the
Okay.
same amount of square
So
footage.
do we have any other commissioner comment on this? Any staff comment? Is there anybody in the public that would like to speak to this issue of whether or not to include outpatient surgical center as a use, possible use?
Yes, Jim Schneller, St. David's. I wanted to note that it's also a use that's probably more intensive on local customers. So in other words, we're not asking people to get off the Blue Route. We're not asking people to come up from Upper Merion or Newtown Square. That's good for local traffic in general. Also, of course, it's well distributed across the daylight hours.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to comment on this issue? All right, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote, and I want to clarify that the vote is on Don Curley's motion that we there is no amendment, and it remains in the underlying ordinance remains unchanged on this aspect. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
I think we should accept the Planning Commission's recommendation.
The motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Booker opposing. Next, we have a recommendation from the Planning Commission that there be a reduction in the maximum height allowed. Currently, the height of the buildings is capped, I believe, at 120, and they are suggesting that that in any case, the height of any building be capped at 105. There is also an aspect to this recommendation that the building height should be measured from existing grade and not improved or finishing grade, which are really two separate issues. But let's treat them both at once and then perhaps have two separate motions. So would anybody like to make a motion on this?
Sure. I mean, I'd say I'll make a motion that we accept the Planning Commission recommendation on height.
I'll second that.
Okay.
You want to include the existing grade part, or?
Yes. I mean, I don't
Okay.
see any.
So the
Well,
entire,
would you, I would prefer
Okay,
that we have
that's
two
fine.
separate motions. Will you make a second motion?
so it's amended, I'll second the amendment.
No, it's not
motion-
amended.
The motion is just for the height.
Just
at
for the
this
height.
It's the height.
Okay, is there a comment on this?
Well, as I read this, a new building coming in cannot be more than 75 feet tall. If there's an existing building that's more than 75 feet, it can stay there. Then we have this outside limit of 120 feet. Can somebody explain to me how that works?
Kevin, you want to take that?
There are two references in the ordinance where that would apply to. Under the base ordinance, if you have a building height that exceeds that, you can go up to 105 feet, provided that if your existing building is over 105 feet, you would be capped at 105 feet. The second provision, and currently the ordinance is at 120, but applying it to the 105, so we're talking about that, would be in the density bonus provisions that you would allow a certain percentage of your allowable floor area to then go up to what is currently written as 120 feet as a density bonus provision.
It's a change afterwards. It's a modification following initial construction.
No, it's based off of what the current buildings are on the site now. For instance, there are the existing buildings over at 145 King of Prussia, the biomed site, are at, I believe, 91 feet in accordance with this definition. So any new buildings would be allowed at the 91 feet, and then to go up beyond that, they would need to apply for a density bonus.
Okay.
And the density bonus means is they have less building and can go higher? Is that what the density bonus is?
It's just, it caps the square footage as to how high they can go up. A certain percentage of their allowable floor area could go up above the 91 feet in this case.
Okay, is there any other commissioner comments on this?
I support this because it makes sense. When you read the code, it is very confusing. You have to actually go to other sections of the code to realize that under density modification, they get to increase that height up to the maximum, in this case, 105 feet if you pass this.
Thank you for
Well, what-
pointing that
what-
out.
what's-
There is a problem with, on page 5 of the Planning Commission draft, height requirements. It is confusing. And apparently, you've got to interpret that based on other sections of the must ordinance.
Right. Well, my position on this is that I'm not bothered by the height, and I would leave the 120 in there. I'm not sure that they could even achieve the 120 under, without the density that would be provided by the extra acreage. But that height at that location is not, and I've said that since this has come in front of us, it's not as, that extra floor or two doesn't bother me as much as it did the Planning Commission. Is there any other commissioner comment?
Well, I had some things, but I'll yield to Mr. Barber
Well,
here.
I prefer
I
that
have
we
comments
finish
now that
with-
you said that.
We we'll finish with our commissioner comments first.
Well,
Go ahead.
Let me just stress that the reason I recommend the lower height is the point is, do we want to live in a town where we can see a Conshohocken-style building in our town from one end or the other? When I walk down Lancaster Avenue in front of Villanova, I will see that 105-foot building. And I don't know if I want to live in a place that looks like that.
Right, I mean, we talked about 91. What is, the current height of it is not close to 105.
I
It's
think
like
that's the
70
height of the
feet.
one of the other buildings.
I know, they're saying that.
Believe me, I would ask for a much lower maximum height, but I don't know if there's enough support for that. But the point is, I do accept the Planning Commission's recommendations because they spent time on this, they heard from the public on this, and the consensus at that was 105.
And the 555 building's 105.
At its
Right.
highest point.
But the 201 building's not 105.
It's 91.
So why don't we use 91? The 555 building is not visible.
Make a motion.
We already have
There's already a motion that's on the floor.
Okay, is there?
Have there been any horizon view tests with balloons?
Yes, there was something that was done, I believe, back in, it was either spring or early summer, and they flew balloons at different locations on the site at 120 feet, and they went around and they took photographs, and from what I remember, there were areas where it was visible along Lancaster Avenue and King of Prussia, and some areas along Radnor Chester. We went over to the shopping center. It was not visible beyond the Villanova Center shopping center.
Is there any other commissioner comment on this? Any staff comment?
Well, could I make another motion then? I'll make it if I get a second. To
Well-
to 91.
So,
I'd move to amend the motion to 91 feet.
Well, I'll second it, but I don't know if there's support.
Okay, let's go ahead and get public comment, and then we'll take votes on both those amendments,
Okay.
both those motions.
Well, my name is Chuck Barber. I served 8 years on the Planning Commission, concluding with the 1988 Land Use Plan. I've been, committee man. I've been president of Civic Association. I'm active. You got a Planning Commission there. Of course, I tend to like the 91 because, I don't know why they picked 105. But their idea is sound, which is you should bring the size of these buildings down. And going up to 120 doesn't make any sense at all. You have this issue with Villanova currently, again, in close proximity to this, and everyone's screaming and yelling about 45 feet. So you got screaming and yelling about 45 feet for a dormitory that is predominantly, again, covered by area owned by Villanova, who's been here 150 years, and now we're going to go to something higher. So I tend to like the idea of 91 feet.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to comment on the height reduction?
Bob Petrobono, 233 Bidoff Road. I'll keep my comments constrained to the height on this one, although I do look forward to the end of the discussion to take up on Mr. Curley's discussion around the bigger picture. 120 or 107, it's 10, 11, 12 stories. I agree with Mr. Fisher that I'm not interested in walking around Lancaster Avenue and seeing, not skyscrapers, but very tall buildings in my neighborhood. I live in the second ward. I also was working in Center City, Philadelphia when they first broke William Penn. And although Liberty Place was a cool place to see, soon after that, it was, all hands on deck. It was rising everywhere. So I would ask, I also get the sense that we are trying to be very accommodative to biomed. We are looking for ways to make sure that their incentives work. I might ask that we start to look for ways to restrict the footprint. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Diane Edbrill again. I just want to remind everyone, we're not just talking about this one property that Biomed Realty owns. We're talking about a huge swath of commercial real estate that's located in the Second Ward. We're talking about the tennis courts right next to Biomed. We're talking about 201 that's right next to that. And then we're also talking about the entire swath of Matson Ford Road from King of Prussia Road.
Yeah, that's not
That's out?
included in.
Oh, okay, great. Well, in that case, we're still talking about not just one site, but 3 that have the potential to truly, permanently, and I think very negatively change the landscape. And Mr. Higgins, I would just direct my comment to you. Earlier in the discussion about 115 Strafford Avenue, one of the big concerns you expressed was the massing of the proposed development. And even though you supported it, you stated very clearly that you didn't like it. I would suggest to you that the people of the Second Ward deserve as much consideration in that regard as the people in your ward. Thank you.
Hi. I got it very quick. How high does our hook and ladder go? Anybody asked the fire marshal?
It's a 100-foot ladder, and is there a fireman on
Well, I was
staff?
going to say, I just want
They
to
cannot
get too
reach
high
over-
for the guy can't put the fire out, that's all.
Generally 60 to 70 feet in height.
Just as one comment was made, actually, the reason for the height is actually to reduce the footprint and add more green space. That is, and now particularly since you have reduced the, the gross square footage anyway, the idea of the height is to reduce the building footprint so you have more green space. That's the purpose of it. So there is some benefit here. And Ross, I have Ross Cole here, who's the architect on the project, and if you want to address the height.
Good evening. I'm Ross Cole. The reason for the 105 and the 120 that was being discussed is that when you look at a modern office building, and particularly an office building that can be able to support a lot of LEED, which is leadership in energy and environmental conservation, when you look at the ability to support that, one of the things that is looked at is the floor-to-floor heights. There was a comment made about 11 or 12-story building, something like that. These numbers that we're talking about would allow for a building that at maximum might be 7 or 8 stories, and that would be it. But that's the reason for it. The 91 feet is simply an arbitrary number for what was existing there, but that doesn't really help anybody who's planning to build a building with modern standards in terms of those floor-to-floor heights.
So 120 is 7 or 8 stories?
That's correct.
And what is 105?
What's going to happen is it'll depend on precisely what the needs are for a particular type of tenant, meaning what their office function is. So we're talking about an office tenant, but there are different types of office tenants. There are law firms, there are financial services firms, and other such things. And so with each of those, they're going to have slightly varying requirements. They're also going to have different energy requirements of what they're trying to achieve in terms of efficiency. So as you look at those things, for instance, lighting efficiency, the taller you can make your ceilings to a certain point, the less energy you need to use to be able to distribute that lighting. The lower your ceilings, the more light fixtures you actually have to have across an entire open space to be able to.
Ballpark, 105 feet, ballpark. 5 to 6 stories?
7 stories.
7 stories,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Doug.
I'm Doug McCone. I made comment before. I want to point out, if you have buildings at this tall at this point, you're going to be encouraging everybody, all the adjacent uses or all the adjacent zoning areas to create buildings of similar height. I don't know that that's consistent with the kind of development or so forth, the kind of physical environment that we want in a community that we have.
Thanks, Doug.
I recall also that to get to the 120 or whatever you decide, even if it's 105 or 108 or whatever, that's a density bonus involved.
Right, right. It's 75 feet unless you get density bonuses. All right, anybody else want to comment on this issue? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and vote first on the Rich's amendment, which was to accept the Planning Commission's change to the absolute maximum height, but make it 91 feet from 120. Okay, everyone understand that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed?
Opposed.
That fails by a vote of 3 to 4.
Madam President, just real quick, on a point of clarification, you said from 75 to 105?
Yes.
For the biomed site, it would actually be 91 to 105 because the existing height
Because-
is at the 91 feet.
Okay.
So there wouldn't be that significant of a change for that particular site.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. All right, now I'm going to call a vote on the motion made by Don Curley to accept the Planning Commission's recommendation that the absolute maximum height is changed from 120 to 105. Okay, we all got that? All those in favor say aye. And those opposed?
Opposed.
That passes with a vote of 4 to 3.
Yep.
With Higgins, Spingler, and Schaefer opposing. All right, and would somebody like to make a motion on this last issue about building height being measured from existing grade and not improved or finishing grade? Would anybody like to make that motion?
I didn't-
There was a recommendation in that same paragraph that we put into the ordinance that building height should be measured from existing grade,
So I'll
not
make the motion that
improved
building
grade. or
height
fin-
should be made from existing grade, not from finished grade.
Okay, is there a
Second.
Is there any comment on that?
No, we can vote on this one quickly. We wrap that
Right.
up in other
Okay.
ordinances.
Would anybody like to make a comment on that? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
That passes 6 to 1 with Commissioner Spingler opposing.
So I'll make on the next bullet item, I'll motion that we modify E4B so that it includes market rate housing. That's the next item regarding the one-bedroom dwellings.
Yeah, I'm sorry, what was the second part of your second sentence?
We
that-
modify subsection E4B so that it includes market rate housing. So essentially not to accept the Planning Commission's recommendation to keep the one-bedroom apartments.
Okay, is there a second for that?
Second. Let me make sure I understand. I withdraw the second. What is your motion?
He wants more than
Well,
one bed, he wants 2 or 3 bedroom.
I want to
apartments.
eliminate the part that
More kids
that
in
limits
school.
it to only one bedroom. Okay? So the logic for me, I think Jim shares some similar logic, is that this is among other things, it's elitist. We are, if you live in Radnor, you pay your property taxes whether you rent or whether you buy. You come here, you live here, we send your kids to school. We don't structure our ordinances so that we eliminate you if you're a family with kids. So to me, it's inappropriate. I'm opposed to it on moral grounds. On practical grounds, I'm also opposed to it. If we do things like this, we create a system in which people aren't using the schools, we're going to have a counterproductive effect. We're going to have people that don't want to support the schools, and we're going to see the power of the schools diminish. So this isn't the way to build communities, by structuring your zoning so that you eliminate families with children. Families with children are the backbone of school, a backbone of communities, and I think it's a mistake to structure the zoning to prohibit them in a particular district.
I'll echo.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll
We need a
echo Don's
second.
comments and just extend that the market will really decide. If you're a family with kids, you're probably going to choose a neighborhood with sidewalks over a development like this anyway. So the market will probably choose one-bedroom units anyway. So I don't want to be the one deciding that.
I don't know if I would call it a moral issue, but I think if a family moves into the township and pays taxes either directly or indirectly, they should be entitled to go to our schools. We have excellent schools. It's anti-egalitarian to exclude them and to limit their ability to live where they want by putting this restriction in. So I'm in favor of removing the one-bedroom requirement.
Well, I don't really see it that way. If families can move in with plenty of housing stock in Radnor Township, I'm in favor of trying to make a majority of this one bedroom, and it has nothing to do with families. It really has more to do with the type of occupant who is more likely to use public transportation, to go to work and to maybe even work in the office park that is on site. And when you have one-bedroom apartments, you get young people and you get young professionals, and especially nice one-bedroom apartments that are on a rail line, which is what I would like to see in this site, because those people will be more likely to take the rail if they're living in the city to work on site. And in my view, a large reason of doing this whole must ordinance is to try to create a site here, to create an ordinance that will encourage transit-oriented occupants and use. So to me, it has really nothing to do with families. It's more the type of occupant who is more likely to use transit.
I agree with Elaine on that. Also, this is a commercial district, offices and whatnot, so that's not exactly where you want to be raising a family. But we do want either young folks or empty nesters. The restaurants around there, they can hop on a bike and be downtown Wayne. It's a perfect solution, and it helps with the overriding concern, which is, using mass transit.
Is there any other comment from commissioners? Any staff comment?
I agree with the Planning Commission.
Any staff comment on this? Okay, public comment?
Yes, a while ago we met with, as neighbors, we met with the biomed people and expressed the fact that we felt that if you had an office complex in Radnor located where this is located, that people would, generally speaking, come off the Blue Route, go to work, and then get back on the Blue Route and leave. And that if you had a hotel, that people would get off the Blue Route, go to the hotel, and leave. But when you start to introduce apartments, then you start to drive more activity into the township. And what happens then is you get a spread throughout the township, both into schools and into shopping and into wherever. So you no longer have the benefit of people coming on and leaving, but now you have people entwined in the community, number one. Number two.
Is that good or bad?
Pardon?
Is that good or bad? Or
I don't think that's very good if you're trying to limit the amount of people in your township as far as using the roads. So what you've done is you've just built a residential unit, and I'm not sure how it's going to end up, but that could end up bringing in a huge amount of additional traffic, probably the largest residential development in this township and possibly in its history by doing this one thing. And I know that it may suit some to have it in the second ward, but then on the other hand, you have the school system that wants to put in a fully funded kindergarten, full-day kindergarten. And now what you have is people who need somebody to watch their kids that can't afford daycare, but they can afford rent. And they come in, and then you add a lot more people to the schools. Also, currently, if there are any more students added in this area that we're talking about, then you have to reproportion the attendance at Radnor Elementary School, which again is in the second ward, so that you now have to change the makeup of who goes to that school, because right now that school is at capacity, and I believe that there's an agreement, and I'm not sure if it was with Brandywine or whoever, that says that you can only have so many kids in that school. So now what you're doing is you're taking second ward people, kids who can go to that school, and now they can't go there anymore. Okay? So by adding this apartment complex in here, I think that you've got a whole lot of people out here that absolutely strongly oppose this thing and will to the last minute.
Thank you. Is there any other comment on the percentage requirement of one bedrooms in the residential use?
Hello, Jim Schneller, St. David's. I personally think that the school issue is cut and dry. The more students, the better.
and the school system will always benefit from more students, will never benefit from less. And Chairman Schaefer, I wanted to counter you on the transportation issue, because I think that young marrieds, or especially singles, drive the most. You can't get them on trains. Whereas being a regular rider of public transportation, you often see mothers, parents picking up the children at school, they're taking trains, the trolley included, to extracurriculars. So I think that the mixed transportation is if I could broaden the topic, there's a lot of need for creativity in that. I hope the township, if this gets passed, could work on that. But and that's for inbound customers and outbound. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comment on this issue?
Hi, I'm Lloyd Goodman from Radnor and also a resident in Villanova. The thought about having, overloading the schools, I think often many years is a problem, but also to think that these additional residents coming into the community could possibly be bad. Shopping and such usually happens in the evenings or on weekends, so they really would not be taxing the roads, the way I think it was suggested.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this issue? All right. I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. Actually, I don't think we ever had a second. Don Curley made the motion. You did? Okay. And just to clarify, this motion is to allow the market to set the number of bedrooms in the apartments and not dictate a percentage, as opposed to contrasting with the planning, with what the Planning Commission suggested.
Well, it's to delete Section 280.631E4B from the ordinance.
Right. Yes. In contrast to what the Planning Commission recommended. So rejecting the recommendation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Did you say aye? Okay, so the motion fails 3-4
Well, you have to say who's opposed.
with Booker, Spingler, Schaefer, and Nagel opposed. So that is no amendment. We leave it as it is. Next.
I'll make a motion that we accept the Planning Commission recommendation, except that we change the number to 75% for the minimum number of required spaces and 75% required parking spaces and 75 for the yes, so 75 and 75 instead of 105 and 95.
And explain what the
I'll second that.
Okay, so the logic is that this is all hinging upon transit-oriented development, and there's no evidence to think that transit-oriented development works unless you significantly restrict the parking. And for me, 75% isn't even enough of a restriction for the triggers to work. So my concern is what you're going to get with this is we're going to get the bonus density, but we're going to get vehicle-oriented development. And then the side effect of that is the improvements will then become vehicle-oriented improvements. So the only way that we're going to get around that is by significantly reducing that, what we had called a minimum, we need to call a maximum. So that's the first thing. And then the second reason for this is that the parking experts and traffic experts can tell me if they disagree with this, but these values that are typical in codes are typically set at peak amounts. They're designed to facilitate the peak event. So it would be analogous if we were trying to control the amount of sugar that we're giving our children, and we set that amount for the week of Halloween or something like that as the maximum. That would not be an effective way to control the amount of sugar the kids eat, because we've used a sort of a skewed mechanism that we're identifying as it's a high threshold. So I think we have to bring it down considerably. The number's somewhat arbitrary. I'd go below 75%, but I would take 75 if that's a compromise.
Right. And I would agree with Don, but I would move that we amend Don's motion which was seconded, said that it would be 50% in each of these instances. So it would be a maximum of 50% of what would otherwise be allowed.
Okay.
Well, this reminds me of child rearing and negative reinforcement. I'd rather have a provision that would have the developer or the tenants pay for mass transit, a portion. And I proposed that in an amendment today that was circulated around. As to reducing these numbers down to 50% or 70%, I don't know. Does the applicant have a position on this?
Well, let's, okay.
I
Let's
don't know
finish
how
our.
to vote on it.
Yeah, when I would say, the one thing I would caution you about, if you don't know how to vote on it, then we shouldn't vote on this, because
Well, I'm
this.
just one person.
I understand, but this is the, we are voting on this with a presumption that transit-oriented development is effective, and I'm not aware that it's effective in the absence of restricting the parking very significantly.
And to second Don's point, what we're doing is we're adding an incentive to make sure that the owner and the tenants are driven to TOD. Otherwise,
No
they
pun
will all
intended.
drive their cars, and we will not get the intended effect.
No pun intended.
Thank you.
All right, well, I actually don't like, I would not have supported the Planning Commission's number, and I don't support the 75, obviously, percent. I think this could have unintended negative consequences of causing traffic or parking in places we don't want it. I think it would really handicap the owner's ability to find tenants, so much so that it would be difficult to develop in this way. And most importantly, as this must ordinance has been drafted and in front of us, there's already, it allows for, during the conditional use process, a reduction in, depending on what use it is and what tenant is anticipated at that point, it allows for a reduction in the parking if it's appropriate.
Right. That's
So
a
that would
reduction
be
in the
point.
minimums, though, not a maximum. That's the whole thing. What we said is minimums, and the developer can go over the maximum as much as they want. And so reducing the minimum doesn't have that effect that you want. You have to set a maximum.
Well, I think it would handicap and cripple the ability to get tenants in this world. I mean, you have to take small steps towards driving this, and I would rather...
As much as I want this to succeed on the basis of mass transit, if it's going to succeed, I want people to use mass transit. If I were a developer and I couldn't offer adequate parking to my tenants, and my tenants couldn't offer adequate parking to their employees, I couldn't do the development. I don't see how the development makes sense.
So that's exactly why we should do what we're doing here. That this should only make sense. We should only do this if we believe transit-oriented development would work. And by allowing them to have the same very liberal parking standards that are allowed in other ordinances, and I know that they've been marginally modified, but the modification is insignificant to produce an effect. We are essentially allowing non-transit-oriented development at this site in which we want transit-oriented development.
Okay.
Again, I concur with Don Curley.
Okay.
This is amazing. Don and I have agreed all night tonight.
Is there any other commissioner comment on this issue? All right. Is there any staff comment on this issue? Any public comment?
Currently, a couple things. One, remember already that the ordinance provides that the number of parking spaces per dwelling unit is 1.2 and not 2 as currently in the code. So that is already reduced.
The code doesn't specify one-bedroom apartments, correct? So that 2 is not for one-bedroom apartments. I think that this code is more intensive than our current code because it's a 1.2 parking spots per a one-bedroom unit, whereas the code would be 2 units for a townhouse. And you're likely to have, like the person to trip or the person to space ratio would be higher under this form than the other one?
Right, as I said, it's 1.2 for every unit, whether it's one bedroom or not in this zoning district is what the must provides. The must provides whether it's a one bedroom or a two bedroom, that the requirement under this ordinance is 1.2. When you go to 75%, you're just not going to get a tenant. I mean, the applicant, you're not going to find a tenant. It's that simple, Don. Right now, the typical and actually the Radnor code is 4 per 1,000, 4 spaces per 1,000 square feet. The must, the way it's worded currently, has 3 spaces per 1,000 square feet. That's what this is based on currently. And you already have in the must a max of 105. As I said, it's just, Mike Devine's been involved in a lot of development, and he can tell you that you're not going to find a tenant. Yeah,
I think Nick's right. Don, in all due respect, we have already taken the apartments down to the minimum that any developer would build, and that ITE supports, their data supports this as the minimum you could go. If you go any further than that, talk about eliminating families. You would never get a family with 2 cars to come to our apartments because they couldn't park them. So that's number one. It's a 40% reduction built into the code already. With the office, the market is 4 per 1,000, and I think everybody here knows that. They work in an office. The average is 4 per 1,000 in the market. This has been restricted to 3. We've already taken a 25% reduction, and some tenants don't want to hear that Radnor is 3. They want 4. So we're going to have to sell that. So I think that to restrict it 1 percentage point further is a huge mistake. To Mr. Higgins' point, you won't get anybody to rent these apartments, family, young professional, or empty nesters, and you will not get a Class A tenant to come to these buildings, okay? So I'm just saying I strongly disagree of the path this is going and feel that Kevin took all of this into consideration when he finalized this section of the code. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any other comments on this parking issue?
The whole point of adding the apartments is so that you utilize the transportation that's there. So if you're not going to utilize the transportation that's there, why are you putting the apartments in? Why are you pushing people into our township? When your whole idea is a nice idea to have people use transit, but if they're not going to use it, then why are we doing it?
Give you a response. We built this exact mix of residential units and office building, 3 per 1,000 and 1.2 in Conshohocken. In 1 year, the SEPTA ridership in those 2 train stations increased by almost 30%. So to answer your question, this will work, and these people will use the train, guaranteed.
Okay, thank you. We can go ahead and, is there any other comment on this issue?
Well, I just wanted to remind everybody about Ironworks. When we originally built that, the whole concept was transit-oriented development. We created a special district for it and the whole 9 yards. And within 2 years, they were back to us asking to expand their parking.
Well, they were not, that was not transit. The reason we zoned that because Target wanted to move in there, and we were afraid, so we put a residential, so we didn't get a Target or something like that there.
Okay.
That's why we did it. It
Let's
wasn't
keep on task here.
transportation-oriented.
All right, Mike Margolis, 508 Atterbury Road, Villanova. This doesn't make any sense. I'm in real estate. If you try to take an office parking requirement below 3 to 1, you're just rendering the whole project uneconomical. So unless you want them to revert back to, just doing what they can do under the current zoning, this makes no sense.
Well, they
Thank
agreed
you.
to it. They're doing it over Conshohocken.
All right, any other comments on the parking issue?
Yeah, well, we're not reducing. Oh, I'm sorry.
George Brosman for Brandywine. We think the maximum is very important. The maximum that's currently in there is 105%. So that's really not much of a maximum, or it's a maximum. The maximum is that you can do more than you have to do. We proposed in one of our drafts that if if the traffic reports are going to take a credit for mass transit usage, then that same percentage that they use and get credit for, that should be the amount by which the parking is reduced. Put it simply, put your money where your mouth is. I find it odd to hear we'll never find a tenant with that kind of restriction. So the tenants are basically telling you that they do not believe that there's going to be this amount of mass transit ridership. The end user doesn't believe it, they're not going to rent the space. That should be very alarming to you, because that's the whole basis, or one of the key bases by which they're saying the traffic is going to be reduced. So we do believe there should be a maximum, but we think a good compromise is what we propose, that whatever credit they take for the ridership or cross trips, any reduction they're taking in the trip generation, make that the amount that the parking goes down, and that'll be tied to what they say it would be.
Thank you. Any other comment?
Again, Bob Petrobono, 233 Bidoff. If this experiment fails, the experiment being trying to move people to public transportation, King of Prussia Road will just be deplorable around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock at night. As it is right now, I live right off of King of Prussia Road. As it is right now, it's a challenge to be able to get out at 5:15 to go pick up your kid at the high school. When your high school kid starts to drive, there's techniques that you have to use in order to get onto and off of Bidoff Road. I'm not opposed to teaching my kids what those techniques are, but they're not normal driving techniques. You swerve out, you look, you kind of close one eye and you go. Point being, as we deliberate this and we talk about whether or not, well, geez, we can drive these people towards public transportation. Well, we're not sure that they're going to abide by those behaviors. I would ask that, and I realize a lot of studies have been done around this. I've not been made privy to them. Just understand that the people that live where I live and that we pay a premium and love this hamlet that we live in, we will be significantly impacted if the experiment doesn't work out to our intentions.
But how about if we don't try the experiment? Then they best
We're not
build
going to discuss
naturally.
that right now.
If we don't
Okay.
try the experiment, you're going to live with the problem.
Try it through simulation. We simulate everything in this world. I agree. I'm not against development. I'm not against bringing revenues to the township. I heard you very early in your opening comments. I'm not opposed to that at all. What I'm opposed to is harming the values without enough study, harming the values of the community, what we've paid our taxes for happily over the last 15 years. I just ask that we be diligent, and I feel as though you guys are grinding over this. I really, really do, and I appreciate it. It's not, I still question the problem that we're trying to solve, and it's multidimensional, and I won't go down that path. But I would ask that you use all the techniques of simulation to try and figure it out. It's
Okay.
not an easy one. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other comment on this parking issue?
Just a quick observation, if I understood Mr. Brosman's comments correctly, which is that the current code requires 4 per thousand, and I think by going to the 3 per thousand, the developer has already sort of put their money where their mouth is in terms of making that effort that he was referring to. So I just get concerned about the sense of double dipping, that you're going from 4 to 3 and then saying, okay, now you got to cut it even further. So I think it's a careful line that has to be balanced.
Thank you. Any other comment on?
Well, again, that's their minimum.
Okay.
He's proposing a
We
minimum
got-
with no maximum.
We got it. Okay, any other comment on this parking issue? All right, so on the table, we have a motion by Commissioner Curley. It is not exactly what the Planning Commission recommended. It is a 75% maximum, right? Maximum? Right, okay. And I'm going to go ahead and call the vote on that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Wait. I had amended it. You have to call.
You didn't get a second.
I didn't hear you. I didn't even hear you.
Not a second, all right.
Okay, so I'm going to call that vote again. All those in favor say aye. That's 3 votes. Those opposed say nay. Nay. The motion fails 3 to 4, so there will be no amendment.
Well, so we're not going to have a vote on the Planning Commission recommendation then?
If you'd like to.
Let's make a
So
motion on it.
I'll make a motion that we accept the Planning Commission recommendation.
Okay.
I'll second that.
And is there any more commissioner comment on that issue or staff comment? Public
Just,
comment?
I'm sorry, I read all this today, I spent hours and hours on it. What's in the amendment now? It's not 105, what are we talking about?
This would be 105.95 as opposed to how it's drafted.
Well, the question is, compared to how it's drafted, is the Planning Commission's recommendation more restrictive or less restrictive?
It's more restrictive. We just heard 3 per 1,000. 3 per 1,000, and
Yeah, so, I mean, it has to have a maximum for this logic to work. The maximum should be much less than 105, in my opinion, but 105 is better than nothing.
okay. Anybody else? All right. Any public comment on that? I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, and that passes 4-3 with
Nay.
Higgins, Schaefer, and Spingler opposing. So. This was the motion
Who made the
on.
motion second?
The 105 and 95. Okay, the next one should be easy. This is just a recommendation to, this has to do with the car share program. In the way it was drafted, it said that they had to set aside between 3 and 15 spaces. The Planning Commission wanted to make it clear that it wasn't just spaces they had to set aside, it would be cars, share cars. So it's just incorporating that by inserting the word cars and spaces as opposed to just spaces for the car share
I'll
program.
move we accept the Planning Commission
I'll second
recommendation.
it.
Any commissioner comment? Any staff comment?
Wait.
I don't understand that. Is it the developer's responsibility to provide the car share car?
Yeah, it
Or
doesn't,
the occupants?
it doesn't make any sense to require cars. I don't think you can do that.
I think, John, your question is the tenant or the owner of the property?
Right.
And that's a good, but you can require in this case, the applicant to require their tenants. It's a conditional use, so in
Yeah.
the end. So we can require that their tenants, through lease, are required to have the cars.
I don't think you have to get into that detail. You just say the applicant has to do it, and the applicant will shed the obligation downstream to the tenants.
Okay, any other?
Yeah, it's just the question is, it's market-driven. So if the tenants aren't going to use them, it's who's providing the
Hey,
cars.
if you do it, I'll be there.
Well, it's an investment
So
of
my
3
kids.
cars for the owner of this property to invest in 3 cars. And if they never get used, they could come back to this township and see if,
No, it's going to be, well,
we could-
I guess we would need a variance, is what we would need if that were the case, which.
Okay, is there any other comment on this from the public? All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of accepting the Planning Commission's incorporation of the word car in section E5E, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 6-1 with Commissioner Booker opposing. Okay, the next Planning Commission recommendation was involving signs. They recommended that we take out the entire sign ordinance, language, and just revert back to the sign regulations that we have in our regular ordinances. Would anybody like to comment on this or make a motion?
Well, this is kind of two-piece also, because the piece about not being able to see the signs from the blue route is kind of a separate issue, because the sign could meet our current ordinances today and be seen from the blue route. I think the intent here was we didn't want the tower lights and, the whole band at the top of the building lit up so that we attract people off the blue route.
Kevin, what's,
Well, I think now that the maximum building height has been lowered, we would also look at lowering the standards that we have in there. Previously at 120 feet, you could have a sign, but the sign could not be lit, only at 100 feet. Now that we've lowered the maximum building height, we would also then lower that so that any lit signs would be lower. As you drive down the blue route now, obviously you can see the 91. I'd probably be looking at the 75-foot range for any lit signs there and under. I think that that's reasonable. Something that you would see from the blue route, but it wouldn't be at the top of the building. I don't think it would be all that obvious.
Kevin, could you explain the International Dark Sky Association full cutoff requirements? Because I haven't read that, so I don't.
Well, I don't know that I can explain it in the next 5 hours.
Well, now, how about, in basic question, would they be permitted to light the building, like the buildings we see in Conshohocken?
No. In essence, there are light standards, the fixtures themselves, that then are certified to that association's requirements. And they generally promote downward lighting that are shielded, that don't really light up the sky. So the sense is that you're not looking at a football stadium that you can see from one end of town to the other. You basically can only see and view the lights one site. They're lighting what they need to light and not lighting the area outside the site.
So, I mean, this was a big issue for me. I would like to revert back to our existing sign ordinances on this. One of my concerns is that I don't think we should have, for instance, the current provision 5 signs, section C. This is on page 10. The ordinance, so it would be 5C3. Essentially, they can have a sign. In this, it's 100 feet. Obviously, it would be, I think to Kevin's point, it would be reduced because we've reduced the maximum height of the building. But one of the concerns I had was that the sign could be 140 square feet. And then there was another provision in 4 that the corporate identification sign shall be limited to the single entity's name and/or business logo. I mean, we're really talking about pretty large signage up on this building that could be seen from fairly far away. So I have to admit, it's fairly complicated. The motion be to strip out the sign provisions. But the only question is, do our existing sign provisions prevent this? So I believe our existing sign provisions only allow front-facing signs.
For illuminated, which
Well, non-illuminated and illuminated for that matter.
our current regulations do allow internally illuminated signs.
No, but do they have to be on the front of the building, on the front facade, or can they be on any side?
I believe that they can be on any side or side facing a road.
Okay, did you make a motion?
Honestly, I mean, I'm not going to be able to wordsmith a motion to fix
Well,
this.
the recommendation was that we eliminate E6.
I think is better than what is in there, yeah. So, I mean, I'm supporting that motion.
Okay.
Kevin, what does eliminating do? Kevin?
It reverts the area and the height locations back to the underlying general zoning requirements. I
Why
believe
did we change them? Why did we put this in?
Well, because we're looking at different types of buildings. I think that the sign regulations that we have are antiquated, like most of the provisions in our code, and we were looking at updating those for a modern mixed-use development such as this, and that's why we looked at different sign regulations that provide directory signs, a variety of different sign types that you would find in a mixed-use development.
Does our existing ordinance allow for business development signs? Which is the very first thing in the new.
Our existing ordinances don't allow for a variety of different signs. You get into canopy signs and wall signs, and we don't allow roof signs. I think some of the maximum heights are right around 20, 25 feet. Really not. It's fine in an area like downtown Wayne where you're limited into the streetscape and the type and size of buildings in there. In a mixed-use office development, it is a little bit too restrictive, in my opinion, to how the current regulations apply to that.
A directory sign is something that is back on the premises, as I understand it, and tells the viewer what's in the building. What is a development sign?
Development sign would be a sign out front along the road frontage. It could either be a sign that has a variety of tenants' names on there or a general name of the complex that would be on there.
And under our existing ordinance, do we allow development signs?
I'm sure that could fit into a variety of different numbers. We allow a variety of different types of signs. You have a freestanding sign, you have a pole sign, you have a wall sign, but then you also have a maximum sign area, and then it would be up to the individual applicant to divide that up into a variety of different ways.
The answer is probably yes.
Probably, maybe, yes.
Okay.
Well, I would say that I support the sign language that's in the ordinance as it's drafted. Our underlying ordinances are not drafted to address a use like this, and we want to attract the type of client that's going to have a substantial, a Class A office tenant here, and they're going to be in for variances if we ask them to go go under our underlining ordinances. And frankly, when I read through this carefully, I didn't find anything in there that was offensive to me. It was very restrictive in terms of lighting and placement and size, given what's going there. So I wasn't offended by what's in there. And if we don't have this type of guidance and restriction on the signs, and we leave it to underlying ordinance, we're going to be facing variance after variance or request for signage at this site.
Which our board cannot control.
Can I
Right,
read
we
just
cannot.
one provision that is somewhat concerning to me? This is C3, and it says, "Non-illuminated corporate identification signs shall not be subject to any height restrictions." Okay, so no height restriction on the sign if it's non-illuminated. Otherwise, it would be limited. I think our existing code, actually, Kevin, I apologize. Do you know what our current height limit is on existing signs? It's not unlimited. I mean,
15 feet.
15 feet, so.
Which is, okay.
Well,
That's
I'm
very
sorry.
low, John, obviously,
And my point is, if this is a Class A tenant that takes this building,
So what's
they're going to want their sign on the top of their building.
So what if it's a billboard size? Is that okay?
Well,
Or-
the size is limited.
No, it's not. It says non-illuminated corporate identification signs shall not be subject to height restrictions.
Height restrictions in where they're placed, not in their size. They're 140 square foot size restriction. Isn't that right? Is it?
Maybe I'm misreading
That's
that,
correct.
yeah.
Yeah, you're
It's
misreading
the
it.
height
It's
of the
height
sign.
is in where it's placed on the building,
Okay.
not in the size. The size is 140 square feet.
Okay, so if it's still limited by 140?
Yes.
Okay.
That's under
So it's a wording
C1.
issue.
Right,
It's
that is.
the height of a building
I
versus
actually,
the
when
height
I
of a
first
letter.
read that, the same thing occurred to me, so.
Right, but
But-
the point with this is so that we don't want signs that can be seen from the Blue Route. And if you don't change this, I think that you will end up with signs that can be seen by the from the Blue Route.
I don't understand that objection.
Yeah.
I've heard it before. I don't.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with the
understand
blue
that
route. I have an
objection.
issue
The
from
Blue
my porch.
Route, the Blue Route was designed without signs. That was the point of it.
That doesn't bother me one iota.
So
So was the
that-
Pennsylvania Turnpike. Have you been on the Turnpike recently?
Me personally, I'm concerned with the quality of life for residents when they're sitting in their home or sitting on their stoop. Do they see the sign? If it's on the Blue Route and it's, people driving the Blue Route, I really don't care for that. So I don't care about the issue.
Okay, do we have any other commission
well, I
comment on
do.
the sign issue?
Where are we
Motion,
with this?
Correct, you made a motion
To eliminate this section,
to
so revert
essentially
back.
accept the planning
Yeah,
commission
that's
language.
his
Right.
motion.
And it was seconded, correct?
I don't know who seconded
Did
it.
I'll
anybody
second it if
second
it wasn't. Second it.
Okay. Oh, but Rich, you did, right. Okay, is there any other discussion at this point? Any staff discussion? Public?
You may not be concerned, but that's why you have a planning commission, so that they can be concerned about how the township evolves. And that's why you gave them the job of being on the planning commission and why they spend all the time. So when you go against the planning commission's recommendations, and you haven't put as much time in it as they have, I think you're making a mistake.
Yeah, this is Matt Marshall, 228 Walnut. This is exactly, I think, the problem with this ordinance. And I will say this, that I've sat in your chairs, and it's been later than this, and it's gotten late, and people have started to, fade the white to the black to the gray, and you start to think about things that may have unintended consequences. Signage being a good example. Signage for a Class A office building holds a very valuable sort of a chip for a developer. And given the fact that we want to see a corporate headquarters at this location, that's fine. Some headquarters clearly have, prestige and bring, obviously some credit to the community. Others don't. And think of a big red sign that might be offensive, to the people who live here. And there's plenty of companies that could occupy that building that we may not want to broadcast on 476. And I'm sorry, we do not have signage on 476. There's a reason why I commute to 95 on 476 and I don't take 76. It's a nicer, view shed. And the reason why there's a nicer view shed is because there's no signage. And I'll just circle this by saying it's incredible that some of these things are being discussed in sort of single unit measurements when it should be thought about as a whole. I'd be very interested to know whether staff or the commissioners have consulted any type of expert who has done any urban planning around 1 million square feet of mixed use. I mean, has anybody in the audience done any consulting, 1 million square feet mixed use? I know I haven't. Well, I think if you had it your way, it would be. My point is that you have an ordinance in place. You can adopt certain revisions to the ordinance. I'll hearken back to, the Wayne Business Overlay District. I think that took us 2 or 3 years to get through. There were certain things that were non-starters. We were not going to have drive-throughs. And guess what? Rite Aid came, and I think they were the first applicant, and they got a variance or special exception, and they have a drive-through. There were certain accommodations to the developer because we understood what it would do to the project. In this case, we're making global decisions, not only for this particular site, but other sites that surround it. We're doing it in such a rushed way, which is why I came out here last meeting, and now I'm here again. Doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. And, things have happened that have created precedents. And to Brandywine's credit, when I was on the Planning Commission, they came before us and they wanted a 7-story deck parking garage behind Philadelphia Sports Club. And the neighbors came out, and the neighbors objected because the people who live on Cambria Way said the lights from the deck are going to shine in my windows. And when that happens, I can't put my kids to sleep. So little things like signage that, it's 140 square feet, but guess what? It's blinking some name that we don't necessarily want to be associated with our community. It's the same way that Brandywine just said, you know what? I'll listen to those neighbors on Cambria Court. I'll back it off. I don't need to build 7 stories of deck parking, and they did the right thing. I think that this board has to slow this down. Huge ramifications here. Thank you.
If I may, as you're well aware, this ordinance has been before the board for 2 years now. So certainly it's nothing that has been of rapid speed on it. Secondly, I disagree with Matt. Actually, there was never any provision for a 7-story parking structure. There was an approved 3-story parking structure.
Can you focus on the motion on the table, which is the signs?
Yeah, and as I've said before, John, you're talking about 15 feet is the current sign ordinance. This revisions was drafted by township staff. I know that it took hours to draft it because we had initial draft in there, Biomed did when they were first doing the ordinance, a draft that was much more expansive than what is currently in this ordinance. And I know staff spent a great deal of time looking into this type of development
was being associated here with a mixed use, with attempting to get a Class A tenant, and they came up with this ordinance. We weren't exactly thrilled with it when it came out, but we understood that that staff wanted it after conversations with the commissioners. So really, again, if you're looking for a Class A tenant here, you're not going to get it unless you have some sort of signage. And there's signage on the Blue Route now. You drive down the Blue Route, you see signs. So I'm not really certain where that comes from, that the Blue Route is sign-free.
Okay,
I know
thank
there's
you.
not billboards as far as I know, but.
Thanks. Any other comment on the sign issue?
Just an observation, Ross Cole, architect, from having worked on projects of this type in the past. There was a comment made a couple of times tonight about unintended consequences, and one of the things that we've discovered along the way is that when you have a situation like this where you've got a piece of property in a very high-value neighborhood and you're looking for a high-value tenant, what's likely to happen is if that there is some sort of a managed program to be able to be part of the attraction for a high-value tenant, that is something that's going to be able to secure that. If that tenant has to work through the unknowns of a zoning variance, that's one of the things that they're going to take into account with the other areas that they're looking at. And those aren't just areas locally, those could be areas in other states. And what will happen as an unintended consequence, I believe, is that if you don't have some sort of identity to the building, you'll end up getting a lot of smaller tenants, lower value tenants, not necessarily lower from a moral perspective, but in terms of economic value, and a lot more churn because of it. So what'll happen is you'll end up with a property that doesn't have that same sort of caliber to it that you'll see in a very high quality corporation. So just an observation in terms of unintended consequences if you don't create some sort of a managed signage program that a tenant could know what they're getting into before they say, okay, we're going to commit to this particular area. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Doug McCone. I know that when we talked about the signage, one of the primary things we wanted to prevent was have a sign up on a building being something which would draw people off of the Blue Route or whatever into that specific area, making it a destination that was almost spontaneous as opposed to somebody coming to a particular location for biomed or whatever else. The whole objective was to not have huge, large signs saying, like casino, huh? Joe's this exit. Precisely, that kind of thing. We're not trying to make it so that people, let's get off of here and do something, and then you get a whole lot of unanticipated kind of business. That is precisely the reason we wanted to prohibit any kind of signage, on the side of the building. That was part of the rationale. I'm not sure it's the greatest thing in the world, but it certainly made sense to me.
Okay.
And that, I understand the point here, but people who are really interested in it, they'll find it. And
Okay.
I think a higher quality tenant will do that.
Thank you, Doug. Any other comments on the sign issue?
Well, Jim Schneller, St. David's, there's much about a valued tenant, but I assume a major purpose of the ordinance probably will involve a lot of mid-sized and small businesses, retail businesses, and we've got a great signage program. If you look at the Devon Square sign that they put up, and they got a lot of grief about it. They went to design review. If you look at the Micro Center Mall sign, these are tastefully done signs with good policies. I say leave it alone.
Thank you. Anybody else on the sign issue? All right. So I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. There's been a motion and a second in support of the Planning Commission recommendation to eliminate subsection E6. All those in favor say aye. And those opposed?
Opposed.
The motion fails 3-4, and there will be no amendment resulting from that recommendation. Okay, next we have the alternatives of the recommendation that alternatives number 1 and number 4 under the category 2 of the density bonus section are combined. And specifically, those are the alternative requiring a shuttle and the alternative requiring improvement to the access, pedestrian access, and bike access to the public stops, the rail stops.
I move that we accept the Planning Commission's recommendation.
Okay, second?
I'll second that.
And is there any discussion on this? I support it. This was one of the issues that I brought up at some point months ago.
Yeah, part of the issue is that either one of those is not really strong enough to be
Right.
by itself.
Right, and that together they are a stronger requirement. Any other discussion on that? Any staff discussion on that? Any public discussion on that? All right, all those in favor of?
Elaine, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I know where my time's going, so I'll be short. Again, we're talking about alternatives. As I discussed before, it's already going to be very difficult to reach the density bonuses that are being proposed here, and this could make it much more difficult.
Okay, gotcha. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0, really? On something? All right.
All right, on the next one, I'll make a motion that we accept the half of the Planning Commission that represented, that indicated we should lower the percentages from 50 to 60 and then 60 to 70.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
In my opinion, that this has really been supplanted by the fact that we have removed the density bonus, the right-of-way, because that has already brought down the achievable density on this site quite a bit, 30%, as a matter of fact. So I don't really see the need for this, and I won't be supporting it.
Well, actually, the current draft was reduced from earlier versions
Right.
already.
Well, am I correct that the Planning Commission reversed itself, and so they're reverting to the amendment as it's currently written?
No, they were split.
Right, so Don's motion is to change it.
Wait a minute, what's the last sentence mean?
I believe at their first meeting, they were undecided as to how they wanted to go and how they were going to tackle that from a variety of different ways. At the second subsequent meeting, they ultimately decided 4-2 to keep it as it was written.
As they wrote it?
No, as it was written, as it's currently written in the ordinance.
What's our issue here? We just have to,
I think Commissioner Curley had made a recommendation to modify what is currently written as in opposition to what Planning Commission recommended.
and you're saying it's moot?
I think it's not completely moot, but it's not relevant as it used to be, and I would not support downgrading the density bonuses.
Somewhat of a double penalty.
Yeah.
Right.
The only thing is, we don't have an analysis of what the real impact is at this point. So, I mean,
Well,
it's
we're
going to go
not,
back
and
to
we're also
planning.
not adopting, so if it turns out the
Let's do a
analysis is horrible.
simulation.
Okay, is there any other,
Let's do a simulation.
is there any other commissioner comment on this?
Well, I think, as being the person who has been to every one of these planning commission meetings, the concept was, currently goes 50, 70, 80 when you get your bonus provisions. And what the planning commission did really start on and did agree to largely was to go to 50 to 60 and then 60 to 70. So I think that's reasonable, and it still does provide for the bonus.
Well, what was the 4-2 vote about?
Well, only 6 of them met. Only 6 members were meeting. That was a daytime meeting.
Right.
And there's a good chance, I know they had a quorum, but there's a good chance that if it was a full meeting, you
It
know,
would have been
that
4 to
it may have
3.
been a different vote. I don't know.
Okay.
4 to 3.
All right, well, in any case,
4 to 3.
Don's motion is that it goes from 50 to 60 to 70.
Yep.
So, is there any other commissioner comment on that? Is there any staff comment? Any
Madam
public comment?
President,
Oh.
I'll let the public speak first and then.
Okay, gotcha.
I, like many in the audience, are probably confused as to how much, I guess what I'm saying is that, or what I want to say, is that when we finally get to this revision that you've all approved and it gets restructured, if you could have someone in the township say, under this condition, they get this many square feet of this and this, so that you actually create a grid so we can understand, you know, is
Right.
is it 1 million square feet? Is it 400,
Right,
400,000?
and Kevin will redo the
You know, so that
charts.
we can understand at at different bonus levels. They do this, they do this, they do this. Then we can evaluate how these things work. Because
Right,
right
and
now,
Chuck,
it's very
our
confusing for
community
a
development
lot of us
director
out here in the audience.
has done an extraordinary job of charting just what you're talking about,
Good.
the maximum, and he will update it with the changes that we make tonight.
Now, I guess that brings to my next point, which is, within this ordinance, could there be some factor on notifying people? For example, under certain kind of subdivisions, there is a required notification of people within a certain distance that they be notified of the existence of this development. And, for example, in this situation, there was no notification requirement. And in the case of the Caruso redevelopment of an area that my neighborhood raised and spent substantial amount of money, there was no notification to any of the neighbors. So maybe certain people in our neighborhood knew this and didn't tell others, but when I came here, that's the first I'd ever heard of it. Now, maybe that's because I need to be more involved. But the fact is that there should be somewhere for the average citizen who isn't involved in every day to be notified of things that dramatically affect their neighborhood. That redevelopment, which if a Trader Joe goes in, I love it. But the fact is that we're not notified, and we need to be able to react to this.
Well, I think
And-
we can request that the new information is put on the website and will be available.
Yeah, but what I'm
Kevin's going
saying
to
is, within the ordinance, there should be a requirement to notify people within so many, so many, at least everybody in the second ward.
Kevin will
President,
explain. Under Sal, though, there are requirements.
There are requirements under the conditional uses. We went through on the previous one. We used a 500-foot radius per the code. The code kind of defers you to the zoning. There's a separate requirement for land developments that, depending on the zoning district that you're in, it would either be 500 or 1,000 feet. So
Okay,
those-
so let me ask you a question. Then under the Caruso ordinance that went out, that was approved today, was there a required notification?
I believe there was. I will check
Why
on
didn't
that.
we get notified?
I can't answer that standing here.
So
tonight.
we've approved something of which the people don't know about, okay? And the question is, it's like the township manager said before, he takes full responsibility, but there is no responsibility because nothing matters. Because I don't know that he resigned because they got into an argument with someone and the police were called.
Could you address the board and not them? Address us.
Can I just make?
Under
just-
Sal, we will notify.
Thank you.
On Caruso, it was a settlement agreement that was
Right, right.
approved in 2003.
Okay. I
So
think
there was
we-
no zoning
Right.
tonight. That's why you didn't get any notice of that. It was a totally out-of-the-box kind of a plan.
And you believe that's right?
I didn't say that. I'm just giving you the facts.
And you believe
Okay.
that the citizens of the township shouldn't know that? Elaine, you believe that
I
the
think that
citizens
when
shouldn't
this
know?
goes to when this goes to development, there will be notification,
Okay.
because that's what our ordinances
And I
require.
think that you all really need to look at how you involve the citizenship and how you notify them of things that are happening in their immediate neighborhood, because they do care.
Right.
Okay.
I'd say Mr. Barber is exactly correct on this. Here's what he's saying. Caruso's development came up it was a preliminary plan, and then they changed the building. There was no notice. It was under a settlement agreement. Nobody was notified. And similarly, this whole goes before and is being voted on came up tonight for final approval. There was no notification that a must was no requirement. And it's just the same as a project.
I mean, the notice it's required, in addition to the extra notice that went out, I guess, in the last few days, There was a lot of notice given to the must ordinance. It's been in front of this township for close to 2 years.
And we have to, I'm sorry. It is
Okay,
late. I can't
I'm
think
going to
of
go
the
ahead
words.
and get us back
We're
to on
publishing in
topic
the-
here.
We're publishing it in the paper. Every time an ordinance is introduced, it's published.
This was
Look,
advertised.
not to minimize your opinion, it is really up to the commissioners, too, to make sure that their constituents are aware of what's going on, too. So
Right.
there's a lot of things at play here.
And fortunately, we have a new commissioner, and so we're a lot more aware of what's going on now than we have been. But there still are holes. And if you're going to allow development in the township and do it without notifying people,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
get-
All right, I'm going to call us
you
back
get angry
into-
people.
Is there any other comment on the density modifications that Commissioner Crowley has set forth?
Is this the last button, the last bullet?
This is the
number?
last one from Planning Commission. There may be some other amendments put forth.
Along Mr. Barber's topic, it seems that these are only approvable by the board. When someone gets a bonus,
Yes, it would be part of conditional use.
so there'd be notification within a certain footage or,
In the land development process, there would be notification, yes.
but apparently not for conditional use. I'm just talking about getting your bonuses.
I mean,
If you
there'd
look
be a
at,
hearing on the conditional use, Jim. So
okay.
that would be publicized.
Thank you.
I don't know off the top of my head what we do internally, but I think it would be like a zoning hearing board notice.
Thank you, yes. And if I could mention the fact, if a citizen walks in here and wants to improve the notice requirements, they'd get nowhere, and they'd spin their wheels. Whereas we've seen carte blanche, with all respect, we've seen carte blanche for about 20 different major changes. And I wish at some point you could establish a twice-a-year session, not with CPIC, but with you or with Kevin and Bob, where we could, provide idea-making, things that would really constructively help the township.
Thank you, Jim.
That's actually already done. Bob holds open houses and invites people in to talk to them. Listening sessions.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote at this point. Oh.
I don't think we have public comment.
Okay, go ahead.
And remember, the Planning Commission recommendation was to leave it as it is. It wasn't to reduce it. But this goes back to when we first started talking about the right-of-way and about density and density bonuses and the base density. And these are the numbers that I gave you last time, and I don't know if Mr. Kachansky's numbers would be a little bit different, but based on the current numbers, taking out the PennDOT right-of-way, you're talking about office development at base of 190,000 square feet. If you got one density bonus to 70%, you have 266,000 square feet. And if you were able to go up to the 0.8, you have 304,000 square feet. So the question here is not only the density, the base density, but the question is on the density bonuses as well. As I mentioned when we first started this, unless we adjust the base densities and the density bonuses, you're really taking everything out of the hands of the applicant to develop under this must, which is the intent of the ordinance. And basically, we've spent 2 years on this, on developing an ordinance that is not going to be conducive to develop under. So I would ask the board to reconsider also, and I know right now you're just voting on that one piece, which is whether to accept the Planning Commission recommendation or not on this. And the Planning Commission, when they were agreed to leave the ordinance the way it was, basically also was saying at the same time they were not taking the right-of-way out. Now we've taken the right-of-way out, and there needs to be some sort of additional incentive to a developer to develop under this. And so I think those numbers actually have to be adjusted higher now, since you've taken 9 acres or whatever it is, 7 or 8 acres out of the process.
Nick, the numbers you just quoted, were they based on the 50 to 70%?
The first number was based on the
50.
50% was 190 office. The second number
is based on the 70%. That means achieving a density bonus. And I don't know if Kevin's numbers are exactly the same as mine.
My are a couple thousand less.
Okay.
Well, Nick,
They're
why don't we
close.
vote on his motion? If it fails, then you stand up and give us a recommendation. We'll
Well,
vote on
no,
that.
it just helps. No, the numbers really help because, and then what was the 304,000 square foot?
That was for if you achieve the 80% density bonus.
Okay. And that's 304,000 square foot of office?
Correct.
What about, and my ignorance here, any?
That's 45% of the total square footage.
Right.
Correct.
So we're still
45% of,
looking-
no, well, it's,
So we're still looking at 700,000
Divide that by
square
40.
feet. It's
no,
still,
no, you're not looking at 70.
well,
How
if
much?
that's,
I'm sorry.
if 304,000 square feet is 45%, well,
You're looking
it's more than
at-
double that. It's 600.
600 and something, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, at the double, if you're going to achieve both density bonuses, you're approximately 650, 670,000 square feet. And I think Kevin may have those numbers, I'm not positive. That's if you achieve both density bonuses. And in all practicality, Rich, you're going to be sitting there, Don's going to be sitting there, John's going to be sitting there, when we try to go in and get these density bonuses. And I see the handwriting on the wall. I hate to say it, but I see the handwriting on the wall where that's going to go.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and see if there's any other public comment on this density bonus level issue. Seeing none, I'm going to call the vote. Again, the motion on the floor is from Commissioner Curley, and it is to change the density bonus levels to be 50 base, 60 and 70, as opposed to 50, 70, 80. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
And the motion fails 3 to 4.
So now we have to have a separate motion to accept, to leave it as is.
No amendment.
Well, Nick, do you want to make an argument what they should be? I mean, if we're going to change them, or we're not going to change them?
I mean, obviously, as I said before, and I've already stated it, is that the way it stands now, you're really taking all teeth out of this for an applicant to develop under this MUST program. We believe that based on those numbers, our initial numbers show that we need probably a base density of 75%, then the first bonus up to 85%, and the second bonus up to 95%. And then when you talk about office, you have to increase the office to basically 85%, as well as increase the residential to 85% to get to the numbers that we talked about originally, that we have the traffic experts stating that the ordinance works, and everyone agrees the ordinance works as a result of the numbers. The board has determined that they don't want to use the right-of-way, but there's been nothing to dissuade what has occurred previously as far as the traffic numbers, and that the traffic numbers work and the ordinance works based on density and those numbers. Probably if you would have started from the beginning and said, take out the right-of-way, then these numbers would have been adjusted appropriately as well. Unfortunately, you got 2 bites. The first bite was to reduce the numbers, that is, reduce the base density and then the bonus densities as well. And the second bite was, on top of that, to reduce the square footage, the total site area. And so it basically makes the ordinance moot in the eyes of Biomed at least.
Okay, thank you, Nick.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yes, you may.
I'd like to first note it's almost midnight, and as Commissioner Curley said, there's very big issues here. The 9 points you raised, a couple of them were big issues, but there's other issues that aren't covered in the 9. The room was full. Now the room's almost empty. I would urge you to continue this. But having said that, to comment on what Nick was just saying, I think this points out the fallacy of their proposal. They had the 18 or 19 acres. We never knew they were even going to be so bold as to count the 28 acres until at one of the meetings I asked, what is your total site area? Because we didn't have any plans. And I was trying to figure out, is it 18.9 or 19.2? And that's when I heard 28 acres, and we fell out of our chairs. And then we had to do the title search to learn that it was including the Blue Route. So, they don't have that land to develop, and now to come and say, we still think the 70 and 80 is very generous and probably too high, but then to say, well, now it's got to go up to, like 95%. I mean, that's just way too dense. We totally disagree that it's been proven the traffic is okay. We could spend an hour going over that. The traffic numbers are inflated, we believe, for what could be built there by right. Mark Kaplan was here. He wanted to go over our whole presentation about why you can't build 477 of office. We have all the info on that. So that's what they're comparing it to. They're artificially increasing what could be done there by right, and they're thereby pumping up the traffic, and then we believe artificially decreasing the traffic. So we do not agree at all, and we think there's a lot of thought that needs to go into that.
Thank you. Okay, we have gotten through the amendments suggested by the Planning Commission. At this point, if there are commissioners who have an amendment that they'd like to put out, I have one. It's very simple.
Well, I actually agree with what we just heard. I think we really should continue this topic and schedule a special meeting for next Monday. Pick it up there, because we do have some fundamental discussions to have yet.
Yeah, well, Villanova has a basketball game. I don't know if he'll be here.
What kind of fundamental discussions have we not had?
Ask the guy next to you.
Well, I think,
Listen,
let's
if
press
we-
on.
Yeah.
We have, we can get through the amendments that anyone has right now. We can reintroduce with what the amendments have. We now have another month to think about this. And if we find that there are things that we have not incorporated or reasons that things we would like to change, we are free to do that. Reintroducing tonight doesn't preclude us from continuing to tweak this if we feel that's necessary. But, I feel like we've reached a point where we have some substantive amendments that really change the nature of this, and we'll take the time to, kind of change our analysis.
Okay, let's go.
Can I make a suggestion just procedurally? Because what's been discussed tonight, this is a complex ordinance to begin with. And there's a series of changes that have to be made in the text based on how you vote it. Kevin and I have been talking during the course of this meeting. There's some other numbers in here because of the change in how you're defining total site area and percentages that need to be looked at. And Kevin wants to look at those to make sure they make sense. Because it's all based, as Nick said, this has all been based on a number. And now that number has been basically cut by a third or so in terms of the acreage. So I would suggest if you want to continue this, continue it until February 10th. We'll bring it back to you with the revisions and just continue your hearing tonight and pick it up that night.
But the drafts, the board has not made any motions to adjust, like for instance, this last motion we had, to change those percentages, those in particular. The base density, so, for instance.
Well, the board's vote on that last bullet point?
No, I mean, we didn't vote to change it, so.
But there are other things.
Yeah, it would stay
Yeah.
the same.
Right.
But the height, the total site area, all those need to be changed in the
Sure,
in the
no, I
body of the
understand that.
ordinance.
All the things we voted on need to be
Yes.
changed, but things we didn't vote on should not be changed, because that would be very confusing.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. So you would get back the ordinance that the Planning Commission looked at with the changes you've made tonight.
Updated chart of how it plays out in terms of maximum development potential.
And then you can take another
Right.
bite at it. You can continue
Okay.
this hearing tonight.
So
Take
I'll
another
move
bite
that
at
we
it.
continue the meeting.
Yeah, I just
next-
have one very small amendment I want to add because I will get lost if I don't make it tonight. And it is very simple. And it is, it's in the Part 4 Development Impact Study. And under GD, Section G, D, 1D, is the current language says the proposed uses impact on the Radnor School District, including an estimate of new pupils generated by the proposed development. This is a requirement that that their development impact study includes impact on the schools, basically. I would just like to add one sentence to that, given some of the impact studies we've seen in the past. And that sentence is, using current data from our region that is specific to the particular housing stock proposed. No, I mean, when we get these economic impact studies, they're from 1990 in New Jersey, and they mean nothing. So this impact on our schools will have to use current data from our region specific to the particular housing stock proposed.
I'll second that.
Okay?
You said our region. There's probably a better
Our region is South Jersey.
term for that.
Well,
John, figure out the language. You know what we want to accomplish.
okay, you got it.
Got it.
Our local, right. Okay, is there any other discussion on that? Any staff comment?
I'll second
Any
it.
public?
I already did.
Just to add a comment, I think is of great importance, and which I regularly brought before the Planning Commission, is the fact that the riparian buffer is at 50 feet. And I request that the typical zoning requirement for riparian buffer govern, if that could be amended. We've got one stream, it's very sensitive, it's just exited from the Villanova, I still call it Big Boy Shopping Center. It's egressed into Mother Nature, and Mother Earth needs some pampering.
Okay, thank you, Jim. All right, so here we are, we have, is there any other public comment on the impact study?
I would, the impact study. I was going to just say, regarding the numbers that we were just talking about, I know we already continue, or it looks like you're going to continue it, that the staff also look at the numbers that I presented this evening as well, and see if those numbers are correct, at least as far as the square footage and things of that nature are concerned.
Do you mean the numbers as in changing it to 75, 85?
Correct.
95,
Correct.
and to put those out and what that would mean?
Correct.
Okay, that's fine. Can you do that?
Yes, I can include that in and come back
Put
to
it
you
in
with
your-
that, with a recommendation.
Is there any other public comment on the the development impact study motion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0?
I just abstained. I wasn't really following it. I'm sorry.
Okay, 6-0 with one abstention.
Yeah. And Jim, would it be prudent for you to just continue with the,
Yeah,
because
I'm
that
going to
would,
continue. I'm not going to introduce it now, because the applicant hasn't seen what I prepared today. I'll just describe what I did. I looked at the alternatives in Category 2. It's on page 14 of the red line draft. And if you look at the bottom of page 14, there is subsection 7, which talks about use of public or alternative forms of transportation, commuter resources and incentives. Next page, it says subsidize employee transit fares. So I took those concepts and I worked them up into a section that would go into the mandatory portion of the ordinance, which is under regulations right above electric cars, wherever that is. I don't know where it is. Anyway, so it would require the applicant to reimburse the tenant's employees, the tenant's hotel guests, the tenant's office workers, 50% of the cost of commuting to and from the site into any of the 5 counties in Philadelphia and the 2 counties in New Jersey, but excluding trips like to Baltimore, to Wilmington, or to New York. And the idea behind this is I'm worried that this whole thing is going to be dead on arrival when we talk about the concept of promoting transit and having, I want it to succeed, and I think making this mandatory is better than having these alternatives back here that are kind of things that the applicant can reach for. So that's the idea. I won't formally introduce it tonight, but I'll make the copy available to the applicant either tonight, it's now 12:03 a.m., or later today.
Okay, thank you.
And also, I'd just like to propose here, with all due respect to our staff, we should have third-party review this must. And we talked about it before in various other meetings. I think actually one of these applicants did offer to pay for it. You know, we don't need to make this a homegrown document. And we should have third-party people who are experienced and who have a broader sense of this to perhaps take a look at this as Matt suggested. We don't need to develop this whole thing with our people, and it should have a third party.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have introduced and we have voted on and passed 7 amendments, which I trust you have all written down. They're going to be incorporated, and we are not reintroducing tonight, so this will not go back to Planning Commission yet. Instead, we will get this version back with the 7 amendments incorporated and any other editorial amendments or changes made with a new analysis of what it means in terms of square footage numbers. And then we will take that up at and at that point, we will not have had review from any other board. It'll just be representing what we voted on tonight.
And whatever else you want to take up that night that you haven't covered tonight, if
Okay.
there's anything else.
Okay? All right, do we need to move to continue? Would somebody like to-
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Elaine? Yeah,
Is this about biomed or about,
no, it's about the motion you've just made.
To continue?
Continue it. I
Okay.
only want to know the process thereafter. When does it go back to the planning commission?
well, assuming that there's a version that the 4 of us would like to move forward on the 10th, then we would reintroduce, and the next planning commission meeting would be beginning of March. And they would look at it again, and it'd go back to county as well, get re-advertised for adoption, and then at some point after that, after they've looked at it in March, it would come in front of us for adoption.
Okay, great. Thanks.
All right, so let's move along. Is there anything on Parks and Rec, Commissioner Nagel?
Well, since Tammy was nice enough to sit here this long, we let her report on the Mystery Dinner Theater.
Sure. I actually have a couple of announcements. Thank you, Commissioner Nagel. We had a Mystery Dinner Theater event that took place this past Saturday night. It was sold out with 64 guests, including our Chief of Police over here, Bill Colarulo. He had an opportunity to attend. It was a great event. We originally had fireworks that were scheduled to be part of the event. Obviously, with the cold weather and the temperatures, we had to cancel those. But I'd like to thank everybody out there who attended and participated. It really has become a great tradition that we are going to continue even into next year. Also, this Thursday night, just want to announce to everybody, we have a Veterans Park planning meeting. That was the park there, St. David's Community Park, that was renamed Veterans Park. That's going to take place this Thursday night in the roll call room at 6:30 p.m. To just continue to review and brainstorm on some of the new ideas that are going to be reviewed for that park to turn it into commemoration of the veterans. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Tammy. Library.
Yes,
Commissioner
I have 3 small items. There was a pipe burst in the library and in late December that caused a fair amount of damage. We had Steve Norsini and his people on site helping to get a contractor in to repair it. Some of the furnishings were damaged. but I don't think the cost to the furnishings is going to amount to too much. Second of all, the library is planning a fundraiser at a local restaurant and hoping to get 65 65 total people to attend. And then lastly, the architect engineer that they hired about 9 months ago, Kimmel Bogret, is entering the home stretch on its study to find new uses for the library, better uses, expanded uses. And so we'll get a report on that subject soon, I'm sure.
Commissioner Higgins, that they actually had a meeting tonight at 7 o'clock at the library with them.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Public Health, do you have anything, Commissioner Nagel?
Part of the meeting tonight, Public Health's working on their goals for 2014, but they asked that the public give them input if there's topics that the public itself is interested in having explored in the health realm. They've been focusing an awful lot on more of kid issues, school-age children issues, and they would like to move into some more of the adult issues affecting our community. So if people have ideas, they can send an email for now to Larry Taltone, and maybe we'll be able to get an email address set up like we have with some of the other things, like health issues or something.
Great, thank you. All right, do we have any old business?
I have new business.
Any new business?
Bob, I'd like to ask your attention on this. About 2 months ago, we had the owner of a pet store that has moved into or is going to move into the old Rite Aid drugstore appear before us and appealed the one aspect of a decision by our design review board. And I got received a request from a member of the design review board in the last 3 weeks asking that we could perhaps revise our procedures a little bit so that when an appeal like that comes up to us, that the members of that board be notified so that they can come and listen in and maybe voice an opposing opinion. And it would not just apply to the design review board, it would apply to any of our inferior commissions and boards.
Yes, Commissioner, that is already taking place. Kevin, we'll be making sure that those different boards and commissions will be reporting with a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners when those types of appeals come in front of the board.
Thank you.
Okay, any other new business?
I've got two quick ones concerning Callanan Avenue. I've had a request to have speeding be looked at on Callanan Avenue, albeit a very small street. Some residents with very small children concerned about cars speeding on that street, and maybe have that on staff traffic. The second item on Callanan, a resident has requested a review of two or three properties on that street. If we could get back to that resident, we know who that person is.
We have done so many times and report back, and it's...
Well, there's some new information on the boarding house. Apparently, according to some of the residents, there are students living in that boarding house now. What I would like is John Rice to opine on whether or not they're covered under the... John, if you recall, there was a boarding house on Callanan Avenue. It's pretty much a grandfathered condition, but is it subject to the student ordinance, student housing ordinance? And if there's any results of any investigation on any of those houses on that street, if they could be conveyed to the resident, I appreciate it.
Will do.
Thank you.
Any other new business?
One thing, it was in the packet that Bob sent out. They're going to be shutting down Route 320 Sproul Road from Lancaster Avenue to Don, what is it, Deer, something?
Deep done.
Deepton. And so people should be aware of that.
It's in the evenings only.
It's in the evenings, but people should be aware of that. And, because I do get calls on that. It was shut down over there by Villanova recently as well. Mm-hmm. Water line replacement.
Okay, any other new business? Okay, public comment?
Yes, Jim Gigrich, Aberdeen Terrace.
Hi, Jim.
Basically,
Pull that mic up to you.
pardon?
Pull the mic up to you so.
Sorry about that. I couldn't hear you all night either, so turnabout's fair play. Anyway, basically it's regarding stormwater. First item I have here is the 2013 stormwater fee was enacted, and the bills were sent out dated January 1st. If not paid before January 31st, the penalty is 120% interest. If you remember from 5th grade arithmetic, interest equals principal times rate times time. When you have basically 1 month, that's 1/12 of a year, so that comes up, your 10% penalty is 120% per annum. That's a little steep. Also, the fact that the fee was due within 30 days, where virtually any tax bill, you get, it's a 3 to sometimes 4 month notices. This is when it's due. I think that aspect should be looked at. I think it's erroneous to do it that way. Second thing, the stormwater fund, if it is not used for construction of new or improving existing flood controls within 30 months, should be refunded. And the stormwater fund monies should not be used for the Radnor Middle School connection. These funds have already been approved by the commissioners and should be in the capital budget. Regarding the detention basins, you, the commissioners, approved or authorized payment or to contract. You authorized a contract for CVE, which is Chagrin Valley Engineering, for the preliminary design of a new retention basin on the North Wayne Field to replace the existing system that is not functioning properly. CVE proposed 6 designs ranging in cost from $549,551 up to $1,503 or $1,503,051. I like the $1 range on these things. These proposals do not include the cost of the necessity for a new discharge line to Gulf Creek near Johns Market to replace the existing 18-inch line. Why is this considered necessary, and will it help anyone in North Wayne living on or beyond Poplar Avenue? The answer is no. The basin receives its water from West Avenue flowing under the railroad tracks and not from Gulf Creek. The existing retention pond was built about 15 years ago. The lack of any maintenance records indicates that it has never been maintained, and it is half full with silt. The cost estimates for repairs was $100,000. At present, nobody knows the original design parameters for the retention capacity, and discharge rates. This should be determined before spending a dime on a replacement. If its capacity is 75 to 80% of the new design selected, then you should rehab the existing basin, but also the discharge into the creek. The present discharge is a problem. It creates additional problems during a heavy rainstorm, and that would bring the retention basin would then be 2.5 acre feet of water, as opposed to about 3 1/3 acre feet that the design you've selected for approval would take. The Radnor Middle School detention system, I was going to ask for a report on the effectiveness of this system under the athletic, the school athletic fields. Such a report at this time would be, quote, still there rather, unquote. The system cost multiple thousands of dollars to design and install. The school has been there since 2007. What is lacking is a connection to the storm sewers, certainly on the western input end and probably on the eastern output end. For over 6 years, this investment has been sitting. One wonders what, if any, maintenance has been done on it. Are we waiting for warranty to expire? Obviously, that system is, even if it's not filled with groundwater, which it likely is, based upon what we experienced with the new Rite Aid building, that the groundwater table was so high they had to put in about 200 pilings to put up the new building. And the groundwater was just inches below what the street level was. And third, or last item, the Stormwater Advisory Committee. The first members were appointed on November 25th, and I congratulate them. It is ironic, though, that that's the same day that the commissioners approved $85,000 for the CVE design contract for option E, with an estimated construction cost of $606,099. Shouldn't this have been delayed until you could get an input from the advisory committee? Why appoint a committee if you're not interested in their input? I believe it is an affront to them, particularly at the start of the program. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Well, Jim, I'm concerned about the percentage rate that you cited. You're saying 120% per annum?
Yes.
Yeah, 10% per month.
Yeah, I think that we had changed that.
10% if it's not paid by that time. Well, that was a 1 month period. 10% in 1 month, it
It's
works out
arithmetic,
to
Jim.
120% per annum.
It's arithmetic. Don't go into it. It's arithmetic.
I thought we were voting
I
on
know.
10%
They
per
don't
year.
feature that too much in law school.
It's
Okay.
10% a year, but it's compounded.
Oh, no.
interest.
Bill, what
There's
is
a
the interest
5%
rate that we
additional
we
penalty each
charge?
month, which is compounded.
120%
Thank you.
Yeah,
Bill?
246-8 refers to a penalty of 10% assessed on the 31st day. That is a one-time penalty. So if you're a Tier 1 customer and you don't pay the $29 fee, that's a $2.90 charge. And then the amount that accumulates over time, it's 0.5% per month thereafter. So it's not 10% per month. The 10% is one time, and then the 0.5% is what grows monthly on unpaid balances.
First month. And that's,
Yeah.
my wife warned me to be careful what I said.
Okay, is there any other public comment?
Yeah, well, thank you. I did want to make one other comment. This goes back to the biomed kind of stuff. The one comment that was not reversed any there, and I think I sent it to all of you in the email, the idea that we need to address traffic flow patterns crossing the railroad right-of-way, and how we are looking at the property that you're developing there and the property where the Radnor Corporate Center is and down Madison Ford Road. If you're looking at that in the long term, we need to find a better way to get across the railroad tracks, especially with vehicular traffic. And widening the bridge, I think, is the crucial thing. I know that that's going to make me very unpopular with a lot of people. But if you can find a way to limit going down King of Prussia Road towards the universities and so forth, over the long 25-year, 50-year term, that's essential, I believe. And I've waited 3 hours to say that. Thank you.
Move we adjourn.
Jim,
60 seconds.
go ahead.
You don't need to-
I'm here to update you. I hope that you've been researching on your own about the 299 Hares Lane problem. I wrote the township 40 days ago and asked any kinds of alleviation and a slowing or staying of that development
because there's clearly been an intention by the township for years to have a connector between the park and the trail and park behind the elementary school, part of the tripartite agreement. I've been trying to look into this Matrinko case. In the meantime, I want to tell you I've discovered an addendum to the tripartite agreement, incorporated into the tripartite agreement, that says not it should be encouraged, but the environmental park, that is the park behind the middle school, shall be kept in a traditional, that is an unimproved way, ad infinitum. So this corner where the driveway is being graciously allowed for 299 Hares Lane is in the section of the environmental park behind the middle school, part of this agreement that's supposed to be left alone, that is not improved. So if this would help you research it yourself, try to establish some kind of leeway here, because all I'm asking is that a park be somehow built into this, a trail be built into this agreement with the owners of 299 Hares Lane, a trail from the environmental park behind the middle school down to the dog park, as I call it.
You mean Radnor Elementary?
I'm sorry, the elementary school, yes. My second issue is even briefer.
You said 60 seconds. Come on.
5 more. I'm deeply concerned about improvements to the now Veterans Park that are being proposed. I don't think they were part of the resolution approved by the board. The board approved a name change. As a resident immediately adjacent to that park, it appears that there are major changes being discussed about the park. And I wanted to remind you in advance that it's the only oasis for people in that very dense neighborhood. And also, I don't think that the donors of the park have been contacted about alterations.
There were no donors. That park was purchased. And secondly, anything that's developed, they'll come back to this board for approval.
Okay, we appreciate your comments.
How
Thank
about
you so
everything
much,
else I
Jim.
said?
Is there any other
thank you.
public comment? Move for adjournment? All in favor? We're adjourned.